Okay, we go again. Good morning once again to everybody. We are in day 2 of our local election count coverage here in County Sligo. We're live again in the Sligo Park Hotel. Another long and exciting day ahead. So stay with us all day long if possible. You can listen to us, obviously. You can watch us on live audio streams. You can get us on an audio stream online as well. All the information in relation to tallies and counts as they happen on our website, and there's lots and lots of information up there. Where are we here in Sligo? Well, after 16 hours yesterday, we still have only got through 2 counts, the first 2 counts in the Sligo Strandhill area, and we'll update you on those figures in a moment. This morning we'll be continuing with the Sligo Strandhill count and then proceeding with the Ballymote Tubbercurry count, and the Sligo Drumcliff count will follow that. It's just impossible to give any sort of times or indications as to when these counts are going to happen. We just can't predict them. We've been in consultation with Sligo County Council staff in relation to that. As of now, only 3 seats have been filled out of 18, and the only ones elected to Sligo County Council so far have been Declan Bree, Tom McSharry and Fergal Neelan, a new councillor. So before we start, just to give people an overview of what we can expect this morning, Pádraig Hart is with us once again. You've been talking with officials, Pádraig. So where are we now? Is it a continuation of the Sligo Strandhill count, or is it Ballymote Tubbercurry?
It's a continuation of the Sligo Strandhill count, and the first thing that we're going to expect this morning is the third count from Sligo Strandhill, and that's the distribution of Tom McSharry's surplus. Now, simultaneously as that's happening, they're currently adjudicating on the spoiled votes for Ballymote Tubbercurry, and depending on how long that takes, we could have the result of the first count from Ballymote Tubbercurry, or we could have the results of a fourth count, depending on the distribution of Tom McSharry's surplus as well and how quick that goes. So it's we know we're going to have the third count from Sligo Strandhill first, and then it's either the fourth count from Sligo Strandhill or else the results of the first count from Ballymote Tubbercurry.
Okay, we'll keep you updated with that, but that's going to take some time, is it not? Ballymote Tubbercurry, as is Sligo Strandhill, and the reason I ask is just for people tuning in who have a specific interest in any particular electoral area. Sligo Drumcliff will be the last area counted.
Sligo Drumcliff will be the last area count, and I can't see anything happening on that really until after lunch, really. Today.
Right, okay, so it's the third count. Sligo Strandhill.
And I expect that third count to be in fairly shortly.
Right, okay, and we will take it live. Okay. Pádraig, thanks for that update. Our panel joining us once again will be, we'll have panellists coming and going all day with us. Again, I'm joined here in the Sligo Park Hotel by Deputy Marion Harkin, by Deputy Mark McSharry and by Blaine Gaffney, and you're all welcome, and thank you again for joining us so early. It's been a very, very long day yesterday. We didn't get finished up here until 1:30 this morning. A couple of things to mention. Well, first of all, well done to Leitrim. Done and dusted. First county in the country, Marion, to get finished. Isn't that right? In the early hours of this morning.
Yeah, done and dusted. Well done to Leitrim. Results all in, so everybody knows exactly what happened, where the transfers went. All of the exciting bits and pieces of detail that people are interested in. All of that information is to hand now and can be analysed and looked at and parsed. Yeah. And why did it happen? Was it geography? Was it personality? Was it whatever you were involved in? Was it party? All the different aspects that influence it. So we're having a look at that now, and we might come back to that later.
Yeah.
And of course we're waiting here for the Sligo counts. I don't know about the rest of you, but I slept well.
Yeah.
I had a great night's sleep.
I think most of us didn't.
What does it say about an easy conscience, Niall? I'm not sure.
Our minds were too activated. But we'll come back to Leitrim in a moment, because it is interesting how it finished up. And again, all details are on our website. But for those who don't know, that last seat went to Eddie Mitchell, the independent candidate, and we had predicted that here, and it went well enough at the end. Just looking at it here, I think it was it 866 to 6.
3-1, yeah. So there was quite a difference between them. And certainly when I went to Carrick and Shannon yesterday, I got the sense from those who were on the tallies and those who are well experienced, who are not just looking at the number ones, they're looking at 2s and 3s and the general trend that the transfers, wherever they were, whether it was a surplus or whether somebody was eliminated, that they were favouring Eddie Mitchell in some cases 2-1, in other cases 50-50, in other cases maybe it was less so. But the trend is always what you're looking at, and it was not wrong. And look, can I say, and we said it yesterday, and I know we'll say it again today, because I actually think we can't say it often enough, because there's lots of names we're looking at on these lists here, and we'll be looking at them on the Sligo list. People who really put themselves out there, who worked hard, whose canvassers worked hard, who believed that they could contribute, in their local council, and who are disappointed today.
Yeah.
And, that's very public. People don't understand that unless they do it. It's the public aspect of it. And Mark will agree it was always public, but now with social media, it's nearly global if it needs to be. So you're putting yourself right up there. So to those who didn't make it, I can't give any message other than if something is worth doing, it's worth doing. People make their own choices, but well done to those who were successful, but equally for those who didn't make it, who just missed out, especially those who missed out just on the last seat. That's particularly painful and difficult, and we have expertise here, and I don't say that in a bad way, because I was there. I came fourth in a European election when there were 3 seats, so I do know how it feels, but it is. And something, it's often more difficult on your family and the people who support you.
Yeah.
So to all of those people, we know what it feels like, and we still say you did the right thing.
Right, okay, a reminder at this stage that our entire local election coverage is brought to you in conjunction with Sligo County Council, and we thank our colleagues in the council for that. Just to bring people up to speed, when we went off air last night, it was about 1:30 in the morning, we had completed the second count in the Sligo Strandhill electoral area. Declan Bree and Tom McSharry were elected on the first count, outgoing councillors, and the second count involved the distribution of Bree's surplus, and it ended up as follows. Nessa Cosgrove got 61 votes, giving her a total of 902. Pauline Donnelly of Sinn Féin plus 23, now on 346. Finbar Phelan plus 39, leaving him with a total of 445. Arthur Gibbons of Sinn Féin plus 49, he's now on 790. Johnny Gogan of the Green Party plus 14, he's on 227. Michael Kelly plus 7, he's on 189. Seamus Kilgannon plus 21, giving him a total of 479. Jim Lawler plus 9, he's on a total of 136. Jimrod McConville plus 2, he's on 34. Graham Monaghan plus 7, he's on 193. Fergal Neelan plus 39, leaving him with a total of 1,197. And Gino Boyle plus 78, he's now on 815. And that meant that Fergal Neelan just about got over the quota on the second count, and he's been elected to Sligo County Council in the early hours of the morning. Son of Ted, of course, former TD, and the first new member of Sligo County Council to be elected. Okay, Blaine, third count underway. So, what are you looking forward to today? What are the highlights for you as you see them?
Yeah, I'm not totally there that these races are run in Sligo, Drumcliff and Ballymote, Tipperary. Obviously there's very close battles there with very little votes between them, and as the transfers come in, they'll be very interesting to watch and follow. So I know there'll be many families at home kind of clinging to hope, and I spoke to some last night that the battles will continue. So I'm looking forward to that. I am looking, I suppose last night I was here very late with Fergal Neelan and his team to see him elected. I was happy there, and I'm looking at the gap then just this morning between Finbar Phelan and Seamus Kilgannon and Gino Boyle.
So is that a gap that can be made up, do you think?
I'm speaking here to the two analysts beside me, and they don't believe it's something that can be closed in, but it's not impossible. So that's a race that's it's less likely to be caught, but it's still there, it's still open, and obviously when that comes to fruition and it's finalised, we'll move on then to Sligo Drumcliff probably later on this evening. Just interestingly, when we discuss Leitrim County Council, just to give us an update on, I suppose, now that that's finally complete and what that looks like. You know, across the country we're seeing obviously the results we spoke about yesterday, and we'll touch on them again later, around the fact that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are leading the fight. Well, in Leitrim, the overall total is obviously there's 18 councillors. Fianna Fáil have retained what they had in 2019, so 6 seats, no change. Fine Gael have lost 3, so they've gone from 6 to 3, which will be a big blow to them councillors on that executive going forward. Sinn Féin have gone up 2 to 4, and the Independents have gone up 1 to 5. So that the makeup of that council is 6 Fianna Fáil, 3 Fine Gael, 4 Sinn Féin, and 5 Independents.
Right, okay, Mark McSharry, you, I think, called the Sligo Strandhill result very, very early yesterday morning, and I don't think anybody sees much reason to disagree.
I think it's very clear. The figures are fairly clear. I'll stick with my predictions in all 3 areas, though certainly South Sligo, Connolly is definitely not out, I would say. Looking at the national picture there, I was just flicking through the national newspapers. Yeah. So it seems that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are steady. Sinn Féin are sort of back in 2019 territory. Independents significantly up. But we only have 25% or a little less of the seats filled at this stage. There is going to be plenty of battles, I think, in the European side. Marion is obviously the expert on this. I'll give you my best guess, though.
Yeah. Okay, good.
And I know some of the tallies that are coming in and all of that are very patchy.
Very.
And I know Marion was saying that, late last night we were getting a view that certainly Nina Carberry was going very well in places that we didn't expect her to go well. I still feel Walsh will feature. I think Cowan and Ming will feature. I suppose sadly from a local context it would seem Gildernew. Now Sinn Féin split the constituency, which I would argue sort of similar to the Fianna Fáil strategy, where Niall Blenny was very open on the fact that he felt that he wasn't getting the level of support. I'd suggest that Chris didn't either within a Sinn Féin context, because they split the area and they allocated the more populous counties to Gildernew. Kildare, Louth, Meath, Westmeath, and that gives an inherent advantage. So I think she'll probably come through there. And while anything could happen, and Pater Tobin is still a dark horse for now, with the patchy tally we get, I'd say Malulu for the 5th.
No, I wouldn't disagree with Mark there. And you're right. The populous counties are hugely important. I know that personally. It's the Kildares, the Meads. I mean, there's more votes in Kildare than Sligo, Leitrim and Roscommon put together. And it's great to top the poll in your own area, but you have to look there. And Louth is a huge county. I mean, Drogheda is the largest city in Ireland. I think after, where is it? Galway or whatever, the 5th. So people forget that that's just one city in Louth. So it's those who are allocated those areas, if they're split up, that they have an inherent advantage. So I think you're right. The Cowan, from what I'm hearing, he's solid across this part of the world and will get a higher vote in these. So from what I'm looking at, I wouldn't be surprised he might even top the poll. But those are the tallies are so patchy. And then Marie Walsh is probably behind Carberry, even though she's doing really well in the West. But when Lisa Chambers goes out, we have to look at that Mayo Galway vote, woman to woman vote, which will be stronger than I think any party preference. So that will keep Maria very much in the
So
reckoning.
are
And Luke Flanagan, of course, is by the looks of it. But again, I haven't heard tallies from the East, so he's doing fine here. He did really well in Donegal, well in Sligo, Leitrim, Roscommon. But I don't know if that's replicated in Offaly. And Offaly's a small county, but it's Kildare, Meath, and Louth. Malooly is doing well in certain areas. He's doing very well in certain areas, and there's probably enough there. If you remember yesterday morning, I said I thought the final battle would be between him and Tobin. From what I've seen in this part of the world, Tobin isn't featuring, in those numbers. But then again, we're talking about Meath and Kildare, and Willie pull up there. So I've no notion.
Just to read what you said again there, Mark McSherry, you're saying one Fine Gael seat, one Sinn Féin seat, Ming Flanagan, Barry Cowan,
and the fourth seat
and the fifth seat is
could be a second.
Could be a second Fine Gael.
Could be a second Fine Gael, but I think it's more likely to be Malooly. But I don't know enough.
Early days.
It's early days.
All right, okay. We'll talk to John Perry in a moment. Blaine.
Just to come in on, we're talking about this process being a long count, and we're talking about the length of time it's taken here in the local election. It's just come up that Luke Ming Flanagan has booked a hotel until next Sunday. Due to the nature of the countdown there, which is going to take a considerable amount of time.
Well, Castlebar is a great spot. I spent many's the day in and out, and.
Well, I was listening to our colleagues in Donegal on the way in, because if you just to let people know as well, that if you are interested in exclusive access to our Donegal counts, you can retune to 105 FM. But they were saying this morning, because of the close nature of some of the voting trends, that they would. Brendan Byrne was saying he reckons they could be there for 3 to 4 days. But who knows? We shall see. Right. Okay. Let's just have a quick conversation on Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and what we said in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. There's a number of candidates in line for seats there. It's a given, I think, that Councillor Paul Taylor, Councillor Michael Clark, Gerard Mullaney, Darren Mulvey and Joe Queenan will all be re-elected. But there's a number of candidates in the mix for the remaining seats, including Liam Brennan of Fianna Fáil, Barry Gallagher of Fianna Fáil, Martin Connolly of Fine Gael, and Keith Henry of Fianna Fáil, and maybe to a lesser extent Patrick Cleary of Fine Gael. We spoke to many of those candidates throughout the day yesterday. John Perry, good morning to you. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
I like your jacket.
Oh, do you? All right, okay. I hope it doesn't dazzle you too much this morning.
Many shirts did you bring with you today?
No, just the one, but you have a good collection of sports jackets now.
No. I was just afraid I might get a leaky pen like you had yesterday.
You're too sure for that.
What are you hearing back? I don't know if you went straight to bed last night, or did you get to the lowdown of what's happening out in Ballymote? What are people thinking out there at this stage?
Well, they were not much different than yesterday now. If we're down to Tubbercurry, I think Martin Connolly, there's a lot of votes to be transferred, as I said yesterday. And I think that it's amazing where they can go now, so that and a lot of them are being eliminated locally, so that he certainly should get a share of them now. To be honest, if his luck is on his side now, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think from the Riverstone side, it would appear that Liam Brennan is home and dry there, so
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gallagher and Connolly, is it?
Gallagher and Connolly, yeah. That's where the race is, really.
That's for the races, yeah.
I took a phone call last night from a couple of people from Ballymote who were not party political people, just disappointed, I suppose, around the Keith Henry situation and the fact that he won't be there, and real raw anger and emotion about it, really, to be honest, and delusionment with politics, that a young politician, the only person from the area, such as what we've been claimed, wasn't elected. And I feel not over yet, but terribly difficult for him to come back from it. But a lot of delusionment with the fact that a young gentleman who's given an awful lot of his time and effort to be elected and to work for the town will ultimately not be elected, and that area left without representation in the town. Now I know the councillors there will work very hard for it, but So it's just definitely something that was noted, and I just had to flag that.
But I think that on that point, and I have tremendous respect for Keith, but Darren Murphy is an office in Ballymore.
No, and I'm not saying.
No, but it's important. I think it's enough, maybe, in Ballymore or any town, it's definitely the representation. I think that I know for a councillor who's not living in the town, he does tremendous work in the town, and I think that was very evident in the ballot box yesterday.
I'm not taking that away whatsoever. I'm just saying that the sense of delusion of Ballymore not having a councillor, I think it's just raw this morning, and no doubt the councillors, all of the councillors, will represent everybody to the best of their ability, and have done, and the proof is in the pudding. But there's disappointment there for sure.
All right.
But obviously, it is the ballot box.
All right. So I'll bring Jerry Healy in for a moment. Jerry, Blake was making a point earlier. Is there any chance at all in Sligo Strandhill? Is there any possibility that Finbar Filing can make up that gap at all?
I was looking at that, funny enough, and it is possible there that he could. It'd be very difficult to take a seat, but he could end up that he could move up the line a bit.
Yeah.
Because he picked up a nice few votes there, and he's moving up. Like he's up into where is
445.
Yeah, what I was saying, Jerry, was that Gino's the votes that would come to Gino would usually, come from the left, but a lot of them are in positions now where they're to be elected, whereas either Kilgannon or Finbar could transfer heavily to each other, and it could close that gap. Now again, it's
doubtful.
Doubtful, but it's.
He might catch Kilgannon, maybe is a possibility there, because there's very little votes between them. But other than that, I can't see him either than catching Gino. Gino has moved up again, like he's 15.
Yeah, but you have to look at where that transfer came from.
The big left.
But I still think you're right. I think the gap is just too wide, but I do think it will be narrowed as the day goes on.
Yeah, that's what I'm
and how much it'll be narrowed, we have to wait and see, but I definitely think it'll be narrowed. But looking at just at the raw figures and where the votes are coming from, I'm not sure. I think it's just that little bit too wide. But don't know. What do you think, Mark?
What are they doing now?
I think it's too wide.
Yeah. Sorry, Jerry, just to let you know, it's the third count in Sligo Strandhill.
Yeah, is it Tommy Sherry's surplus?
Yeah, McSherry's surplus, and they're checking the invalid votes in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and then the hope is they'll have depending on which is the quickest, either a first count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, or a fourth count in Sligo Strandhill. We won't have anyone elected on the third counting.
And how much of a surplus has McSherry at this stage?
About 200, I think.
200, yeah.
186.
Where do they go, Mayor?
Seamus will get some. Gino will get some. Yeah.
They'll come back to 3 with it. It's over the quota. If they reach the quota, they'll come back on the third count, but they're not proportionate to go down through it.
Depends, how many of them.
Yeah.
What was that?
Sorry, were you making a point there, Marion? Sorry.
No.
Was it?
I was asking those who know a little bit more about the precise details as to where that votes might go.
I mean, Seamus Kilgannon will get some, and I expect Gino. Gino to get some there.
Okay.
Well, if that's the case, really, that gap then is not narrowing. So it's just, as they say, it's better
to make up that side of difference, you're looking for near flawless transfers. That just doesn't happen.
No, it never happens. Actually.
And Jerry, you'd agree with the panel's assessment now that maybe in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, Liam Brennan is more than likely to get a seat for Fianna Fáil, and the last seat is a contest between Barry Gallagher and Martin Connolly. Is that how?
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell how those votes are going to be. It's a lot of votes to be moved from that, so it's still it's definitely going to be 3-2 one way or the other, but it's just too tight to say. Like each count will throw more light on it.
Yeah.
Last night, I don't know, you were gone, Jerry, at the time, but I was saying that in 2019, when Feeney went out, he elected Mullaney. It's a long way from Dromore West to Highwood. So definitely Fine Gael will be hoping that the Cleary vote comes over very, very strong. But there's a lot of votes in the general Tubbercurry area, in my opinion. Gallagher is new, he's young, he was an independent candidate the last time, and it's about what share each of Connolly and he get from that, and is it enough to keep Connolly ahead or not? But I can see that certainly Fine Gael would have an element of justified hope, if not confidence, that transfer will make the difference when the time comes.
Right, okay, let's take a quick break. Back in a moment with more analysis from the Sligo local election counts. Okay, welcome back. Our ongoing coverage of the Sligo County Council local election counts. Lots and lots of people tune in already. This very early stage of Sunday morning. We are awaiting the third count in the Sligo Strandhill electorate area and the first count in Ballymote Tubbercurry. Now, I'm reliably informed for those who are watching and listening and maybe waiting to come to the count that it could be midday before we have a Ballymote Tubbercurry count. Midday or so, so a couple of hours off yet. So they're going to concentrate before that on the Sligo Strandhill count. Mary, we mentioned Leitrim and you said you'd sort of give us more of an insight into it.
I just had a quick look at the Manor Hamilton electoral area.
Yeah.
I'll look at some of the others in just a few moments, just to go through the transfers and where the votes went at the end of the day. And, you know, we were discussing here yesterday that final seat between Eddie Mitchell, who's independent, and
Yeah.
Kevin Comiskey, Fine Gael. And it's important again to remind listeners that there were 2 outgoing Fine Gael councillors, but both of them retired. So that obviously left, as they say, a gap in the market. And there were 2 new candidates, which is never easy. But looking at how the votes went, I even looked here now at Katrina Bergen. She's the second, if you like, Fine Gael candidate, in the sense that she came second in the polls. And just even the transfer of her votes, her running mate was Kevin Comiskey, and he got 79, but Phelim Gurran got 71. But literally, they're beside one another in Manor Hamilton. Phelim is an independent, and then you had Eddie Mitchell, an independent, but from a Fine Gael gene pool, getting 66. So what this transfer is telling us, and I don't know if it's replicated elsewhere, but looking through the Leitrim figures, is there is no guarantee of where transfers are going. They're obviously geographic, they're party, they're issue related. There may be an element of gender in it if it's appropriate, etc. So it's really hard.
Is it increasingly hard? Is it increasingly difficult to predict?
Oh, it's increasingly difficult. And I think that's why we're saying here today, while some of the final seats may seem clear-cut, it's not at all certain or sure. But I think I heard John Ellis yesterday use the phrase a scattergun.
Yeah.
Where transfers are going. And there was a time when you could expect a reliable percentage to go to party or elsewhere, but so many other factors are playing out here, and that at the end of the day meant that Eddie Mitchell, was well ahead, over 230 votes ahead of Kevin Comiskey in the final shakeout. And in the first count, there was 60 and 12, 73 votes between them. But in the final shakeout, there was a lot more.
Yeah.
And remember,
over 200,
Kevin Comiskey had a Fine Gael candidate behind him.
It grew from 52 to 200.
So again, that's...
Yeah, I heard another candidate or an analyst this morning calling them rogue transfers, that we always get rogue transfers.
But they're not rogue. I mean, you can't call them that, because that seems to indicate there's something wrong with them. And you can't do that when people vote that way. And, that's something that whoever that commentator is needs to understand. The idea that you can know beforehand how people are going to transfer, what's in their mind, forget it.
What were we saying there, John? Sorry.
But that inference of rogue transfers, it's a reflection on the voter.
Yeah, they weren't my words, but I was just listening to someone they were talking about how increasingly difficult, as Marion says, how increasingly difficult it is to project and predict transfer patterns and voting patterns, and that is the case, Blaine, isn't it?
Absolutely. Particularly in this election we've just looked at in Manorhampton, as we said, you would have expected the Fine Gael vote to maybe transfer, but at a local election, geography plays a big part. And we have to realise too, we're living in a place where the party machines aren't as strong as they once were, so that transfer isn't as strong as it was in the past. And it seems that I look at Manor Hamilton, I think we're underestimating the Eddie Mitchell Fine Gael connection there somewhat as well, a little bit. Eddie would have been a long member of Fine Gael before becoming independent and active, very, very active on environmental issues. So there would have been that little bit of an element that's in the mix there. But there's no way of knowing where they're going, and that's why I'm very cautious from the outset not to be calling any of these elections. I know some people some of them have nailed their colours to the mast, and it's making for interesting listening.
Well, just an update. Still no sign of the third count in Sligo Strandhill, but interestingly, it's expected now that the time of the first count, this is courtesy of our good friend John Comiskey, who tells us that the expected time of the first count for Ballymote Tubbercurry looks like it's been put back closer to 1 o'clock, because there's a recheck of all votes in Ballymote at Tubbercurry, so that's going to delay matters somewhat. There will be an announcement Very, very short. Yeah, and we're expecting a third count very, very shortly.
And John told us this morning, he was up telling us before we started that Leitrim was the first county to complete its count. So John's information, as always, is proving invaluable, and I think we owe him so much thanks for all his work down the years, and it's great to see him here and to be able to contribute to this. You know, people aren't hearing what he's saying, but his information is coming out of my mouth and all of our mouths, and it's making us sound better than we actually are, but the information is coming from him.
Less than 10 minutes for the third count. That's what we're hearing, so we look forward to that. John, you wanted to say something before
just the point that Brian was saying there, going back a number of years ago, there was a very clear vote management, vote 1-2. But I think that most candidates that go to the doorstep, you know, that it's about securing their own first vote. Very few of them mentioned the second preferred candidate. That doesn't happen. No.
Did you canvass for the twos? Did you ask for the twos for running mates?
John is the last one that ever did.
I'm not saying I did.
I'm not saying I did.
And likewise, when it comes to the European,
in fairness,
and likewise to the European candidates, normally they're on the back of the canvas card, and to be honest, not mentioned at all.
Yeah, well,
did you ever canvass?
I did. I made sure of it, and maybe did too much of it.
You were employed by one of them.
If you're within a member of a political party, are you not mandated to do that?
Yeah. You're
supposed to. Mandate an application or something else.
Right. Mark, do you want to get into this and the predictability or not of transfer patterns? Is it getting more difficult, do you think? Because there are more and more factors involved, as Marion said, a range of factors.
I think you know, with the benefit of hindsight, you can see why certain things happen.
Yeah.
So, like a big transfer, and that wasn't this election, the last general election that people were sort of taken aback from, was the transfer from John Ellis, or from the Ellis vote to Frank Feehan.
Yeah. Shane Ellis,
Shane, sorry, and you know, people were speculating, oh God, how did such a good, significant transfer go from Fianna Fáil to Fine Gael? And when you break it down, it was easy. It was about, it was late in the day. There was a lot of people eliminated, and it was about name recognition. You know, Frankie had been a TD for South Leitrim when the configuration was different. So, I mean, what's the next one we have here now is Tom's. So I'm saying Seamus will get a share,
because
and Gino will get a share.
Yeah.
So I'd say they'll get the two biggest shares, probably. But everyone get a few, you know.
Yeah.
I was just looking at something in South Sligo there, 186.
186.
Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael together got 68% of the vote in South Sligo. And if you included Queenan and Clark on top of that, I don't have that percentage just there. Jerry might have it for us in a minute. It'd be very much more again. But between the votes, the first preference for Fine Gael in that constituency is 5480, and for Fianna Fáil it's 5471. Just 9 votes in the difference. So that's where you can see it'll be very intriguing to see those. What way are those, as people are elected, bits of surpluses, how are they going to break down? As people are eliminated, the order of eliminations and the order of elections can determine who wins, which is the cruel end of politics, because what you're going to have there is you're going to have Gallagher and Connolly with two very, very strong performances, and one of them is going to lose out. And it's not clear just yet.
Yesterday,
I have a view that it'll be Gallagher, but it could just as easily be Connolly.
Yesterday we spoke of proportional representation. Somebody called in about the first past the post. But what you're speaking of, Mark, is the real sharp end of democracy. But it really shows that people's preferences down the line, some of it can be a bit, you know, we'll vote here, we'll vote there. Absolutely. But still, somebody has to put that mark on the paper, and when they do, it can influence. So that's where it actually shows that it's the will of the people, you know, at 3 or 4 levels down.
Absolutely. Well, every vote counts, and as someone sort of in politics, I vote quite, you know, most of the ballot paper a lot of the time. It was difficult to do that in the European this time, though, 27, 28 names. But those of us who have voted in Senate elections are routinely huge ballot papers. I know I would have been on the industrial and commercial panel years ago, so as a matter of routine, there was 9 seats. There would be 40 to 45 candidates. I was a Fianna Fáil candidate at that time, and 20 of those would be Fianna Fáil. Fianna Fáil might have been winning 2 or 3. There your vote is given a value, it's multiplied by 1,000, and people have lost by 0.01% of one single vote.
Every vote is 1,000. 2 and 3 are very important here.
Tens can be important.
We'll get the 11 o'clock break out of the way, and we'll return with details and the live third count in Sligo Strandhill.
Yeah.
10 minutes to the next Sligo Strandhill count. So it was 10 minutes ago, but we're now told it's 10 minutes. We'll bring you that live. And for those listeners who may be wondering about the Leitrim count, why we're not covering it because it was done and dusted, finished in the early hours of this morning. The first county in the country to finish their count was Leitrim, and we've been referring to aspects of it. Interestingly, Marion, I'm also told by our crew who were in Leitrim last night, Gary Pryor of Fianna Fáil was elected eventually in Ballinamore. It was something you were talking about on air, and he claims that it was sixes on Sean Wynn's transfers that got him over the line.
Yes,
yesterday.
I'm looking here at the distribution of Sean Wynn's vote. Let me see. Yes, Sean did well. He was on 576 votes on count 6, and that was less than 100 behind the lowest person who was elected. But when he was eliminated, Gary Pryor got 122 of his votes.
Yeah.
And that's because at that point he was behind Isha Reynolds Flynn. Now she also got elected, but I'm just saying that it shows that those votes down the line, and by God, I know it from my last European, but every candidate knows it, that has to wait and wait and wait, how important those votes are. And I know Gavin Riley gave a good explainer of this, and maybe before the next election, Niall, to get somebody independent, not a party person, I don't mean independent like me, I mean somebody not in politics, to explain to people how, PR is not just about voting for the people you want to see elected. It's also about voting for those that you not really push about whether they're elected or not, but you certainly want to keep other people out. And it's an ingenious system, and it took me a long time to learn the ramifications of it. But like, if there's 10 candidates and there's 2 people you really want to support, okay, that's 1 or 2, but then there's maybe 2 people under no circumstances do you want to see elected. So you might say, well, look, I'm not pushed about 5, 6 and 7, but I'd prefer to see them elected than the other 2. Well, then you vote for 5, 6 and 7, because as Gary Pryor said, those 6s or whatever 5s on Sean Wynn's actually elected him. So it's a very sophisticated system. I don't know who devised it, but obviously...
Well, it was correct. I think, Jerry, I stand corrected. It was first used in a Sligo corporation election. There was a couple of them at one time, 100 years ago or so.
Was it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. I think it was another county as well, another area at the same time.
First.
And see, the parties were very shrewd in relation to using it. What they did in the old days was, it wasn't all this vote down the whole page. The whole direction was you vote 1, 2, 3 for your party and nobody after that.
That was it.
And the idea of that is to not to have your supporters voting for anybody else, because if they vote for them once down the page, they might bring them up later. So they had a fair way of, they had an interesting way to keep their supporters tight. And that's what it was. 1, 2, 3 down the page, and the old Sinn Féin was vote 1, no more. Fine Gael was saying 1, 2, 3.
And do we know who brought it in?
I'm going to tell you here now.
Oh, it's very much changing. The most of the candidates just focus on the number 1, and unless somebody asks them, they're not going to say, oh, vote for the rest of the party. I think the party members just do that themselves, or the party people out there, the supporters, will kind of maybe continue. Or they may jump to the local.
Is there less people voting down the line then, you think?
Well, I suppose the best way to look at it, I wasn't looking at the ballot papers, the tally, because we were here yesterday, but the best way to see it would be in the tally. But I think when the paper was so high, I've heard a number of people saying, I just went in and marked 1 or 2 and came out, because there was too many on the list. They couldn't be bothered. And people felt as well they didn't want to be in there for a long time. People wondering what they're doing behind the screen.
The update on that is, it was first applied in 1919 in the Sligo Borough Council election under the Sligo Corporation Act of 1918, and then the Local Government Act of 1919 extended it for the 1920 local elections and applied it to 1921 Home Rule elections, and then the 1922 Constitution of the Irish Free State mandated it for use and it was put into statute law. It's been there ever since.
And they tried to change it, I think it was in the mid-50s or something.
The
government tried to change it.
Well, Dev recognised that PR was just slightly eating. He was a very clever man, and he saw that the first past the post would, if you look across the water at the UK, Conservatives, Labour, they're the 2 big beasts, and it's really, really difficult for any party to eat into that. So Dev could see that, he knew it, and he wanted to protect his space. But the Irish people said, no, we want to enjoy our elections a little bit more than that, and we want to give preferences. No, but they want to give preferences down the line, feel that they, have influences at different levels.
The other point which people are making is the incumbents, and I think I'm trying to work it out here. At most, 2 councillors, I don't like to talk about anybody losing their seats, but at most 2 councillors will lose their seats in Sligo. Isn't that right? At most. And nobody may lose their seat.
Do you mean in terms of the Fox and
Connolly?
Yeah.
No more than that will lose their seats. And again, as the point you were making yesterday, it is hard. I don't know if it's more an advantage for sitting councillors, but it's getting...
To try and shift an incumbent is very, very, very difficult. Yeah. And there's always usually a change when there's obviously a vacancy. But as Mark said yesterday, they've had maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years, of hard work.
Yeah.
You might get a passport, or you might get a road done for somebody, and
that
they'll remember that for 20 years.
All makes a difference.
Absolutely, you remember for 20
years.
years.
And then the curtailing of expenditure on election is always in favour of the encumbrance as well.
Yeah.
Because if you have posters from the last election, you can reuse them. And where the new person can't buy as many posters.
It's always interesting to see the people who are against posters after being elected. They don't want the next person coming.
And it's difficult for the new person. They have to get posters up there.
On postering, I think it was interesting yesterday, I was reading about the Electoral Commission. There is a proposal that they're going to look at postering and okay, they may not ban it outright, but they may reduce the numbers. Or they may limit it to certain places. So you might only be able to have, say, 50 election posters, and they can only be in certain geographical areas. Now, good luck to them trying to police that. I don't know how to do it, but it's something that they're actively looking at, and I'd worry about that, to be honest.
Okay, some early morning comments coming in. Fantastic coverage again and analysis by the panel, and they're spot on with the tallies. It far surpasses the RT coverage. I say well done to all. I think Sligo need to organise these tallies countrywide. That's something we talked about a few moments ago off here. Blaine Gaffney is dead right. A town like Ballymote having no councillor living in the town is extremely disappointing. Ballymote has had a long history of really good public representatives. I'm really disappointed for Keith Henry. He's worked incredibly hard over the past 5 years. Bernie says, thoroughly enjoying your election coverage. Such respect shown to each member interviewed. So wonderful to watch. So different from the cutthroat approach taken by Prime Time and the Upfront show. No verbal knife throwing. Keep up the wonderful work. My father, Louis Clark, would have loved to be watching you. He was our personal political analyst. Well, it's not a day, or it's not days for cutthroat interviews, I think, and that's something that more than one person has remarked on your approach yesterday. The respect that you all show to all the candidates, no matter successful or not.
It's important, I think. Bit of civility. We can promote the walks of life, all different
everybody
opinions.
here has lost an election too.
Yeah. Everyone. Yeah. So we know what it feels like, and we know the disappointment and the horribleness of it, and as we said, the social media and everything that amplifies it and makes it harder. And we know that people have to walk out of here and go home back to their lives and say, how am I going to go on from here? What am I going to do? And that's the reality of it. But look, can I say something about the figures? As I said to my sister, I was chatting to her this morning, I said, they make us sound intelligent. They make us sound as if we know what's going on, but in fact the information is fed to us, and of course we have certain perspectives on it, but we're blessed. We couldn't do any of this without the work of all the people in the background. So we're lucky to be here, and that people are interested in listening to it, and it makes them feel a part of the process.
Okay, for those who maybe didn't stay with our coverage last night, of course we had Fergal Nealon elected to Sligo County Council, first time candidate. He's a new councillor as well, and Nessa Cosgrove will be elected later on today. Sometimes she's going to be a new councillor. And again, I'm talking about how difficult it is for challenges, and easier perhaps for the incumbents. It's always good to have younger and newer blood in the council as well, isn't it, Mark McCharry?
Absolutely. Of course it's great. Again, back to the very first comments yesterday morning, you'd love if there was something there for all 39 candidates. There's not. But it is important that a fresh input is always going to be beneficial, and if things pan out as they certainly have looked and as we've been predicting, then you're going to have a percentage of new faces and new perspectives coming in, and that can only be positive. And it can keep any lull in the more experienced or longer serving ones on their toes as well.
Incidentally, if you have any questions or comments or observations to make, you can do so as you have been doing in your droves over the past day or so on 083, text or WhatsApp to 083 3500 530, or indeed phone us now on 071 911 8104. And again, just to keep updating people, we're waiting the third count in Sligo's Strandhill, which is the distribution of Tom McSharry's surplus. So it will be a busy day ahead, Glen Gaffney, as we know, and it's going to be an interesting day for Fine Gael.
Yeah, obviously it's a mixed situation here in Sligo, Sligo and Leitrim, because we're looking like we're going to potentially lose. We've already lost, 2-3 seats in Leitrim. We're potentially going to lose the same in Sligo. But nationally, it's quite the opposite. It's quite the opposite. It's quite an encouraging trend that's developing. The Simon Harris bounce is real. The new energy vibe is real. The opinion poll leaders coming into this election, Sinn Féin, have not gone on any further than where they were in 2019. And I've been saying it here, and maybe some of we might discuss it maybe at a later stage. I like to try and look at the national element of it as well. But I think this result, if it bears out, the centre has held somewhat. And there will be big questions and big pressure coming on the leadership of Fine Gael now to consider calling a general election.
Yeah, well, if you were an advisor, as you were to a junior minister not so long ago, would your advice be to go or advise his party to push for an election?
Advice and counsel is only that. It doesn't necessarily have to be acted upon, and in many instances working with Frank it wasn't. But I would definitely, as a Fine Gael member, I would be adamant that this is a good day out on the back of two very, very poor referendums where it's felt that the party leadership didn't listen to the mood of the people. This is a good bounce. We've got a budget coming up, potentially going to be a number of by-elections. Why wait for more bad news? I would be saying, internally at least, putting the pressure on. I think time is right now for a general election.
I don't suppose Micheál Martin will ever listen to much of what you would advise Mark McCharry, but if you were Micheál Martin or any...
You can't rule it out. The one thing that would be true is it'd be the first time he did. My personal view is Micheál is appointed himself EU Commissioner.
You put a lot of money on that.
I didn't put any money on it. I wouldn't put any money on any political thing. But if you ask for my gut feeling, I mean, first of all, as a party leader, taking a foreign affairs portfolio was the ultimate Harvey Smith to your own party. Eamon Gilmore did it in Labour, and it didn't end well for them at that time. And I thought that, in choosing portfolios, Fianna Fáil at the time in the first half of the coalition didn't choose any of the real economic portfolios, and then when he had the opportunity to choose the ministry of his choice, he chose foreign affairs, which and the joke around Leinster House would be who's chairing the Fianna Fáil parliamentary party this evening, because or is Micheál on one of his rare trips to Ireland. Now obviously I have my own perspective on all of those things, but for the time that he has spent and dedicated to foreign affairs, when you consider the historic level of a housing crisis, health crisis and other things here, would certainly be suggestive of somebody who's much more focused on their international and future career than on our own domestic challenges.
Well, maybe he was trying to get away from the parliamentary party meeting.
I have no doubt that he was.
Yeah, I wonder
I
why.
have no doubt that he was.
Yeah. Okay, John Perry. On that.
I would actually disagree now, because I think that
you won't disagree.
I would disagree with Mark
on
that, but I think that he has a very strong chance to be the next Taoiseach compared to if the outgoing government are returned. And number one, I suppose, even on his portfolio as foreign affairs, I think he's done a sterling job on the Gazush as well. He's been very much out on the the whole the Israel issue, very forthright in it. And I suppose he was a key player in moving Ireland to officially recognise Palestine, which is a very and people that resonates with an awful lot of people, because if you look at the people on the doorsteps, a lot of them are very unhappy, with what's going on. And I think that's honestly and if you have a chance of being Taoiseach, and he's very much a Corkonian, he loves Cork where he is. You look in Germany, and for him to uproot and go to move out to move permanently to Brussels, I don't see it happening now. Maybe he was so much younger he might do it, but he certainly is a statesman. He'd like to think he will be a Taoiseach once again, and I would say I would be amazed that he would lose the opportunity to be a Taoiseach.
I'd be shocked.
That's my honest opinion.
I can't speak for Fianna Fáil, let me assure you, but as an observer,
only one person's allowed to speak for Fianna Fáil.
As an observer, I'd be shocked if
you're all right.
If Micheál Martin.
He's down in Cork.
were to take on the commissionership, because we all know we're in an election cycle, and while Fine Gael did change leader, they literally did it just in time. There isn't time to change leaders from now on, because it would be just, it would not go down well.
And he has a strong track record of putting the party first, hasn't he?
Mark, I'm going to leave that between you and him. I'm just talking as somebody.
I hope he's not listening this morning.
Well, sure, look, but I hope, you know.
Nothing he doesn't know already.
A lot of loyal Fianna Fáil members listening this morning now.
It's going nationwide as well there.
Sorry.
It would be, I couldn't see that happening, to be honest with you, because the message it would send to me would be quite negative, and I've no idea what's in Micheál Martin's mind, but I would be really surprised if he did that. But Mark has the inside track. Mark knows what's happening there in a way that I'll never know, but even I'd be shocked by it.
Okay, a couple more comments coming in, interesting comments. This person says, in relation to Leitrim and our discussion on what happened in Leitrim, the story of the election in Manorhamilton has to be the success of James Gilmartin and Eddie Mitchell, two independent Green candidates, this person claims. They'll definitely raise the standard of debate in the chamber. I wonder, was that a factor in their election or not?
Oh, I think so. I mean, given what both of them have been involved in, you know, Save Leitrim, Treasure Leitrim, we're talking about
Leitrim.
Love Leitrim. We're talking about forestation, Sitka spruce. We're talking about mining,
fracking.
We're talking about fracking, and James also is, you know, an organic farmer, and he very much values that aspect of what he does. But I think both of them are feet on the ground people and understand that green politics, in inverted commas, has to relate to ordinary people and what they do. And I think it is part of who they are, but it is not all of who they are. And I think that's probably would indicate a lot of their success. That I think we have a count.
Firstly, I'll be adjudicating on the doubtful ballot papers for the Ballymote Tubbercurry area in 10 minutes' time in the Hazelwood Suite, if candidates' agents that wish to attend want to make their way there for 10 minutes' time. The following is the result of the third count, which consisted of the distribution of Tom McSharry's 186 votes. Total of votes distributed 186. Cosgrove Nessa Labour plus 30, giving a total of 932,932. Connolly Pauline Sinn Féin plus 4, giving a total of 350,350. Phelan Finbar non-party plus 26, giving a total of 471,471. Gibbons Arthur Sinn Féin plus 14, giving a total of 804,804. Gogan Johnny Green Party plus 5, giving a total of 232,232. Kelly Michael, the Irish People, plus 5, giving a total of 194,194. Kilgannon Seamus Fianna Fáil, plus 57, giving a total of 536. Lawler Jim, non-party, plus 5, giving a total of 141,141. McConville Diarmid, non-party, 0. Monaghan Graham N2 plus 7, giving a total of 200. O'Boyle Gino, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 33, giving a total of 848. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There is an undistributed surplus of 9 votes for Fergal Nealon. The distribution of this surplus could not materially affect the progress of the overall count, because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate, save expenses of the lowest continuing candidate, or save the lowest candidate from exclusion. So we will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes: Diarmid McConville and Jim Lawler. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. That was the third count in Sligo Strandhill. I think you were bang on there, Mark. Most of the votes went to Gino Boyle and to Seamus Kilgannon. And Nessa Cosgrove got 30 votes as well. Okay, no surprises there. So, Mark, you think?
Finbar got 26
as
well. Sorry, I'll let Mark answer.
Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, look, votes everywhere. You know, pattern. I can't see it. Maybe other people can, but not quite everywhere. But more to Fianna Fáil, but not substantially more. was it 186 votes distributed?
186, yeah.
And if you look there, Seamus Kilgallen got 57 of them. That
Yeah.
is just less than 1/3.
So it's Seamus has gained 20 on Gino, is that?
Yeah, so Gino's now at Gino is at
848.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Seamus is at
536.
536, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, Gino got 33 and Seamus got
57.
And I mean, again, it's coming back to what we were saying about Leitrim. You know, you would expect a Fianna Fáil surplus like that
Yeah.
to transfer better than less than 1/3
Yeah.
to the only continuing Fianna Fáil candidate, I
Seamus
think.
Kilgannon, yeah.
So it didn't. And that again is a pattern that I see happening.
The town is an
Yeah.
urban area is definitely more scattered and more
Yeah.
definitely in that
more
sense.
scattered,
I
yeah.
definitely seen a lot of my votes from 2019 probably going back
Which
to
is
Declan
exactly
Murray and
the
Tom
point we
Cherry.
were making in the past hour about patterns. Mark, more or less along predicted lines.
Yeah, no, I think it's some will be more predictable than others. In your first-time candidate who has significant numbers as we get on further, may split. There is some suggestion. I don't know whether John mentioned this, but people keeping an eye on the vote of Cleary and where it might go.
Yeah.
It would appear early suggestions are that they wouldn't seem to be sufficient enough to be enough for Connolly. But again, a lot of votes to be distributed out in that Tubbercurry area, so we'll have to wait and see. If it emerges that Henry goes out, he's central to be of assistance to both. We think maybe Taylor be elected by then. So if and when if it emerges that Keith Henry will go out, he's in position geographically to be of some assistance to both Brennan and Gallagher. And if the Cleary vote isn't coming across the mountain and transfers sufficiently, then that's where the seat goes.
All right, okay. Jerry, can you just take people through the next process? The forecast, the elimination of Jim McConville, Jim Lawler. We were talking to Jim Lawler yesterday. So how quickly do you think will some of the next counts move along?
That's going to be very quick because there's only two small numbers there, the 34 and the 141. So you expect that to be done within kind of less than an hour.
170 votes,
Yeah, because it's only counting the number twos. Yes, plus going through the threes and fours of the surplus, of the additional ones they got from the surplus.
Yeah. And this is where some confusion kicks in for people. What exactly are they counting in relation to?
They're counting on the original votes. They're counting, like in Jim Lawler's 127 votes, they'll be looking at his number twos. And then Jeremy McConville, they'll be looking at his number twos as well on the 32 votes.
Yeah.
But then for the votes that he got then from Declan Bray, he got 9 votes. They'll be looking at those number threes.
Yeah.
And in relation to the ones he got from Tom McSherry, they'll be looking at Tom McSherry's, it could be threes and fours.
Yeah. And that all counts.
They'll be looking for Tom's twos, only. That he got
and that all comes into play here. So a quick count then next, and possibly after that.
It should be a quick count then, and the next one after that. Should move along fairly quickly.
Okay. And I know we had a discussion earlier this morning about the possibility of Finbar Filan making up that ground, which is a significant amount of ground, but I don't think you're going to deviate from what you said 24 hours ago, that the 6 seats will go to Bree and Cosgrove, Gibbons, McSharry, Neelan and O'Boyle.
Yeah, he'll make up ground. And it just seems to be the first time that an awful lot of the votes that are out there remain and aren't coming from a left wing. Usually, that would usually push up the left leaning candidate. But I'd say himself and Seamus would be key recipients of a lot of that. What's remaining. But I think that the gap is just too wide.
Right. Okay. We'll take a quick break after getting that third count, and we'll continue our coverage here in a couple of moments. Sligo Park Hotel, the ongoing coverage of the Sligo County Council local election counts in conjunction with Sligo County Council. And I mentioned about the delay in the first count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. We're told that the adjudication of doubtful votes in Ballymote, Tubbercurry is going to take about an hour or so. So it's looking, as I said earlier, more like 12:30 towards 1 o'clock before we have a first count from Ballymote, Tubbercurry. And as we know from the tallies yesterday, Blame won't be anybody elected on the first count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, but Paul Taylor.
Yeah, he'll just be about 100 short there. That's going to be the mammoth count for the day. There's a lot of discussion ongoing now around spoiled ballots and adjudicating ballots. There's also tally people watching the twos and where they're going. I know Mark mentioned there about some trends that are coming in, but again, all these come with a massive health warning. We're talking about small figures of votes and people who are going to be elected on 4, 5s and 6s, and people are watching twos. So it's going to be a long one there. Before then we even talk about Sligo Drumcliff, which is obviously another nail biter, which could well be late into tonight and further afield.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll briefly mention Sligo Drumcliff again, Jerry, for those who are not up to date. What we're saying in Sligo Drumcliff is that Tom Fox will be battling it out with Donald Gilroy, perhaps for that last seat, isn't that?
Yeah, that's the way it's looking.
Yeah.
And I was just looking there now before. I was just doing the calculations there on Sligo Drumcliff.
Okay.
And in the last election, Fianna Fáil, and I just get the figures here now. The last election, the total count actually was very similar. It was 8,517 votes, and there was 8,300. So I just round them to the nearest, right? So it was 8,300 as opposed to 8,500. And Fianna Fáil the last time had just 2,100 votes. This time it's 2,600 votes. So they're fairly well up there. Fine Gael are up as well. Is that no, sorry, that's the wrong.
No, yeah,
I was looking at the difference.
Fine Gael had 3,098 votes in Sligo Drumcliff the last time, with three candidates. I think we'll be a little bit short of that.
3,100.
Yeah.
And this time 2,900. So it's down only about 200.
Yeah.
And Sinn Féin then had was 1,400 votes the last time. And this time it's 1,400. Now it's 1,370 as opposed to 1,440 this time. So they're slightly up, but they're thereabouts. And the others then was 2,100 the last time, and it's 2,400 this time. So the percentages then was Fianna Fáil 27%, Fine Gael 31%, Sinn Féin 16%, and others 26%. And with the general election. General election in Fianna Fáil was 2,430 the last time, 28 to be exact, and it's 2,470, 30 votes in the difference.
Yeah.
And Fine Gael are very much up. Is that the figures you were getting there, Blaine? Fine Gael at 2,100 in the general election and 2,900 in the local. And Sinn Féin had 1,900 in the general, and they have 1,400 in the local.
In 2020, Jerry, is it?
In 2020 election, yeah.
I haven't them broken down into. Oh, sorry, I do.
And again, there was 9,800 voted in the general election and 9,226 voted in the locals.
There's a lot of numbers for me there now. Try and follow.
All right, okay. We can't tell listeners, we can't at all indicate when the Sligo Drumcliff.
Oh, sorry there, Blaine. I clicked on the wrong thing. That's Sligo Strandhill.
Yeah, okay.
And it's not Sligo. I'm comparing apples and oranges. That was Sligo Strandhill this time to, and it's amazing, they're fairly close to Drumcliff. I just clicked on the computer there when I was doing it.
Some more messages coming through, some on the Ballymote, lack of Ballymote councillor situation. I don't think it's fair that other great working councillors to say that they're not representing a town just because you don't lie down and sleep in a town doesn't mean you're not represented it. There's no councillor living in Tubbercurry and all as well. Someone else says, I agree with the panel about Keith Henry, as he's from Ballymote. However, Martin Connolly and Barry Gallagher are not from Tubbercurry, but from the South Sligo area. It's the same as Milani, Brennan and Taylor. They're from East Sligo, meaning Tubbercurry Town and Ballymote will not have a local resident councillor.
Yeah, no, just
sorry, correction on that now.
Sorry.
The figures were right. I just had them all on the one tab.
And I think that was maybe a message just back to the statement that I said earlier on.
Yep.
And by just maybe I have to clarify it again. I'm not in any way being critical of the fact of the work that councillors do for their area. Obviously, clearly, the councillors that were there, their vote has gone up and people are happy with the representation they have. Clearly, they've expressed that in the ballot box. I'm not saying that in any way, shape or form. I'm just saying that a town that had 2 TDs at one stage, now today does not have a councillor from its geographical area. I just think that, and maybe I'm a little bit biased around the basis that I'm a young person and I see Keith Henry miss out, but I just think that's just a difficulty with that electoral area. With that, I know Martin Baker mentioned it here yesterday, the size of that local electoral area and how people are elected in that area. But I think Ballymote should have somebody who lives there, and I've no doubt it'll continue to be represented as highly as it has been over the last 5-10 years by the sitting councillors, and even more so. But I just do think that's a missed opportunity.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't
Jerry.
know why we were talking the PR system earlier on. And again, this is a bit more rules. The idea was to have bigger areas so that and more seats, so the smaller parties could get elected. But that's a very unwieldy area.
Yeah.
I'm amazed. That was once 3 different areas.
Yeah, but then in 2014, Phil Hogan reduced the number of councillors per local authority. So there was about 1,000 councillors across the country gone. So when they did that, they broke them up, and the only way they could have a fair number was if they had larger areas. Now it doesn't work for that area at all. It's like a Dáil constituency. The only hope would be that with Sligo's population increasing, that you could see more councillors coming and maybe that breakdown maybe could go back to a West Sligo, South Sligo type of divide, and you might have more councillors there then to be elected. But I wouldn't like to be running it anyway.
No, and it's very difficult. Even the North Sligo one as well. Like they're out in Ballintor, Ballygawley, and yet you're also voting down to Bunduff Bridge and Bundoran.
You're voting in Kevinsfort Heath as far down as the Bundoran border in certain instances. Sorry, down to Tullen.
Down to Tullen, yeah.
Yeah. So look, they're not all ideal, but definitely I would think more representation, more councillors. I totally disagreed with the abolition of the borough councils. Getting rid of the amount of councillors and taking the work from them.
Yeah, but I suppose somebody's doing these areas. They're only doing it on a desktop, and they're taking in all the numbers only and the population.
Yeah.
But they should be taking in the area as well. Like it's not a natural spread would be North Sligo, right? Excluding maybe Belsedere.
Yeah, but if the boundaries are set that they only have a certain number of councillors and they have to make that area work, it's quite tight with the number of councillors to have. My thinking on it is that if population increase comes, and say for example I'm looking at Sligo Strandhill the next time, I'd very much like if Sligo Strandhill goes to a 7-seater, because maybe there might be a chance for a second Fine Gael candidate then, and with 300 new houses coming to Sligo town, increasing population, you might say, okay, look, well maybe Sligo Strandhill becomes a 7-seater because there's going to be increased population. So I think the whole thing has to be looked at.
Well, I wouldn't worry about that. So Sligo Strandhill is a kind of an area that works together because it's not that big and it's like, but when you have an area like from Inniscrone right up to South Sligo, like up to Giva, and then back over to Giva. Like that area is just too big, and they have 7 councillors, so they could reduce that down and split it.
They could, they could, that's for sure.
It's like the European elections. If you take in the European elections, anyone in Dublin, they have 4 EU seats there, and then they put 15 counties.
As Mary knows, she's not here to say it, but when I was working with Mairead McGuinness, there was 15 counties we'd have to cover. So you look at that all as one constituency, 15 counties, 15 different groups of people. Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, but you wonder what's the decision making behind that? Like when you think they could have left it, Ulster was big enough the way it was, and then they reduced the seats accordingly, rather than increase the area to make it more wieldy. Because there's no restriction on the number of areas they could have in the Europe.
No.
We'll take a quick break. We've lots more to come. We're still awaiting the fourth count in Sligo Strandhill, and we expect the first Ballymote Tubbercurry count to be coming our way in less than an hour. Back in a moment. Right, okay, and of course you can follow the counts live as they happen on our website, oceanfm.ie. Just click on the local election section and all the details are there. And in Sligo we're up to count 3. I just gone past count 3 in Sligo, Strandhill. And very, very detailed information in relation to share of the vote and party breakdown. Everything you need to know is on our website, oceanfm.ie. I just want to refer to some more of the questions which are coming in. Interesting discussion on the PR system. It might help if candidates went into schools with a ballot paper to give a short demonstration. I had a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old very interested in the entire process as the voting in the area was in their school. That's an interesting point.
It is, and can I just say, obviously somebody in primary or secondary school won't be interested in Marion Harkin or Mac McSharry or Blaine Gaffney, but if maybe you could organise it within their own class or within the school, that they are voting for people they know, that they see how it works. But, it is a complicated system, and you don't want to blind people with too much information because everybody understands the 1, 2, 3 bit, and that's really the most important aspect of it. But there is the other aspect as well, and I do think that maybe some of those who write textbooks or who understand perhaps best how to communicate that information could look at it and look at ways, but of making it interesting to students. I'm not sure that the politicians might be the best people, but maybe those who have more expertise in how to explain it and make it interesting and relevant, that it means something and that it matters. It's not just the way you do stuff, it's just that it matters how you do it.
Austin will remember there was a school in County Sligo which had a PR election before the last general election, which is very interesting. I think some of the students themselves were the candidates, just to show them how the PR system worked, which I thought was a very, very good idea.
It's part of CSP. I think there's an element of sometimes teachers do the mock elections in the class. I know a journalist there yesterday, just before the election, he explained proportional representation, single transferable vote with Smarties. So that was Gavin Riley.
Gavin Riley, yeah, saw that. It was a smart thing to do with Smarties, it was. I think the PR system is excellent, says this person. It gives all the candidates a better chance to get elected. Long ago, you'd hear one saying, vote 1, 2, 3 and forget about the rest. I didn't find the European sheet difficult at all. It's great that we have facial recognition along with the name. For good PR, it's important to go down the sheet and vote for as many as possible. And then they go on about Ballymote, and again, it's sad that an excellent candidate is missing out on getting elected. Yeah, the facial recognition has helped, hasn't it, on the ballot paper, I think. Yeah, it's a good...
Definitely it has,
yeah. Okay. Right, 07,
I think
sorry.
Declan Bree was saying last night here that there was a time when there was it 27 candidates on...
31.
Oh, was it? 31.
Yeah, in 1974.
And no facial recognition.
Yeah.
And I mean, everybody's talking about the European list now of 29, and yet it just showed... It was either a council or a borough.
No, it was the Borough Council in 1974. 31 names.
Yeah, 1974.
Yeah.
And, we look at it now and we say, we need to do something. This is terrible. How can we change it? And yet it takes the likes of Declan to tell us that, 50 years ago it happened and we coped. So if it works, leave it.
Right, okay, keep your texts and comments coming 083 3500 530, or you can WhatsApp to the same number. Ring us now 071 911 8104. And then there's lots of people asking about general elections and the possibility of a general election. Yeah, okay. And talking about the importance of transfers, Ocean was the radio station that carried out one of the most detailed studies of it all years ago. A 2-part documentary on the PR system and Sligo's key role in popularising it. I remember that. Ashton Hurley was responsible for that. Great to see Ballymote will be well represented again on the council by Paul Taylor and Dara Mulvey, and other people commenting on the Seamus Kilgannon transfer from Tom McSharry. Surprised that he didn't get a bigger transfer from Tom McSharry, as Marion was saying, about a third of the votes.
Yeah.
Jerry, would you be surprised at that or not?
Kind of, I know, but Tom McSharry, I suppose, took the vote all over the town, and all over Strandhill, so it's more geographically spread. But you would think, what percentage did he get in the
just
end?
Less than a third.
Yeah.
A third isn't too bad. It's very seldom you see it up on 50%. Now I know it is the number twos, but Tom would have been picking up votes from everywhere, and you can see where it's go back to Gino O'Boyle and all that. So
57 out of 186.
Yeah.
Just around the 30%. It's low enough, though.
It is. I
don't think it is.
Do you not?
Maybe people will be saying I'm biased now saying this, but then everybody is still in the field.
Yeah. It's easier to scatter.
And Sligo town would always have been a difficult place for any government sort of related candidates to get it. They tend to focus on the left. So, I said before, Seamus would get the highest, and he did. But I said Gino would be there, and so was Nessa, very close to that, and Arthur as well. Even years ago, the direct transfer with everybody still in the field would be difficult. If it was later in the day, I'd say Seamus would have done better again. And if it was the other way around, I'd say something similar. It's like if you're getting a third so early in the day of a transfer, that's a lot.
Yeah, but it's a party transfer, though. It just...
Yeah, but it's not. If you look at Seamus Kilgannon's vote, and early yesterday when we said in the absence of Rosalie, and Rosalie was at around 1,000 or whatever it was in the last election, half of that vote at least is a Rosalie O'Grady vote that Rosalie O'Grady has built up over many, many years. And in local elections, every one of us here can say, well, so-and-so voted for me but they vote for so and so else in local elections, or they vote for me in the locals, or so and so else in a general election. So so I'm not particularly surprised.
Yeah, what it means, like in actual votes, there is that out of Tom's 1,374, 400 people, 412 actually voted number 2 for Seamus Kilgallen. It just seems low, but it still was 400 people voted for number 2, because it only transfers into a percentage, so a lot of the votes are lost. Now, had they voted the 400 directly instead of the number 2 for him, instead of the number 1, it would be a different ball game, and Tom probably didn't need them, and it would have. It throws out different results, but you never know that when people are going out. They're going out canvassing. They don't know how vulnerable they are. They don't know where the count is going to end up. So it's very hard to vote manage. One time they vote managed very well.
It comes down to there isn't vote management because it's so difficult to do it.
Yeah, see, vote management was okay when everybody knew, parties knew what they were going to get, and everybody voted the standard way. But now that people are voting all over the place, it's very hard to vote manage.
Would you think it might be a bit easier in general elections because people are thinking in terms of government, whereas counts? No,
even
not in constituencies like this. In Dunleary and Dublin South, maybe. But the highest votes Ray McSharry ever got in the town was, in a general election, was 2,500 votes. At least half of that was. He's our local fella from St Patrick's Terrace. I bet you number 2 was going to Labour at the time, which was very strong in Sligo town, and 3 or whatever. First time Ray McSharry canvassed the hill, he was looking for number 3s against Labour. So this is, historically a left town.
It is.
And I was just going to come to that, and that's borne out by what's going to happen here in Sligo Strandhill, because we have 4 left candidates, councillors, to be elected. Again, it shows how Sligo town has voted politically. Has that always been? I mean, there's going to be 4 left-wing candidates
It's up
in Sligo Strandhill.
It is, and it's work rate. Left-wing councillors, it's always been the same. So if you add the two totals in votes there, whatever Tom's first preference was, and Seamus there, it's just under 2,000 votes. Then there's a couple there. You could say Graham Monaghan at a share of Fianna Fáil, Jim Finbar, Filan. Call it. Like only half of them are core Fianna Fáil votes, in my opinion. The rest will be people who it's a personal vote for Seamus. It's a personal vote for Tom because they know him, or they're their neighbour, or they've done a turn, or they can follow up, or they think that they will be accessible, or there's a whole series of reasons like that. I mean, swing states, as they say in America, like the really only swing states in Ireland are the Dublin Souths and Dunleary Rathdowns and places like that in a sort of a Dáil context, where people will go out and say, look, I'm definitely voting for Labour this time, or I'm definitely voting for I don't really think that manifests itself in any major way here. I think less than 20% of the voting public are actually political, that actually label themselves now as either Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael or anything else.
So do you not think there is that, like, that more, it's more difficult, let's say, for say Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil in Sligo town, for example?
Definitely.
Yeah, it is. It's
definitely. There's no doubt about it.
Right, okay, it's coming up to 12 o'clock. We'll take a quick break. You won't miss anything. We're waiting on the 4th count in Sligo Strandhill, and we'll bring you that as soon as it comes our way next. Okay, welcome back. Sligo Park Hotel, ongoing coverage of the Sligo County Council local election counts in conjunction with Sligo County Council, and we thank them for their support in bringing this marathon broadcast to you. Nigel Gallagher is our next guest of the People Before Profit Party. We were just speaking off air, Nigel, general and local election experience, is that right?
That's right,
It was the general in 2016 and the local in 2019.
Sligo Drumcliff, yeah.
Okay. Well, Gino Boyle is going to be re-elected. That's the first thing to say.
Looks like it. I'm sure when you're objectively looking at it, you can see he's fairly in a good position. But when it's in your own party, you don't want to count your chickens until they've roosted. But he's done extremely well. We're very proud of him. Yeah, it's a great vote.
And has done well since he was co-opted.
Absolutely,
onto the council.
A great voice on the councillor. Housing rights, healthcare. Always working. He's just been a really good campaigner on the council. So it's great to see him back in there. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, and support for your party has been steady in the town. area now over many years.
There's a massive left-wing vote in Sligo.
As we can see.
Yeah. It's a six.
Four of the six.
Four of the six, exactly. Four of the six, kind of broad left, which is, it's obviously a massive left-wing vote in the town. So it's good to see. Even Emma Hendrick out in Ballymote-Tubbercurry, just ran a very minimal campaign.
Yeah, we spoke to Emma last night about her campaign.
So there's a nice base to work from there. It's very positive. Yeah.
And of course, Brian O'Boyle is running in Europe as well.
Yeah, pulled quite well as well in Sligo. It'll be interesting to see that comes back. He's obviously tough for them running a European election, a local election out of that. So we're very proud of both of them for running. It's not an easy thing to do, and they've done two kids as well, done very well. So absolutely.
Okay.
On the tallies, do you know?
I think I haven't seen much. I think in Sligo Strandhill he was polling at about 4%.
Yeah.
Which is very good. Definitely something to build from there. Really,
Yeah, he was 4% in Sligo Strandhill and 4% in Sligo Drumcliff.
Oh wow! Okay.
As well, and 1% in Ballymote-Tubbercurry.
Yeah.
Which is a good performance by Brian O'Boyle.
Yeah, and the budgets that we have as a small party, it's difficult to get your name out, and the kind of levels of the kind of amounts of money that other candidates would have. It's really hard to get your name out there, and especially in such a big constituency like Midlands Northwest. So done very well.
Can you push on from here electorally, do you think, or hope?
I think we'll keep building, and keep doing what we're doing. We're very much, we feel like the Parliament or the Council is important, but also outside of that we're always trying to build campaigns on housing, the cost of living crisis over the years, and we're doing lots of work around the Palestine issue. So we feel that the Council and the Parliament is important, but we also feel like real change can happen as well outside the Parliament, and I think we feel like we wanted to run candidates in this election as well, because we wanted to try and really counter the kind of the far right narrative that it's immigrants that are the problem with.
I want to come to that, if that's okay, because again I'm conscious that our listeners have a lot of questions, and one of the questions I see in this morning, and it's for all the panel, but I'll start with you, if that's okay, Nigel. And they make the point: can we all agree that immigration was not the issue that the media pushed it to be? Unfortunately, it took up lots of time, which could have focused on more important issues.
I couldn't agree more with that. I feel like the far right have been busy fools for the government, in that they really shifted the narrative on what should have been around a terrible housing crisis that they've allowed to blow up and fester, a terrible healthcare system. And this has been, in the last few weeks of the election, we were kind of just constantly with the questions that was coming up on, and particularly on the national media and the media in general, was talking about elections, which was really deflecting about the failures of the current government. So I think the far right have been busy fools for the establishment, even though they kind of portray themselves as anti-establishment. I think that they've been very beneficial for Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil.
Do you?
So I think so, yeah. And this narrative that to look after our own, they help us look after our own. When I brought my kid when he needed to go to the hospital, it was a Filipino doctor and it was an Indian nurse that helped take care of him. When we were out on the doors, I was speaking to an elderly woman, and she had just come back from 5 weeks in hospital, and she was saying the exact same things. How can we be giving out about migrants when it was them and it was immigrants that was taking care of me for the last 5 weeks, and I'm not out of hospital? And she was absolutely bored by the kind of, the nastiness that was coming from the far right. So I felt it was important that people for profit and left-wing candidates stood in this election, even if we weren't confident that we were going to get seats, just to try and counter that narrative and try and put the finger to the people who actually caused the crisis and actually point towards some real solutions that can actually solve these crises. And I think the far right have been really busy fools for the establishment in that sense.
Okay, anybody else want to make a comment on that? Was the media pushing the whole migration issue, Mark Mashari, or not?
Most of
It was funny because when we were doing our election debates, and we brought up the immigration issue, we were basing our questions more or less on what the public were telling us, but during the Ballymote Tubbercurry candidate, we were told by practically all the candidates that it was not an issue on the doorsteps.
I don't think they wanted to speak about it, as my view. No, I agree with the vast majority of what Nigel says, okay? I mean, and I've been very vocal on this issue. Am I against immigration? No, I'm not. The issue was never the immigrants. No. The issue was the government management of it. Yeah. The issue was the government strategy in taking it. And the reality is, we didn't approach it in a strategic fashion. We did discriminate against some immigrants over others in terms of the level of supports that we were offering. And that did promote and exacerbate, whether we like it or not, which was the most critical accommodation houses in the crisis. And we saw that. The other thing I'd be very critical of is the fact that there is no pan-European approach to this, that we're all in this together, yet, in George Orwell fashion, where, clearly Denmark were a lot more equal than us in terms of the approach that they were taking. So I felt that our government did not take a strategic approach consistent with the difficulties we were having ourselves. That's not to say that, and I was in hospital myself lately and been cared for by people, and in my political career have helped many thousands of immigrants who have come here to work and so on. But I just don't like you're hard right or you're hard left. I said it consistently yesterday. I believe in right and wrong. And yeah, we are hugely conscious of our own story, having migrated the whole world and worked abroad, as I did myself. But we have to be strategic and not blind and headlong about how we approach it. That's all.
Okay. Mary, did you want to comment?
Yes, I would say in this election, I think the centre held. Yeah. And I think that's really important. And I met people on doorsteps who were concerned, and I met many who weren't. Sometimes it depends on where you are canvassing. If there's an issue locally, people will speak to you about it. If not, then it doesn't seem to matter to people as much. And I agree, most people recognise the value of immigrants and the huge contribution that they make to our different systems, healthcare, all the different systems. But I would be lying if I didn't say, Niall, that people haven't spoken to me about how do we manage the asylum system, and that's different. And I think sometimes we conflate the two and we say they're the same. They're not, though there is sort of a certain level of intersection. But that's what people spoke to me about. How do we manage what is happening, the accommodation, but most people, I said this yesterday, I think voted in a way that said, we want people who will find solutions, who will manage. And I didn't say solutions to a problem, I just say solutions to what is happening, and who will manage this in a way that is humane, that is decent, but that is also manageable. That it's not an piece of elastic that can't stretch any further, but equally that it's humane and recognising that they are our fellow human beings, but not at the same time saying there's no issue here. Because if we, and I'll finish with this, Blaine, if we go down that road, then what we do is we split people, and people say, well, look, I have this concern or I have this issue, and there is nobody listening to me. And I heard somebody this morning talk about Donald Trump. I was listening to Ocean too before I came in, and somebody was saying, about why he got elected, and about the left and the right. Well, part of the reason Donald Trump got elected was because there was a significant proportion of people in the US that believed nobody was listening to what they're saying. And politicians need to listen. You still need to show leadership. Just because you're listening doesn't mean you're going to act in that way. But when we don't listen respectfully, and I'm talking to respectful conversation, I'm not talking about one thing to one side or the other. But I think if we don't do that, then we do risk, splitting. It hasn't happened, and I'm very grateful to see that.
Okay, a word from you, Blaine, and then we'll finish up with Nigel.
You mentioned there, did it come up on the doors? I did a number of doors in a number of different constituencies, and it didn't come up on the doors. I was practicing and trying to understand the situation so that I could answer some of the concerns, and it didn't come up. I do agree with some of the sentiment that Nigel has said around the fact that this has helped government, because ultimately a lot of people with concerns in that space have ultimately moved away from Sinn Féin more so than the other parties on it, so it has helped to keep their vote down, I would think. But ultimately, on the overall issue, Irish people are inherently, we're not cruel. We're not cruel people, and some of the things that have been happening around the country, outside centres and outside places while people are seeking refuge, has been cruel, has been inhumane, and I'm all for a firmer, fair and faster system, and I mean that as somebody who's putting down parliamentary questions on this with Tony McLaughlin back in 2017, when Sligo was one of the first places with a direct provision centre around the processes involved, how long they were taking. We had people, some of the best people come through that and go on to be wonderful people in this society, but there was also people coming in here that probably needed to be their decisions made faster. 9-10 years waiting on a decision and languishing in direct provision. That has never been a fair system, that has never been a firm system, and all the way through up to this point it has been the lack of speed, the lack of proper adjudication, the lack of due process, which has ultimately led to a situation whereby now where increasing numbers are coming because of war and strife in the world, we haven't the available accommodation to deal with the increased numbers. So ultimately it's an issue that we have to get faster, we have to get better at communicating to communities that there are people going to be here for times, and ultimately, as Nigel said, the vast majority of migrants who have come here have made a positive contribution to the Irish society, and we can't forget that in a space whereby there is disgruntlement around the lack of housing available for Irish citizens, the lack of services available for Irish citizens, but at the same time we need to make decisions faster, firmer, and make them fair for all involved, for the state and indeed for the people who are seeking international protection.
Okay, Nigel, just to finish up with you, we're told that one of the talking points about these European and local elections would be the question of the rise of the right or not, and I know Mark doesn't like labels, but do you think that has been answered in some way by what we're seeing so far? Not over here in Sligo, but... I
think so. I think... Yeah, I don't think they've grown as much as they thought they would have, which is positive. So, yeah, I mean, I think particularly in the context of Europe, and why we were running people in Europe as well, is that we also don't want to create refugees. Do you know, neutrality is very important to Irish people, and there's massive amount of weapons and military support now given to the likes of Israel. So neutrality was a very important thing for us to stand on in the European elections. So yeah, I mean, I think it is positive in general that they haven't done as well as they can do.
Nigel, any word on Breed Smith in Dublin? I've heard nothing.
Breed is in the hunt for a seat.
Is she?
She is. Yeah. It's going to be tight.
I'd
say she'll find it tough, but she is still definitely in the running for the last seat. So Claire Daly, and then Niall Boylan, and Kieran Cuff.
And what about Ian O'Riordan? Ian?
I think, if I remember correctly, I think he's in the race for a seat as well. Yeah.
I have no idea how tight it is. did they have any decent tallies? We could get nothing.
Yeah, no, it was hard. I was finding it hard
Yeah.
to get information.
Only a handful of counties
There
had
was
decent tallies.
There was one tally I seen, but it was only about 400 votes. So you can't really. It's not very scientific.
No.
So,
Okay.
So, but hopefully, fingers crossed. Breach is an excellent representative. She'd make a great MEP. Yeah, she's a very good voice.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks
Thanks
for
very much
coming
for
by.
having me on.
Nigel Gallagher of People Before Profit Solidarity. Lots more questions coming in. We're still waiting on count 4 in Sligo Strandhill. For those waiting on the Ballymote Tubbercurry count, I think we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. There's a lot of rechecking going on, we're told, so no imminent count yet in Ballymote Tubbercurry. Back in a moment. Right, lots of questions to get through. We'll get through as many as we can with our panel. Any idea if the count will finish today? I totally enjoyed it yesterday. I had to put on some chicken wings and wine late last night. Well, I think you could be putting on the chicken wings and drinking the wine later on tonight as well, by all accounts. There's still no sign of any first count from Ballymote at Tubbercurry. We're still awaiting the fourth count in Sligo, Strandhill. Someone else, Adrian Tansey from Gurchin's been on. Niall, it's been said before, I'm going to say it again, the coverage on Ocean FM has yet again been immense. The panel of Blaine, Mark, Marion, Jerry and John and others has been brilliant. I've been listening all day yesterday until I got tired at 11:30 last night. I can only imagine how tired you are at this point. Listening again today, take a bow to you all. Congratulations to all the candidates who were elected, and spare a thought for most of the candidates who didn't get elected as well. And I think that echoes a lot of what the panel have been saying. I want to ask you about spoiled votes, John. You've been looking at some of...
I want to compliment Adrian, and he's a good campaigner indeed, and it's great that he's listening out there, and the whole nation is listening out there in the region, which is good.
Yeah.
But just I observed the spoiled votes and the Hazelwood Suite, and I was quite amazed at them, the huge level of rejected votes.
Is it in Ballymote Tubbercurry? Yeah.
Ballymote Tubbercurry, yeah. The official count will be out on the rejected votes, but honestly, there was 2 2s, 2 1s, Americans on the votes. I mean, but there's any people voting number 1 twice, number 2 twice. I mean,
so accidentally spoiled, not purposely.
Well, accidentally, yes, yeah. And I think that's more accidentally than not, to be honest. Now. I would gather now there was quite a large pile. I think when the figures are out, and the number that was validated was of the proportion was very small, because the returning officer was doing the evaluation on them.
Because there were so many spoiled.
No, but it was assessed in every paper.
Yeah.
And there was the number of votes that was brought in as legal valid votes was minimal compared to the number that was rejected.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know why that would be the case, to be honest.
I was quite surprised myself now, I tell you. I thought it'd be a small, over across the Ballymore Tubbercurry area, that would be a small portion, but it was a huge pile of votes there, and the majority of them were the returning officer team. The views were upheld and they were still rejected, and there's only a small portion brought in.
Okay, and what are your views now on Martin Connolly and his situation?
Well,
going forward here.
Well, from my information there at the moment, I think there's not a huge amount of votes coming from James Conway to him.
Is there not?
No.
I think he was of that hope when we talked to him last night.
And I believe there would be, approximately, I think about 100 votes coming from Ted Cleary.
Or Patrick
Cleary, sorry, from Patrick Cleary. So that when that gap, the 159 gap, that he has to pass meant that it will be a very close call now.
Right, okay. So a bit of a battle underway. Again, this is something.
And may I add Jason Gorman's vote in Tubbercurry.
Tubbercurry-based candidate, of course.
That apparently he's only getting about 20 votes from then, which is over 340 votes. There was 80 votes cast in Tubbercurry itself. And I would say that of the total vote of a transfer of Jason Gorman's vote, I think he's getting a very small portion.
All right, can I remind you all, says this person, that Ballymote, Tubbercurry, West Sligo electoral area is 90 kilometres by 60 kilometres. 7 seats available, so it's just not possible to have a councillor elected in every town and village. And indeed, you're absolutely right, but Ballymote is the second biggest town, is it not, in that area?
Well, I suppose it's, you must remember you cannot have a councillor in every town, every village. If that was the case, you may need to be, regretfully, that's the factor of it. But I think that...
And you could end up in 3. An odd time. 2 TDs in Ballymote.
Yeah, and you'll remember, John, we were making reference to this last night. There were 4 electoral areas in Sligo in your day, I think, or were there not 5?
Yeah, well, it must be. There was 25.
Tremor West was an area of its own, wasn't that right?
Paul Comrie and there were all those great legends over there. But when you looked at there was 25 councillors. And that was only changed in the 2011, 2014, I think, when they abolished the local authority here, the corporation, and then they reduced the number of councillors back down to 18. So if you had 25 councillors, which it was the case. You would have certainly. I think the quota would be considerably less. Considerably less, and I've no doubt that with 25, you would have certainly a councillor in Ballymore. You have councillors in most of the villages, most of the populated areas across South and West Sligo. But when you take 7 councillors out of that, it's quite a lot.
That's what I came back to. The 2014 change has disproportionately affected certain areas, and I think that was a bad decision. Way back to that was a bad decision. Less councillors means more work, and geographically, and the fact that this is effectively a part-time role for many people, it just means less representation.
Well, you must remember that there was 25 councillors, and there was many members on the corporation that time.
12.
So there was 12. It went from 37 elected members in the county, 37. Back down to 18.
Yeah.
So it's literally halved.
Nearly halved.
So
more
really,
than halved.
The debate was going on here about it's not gerrymandering really, but I think the Electoral Commission will have a job to certainly look at, I feel they will look at South and West Sligo and East Sligo. It's East Sligo, South Sligo and West Sligo. So people often just mention South and West Sligo, very huge area, and East Sligo has East Sligo now has 2 councillors. But people never mention the combination. They always say South and West Sligo, South, West and East Sligo. And they have 2 councillors.
Mark Mashari, would you agree that the case could be made for increasing the representation in Sligo County Council.
Well, I mean, the number of TDs has gone up. I mean, if populations go up, you have to increase the numbers. But I suppose just to touch on something we touched on last night, towards the end of the night with Joe Queenan, in terms of the power that councils have, that we have the least devolved system in the world. When you consider that, we're electing a new, very much non-political, directly elected mayor of Limerick. What powers are they going to have?
Yeah.
So there certainly is a huge argument to devolve more power.
Yeah.
In a European context and in the European debate and various treaties over the years, the big word was subsidiarity, the principle of subsidiarity. So those best placed to take a decision should be the ones empowered to do that. And I think there is a lot more work that can and should be done in a local context. Joe Queenan made a very important point last night. When he first joined the council had their own budget for building houses, for example. If you go back to the 1930s, and Sean T. O'Kelly did a huge undertaking of building local authority houses that went on across multiple governments for about 20 years. That's what needs to happen again, and I believe it's best done in a local context.
This person saying the local electoral area is disproportionate to the number of councillors and the geographic area that they serve. We need more councillors to represent our needs on the ground, and they can't do that if they're stretched the way they are. Dromore West is a prime example. It was its own LEA and had 3 seats prior to 2014. Ballymote and Tubbercurry had 4 seats each. It's a vast area, and it's clear that votes do not transfer across the mountain.
But that's the point. That went from 11 to 7.
Yeah.
Phil Hogan.
Well, yeah.
Phil Hogan.
I think this was certainly one of many decisions that caused chaos in 2014.
Were you in government at that time?
I didn't agree with the voting charges.
Did you agree with the changes to local government at the time?
I didn't actually.
Was there not a vote?
A vote in but I was a junior minister at that time. Why did you ask that question?
No.
Yeah, and in relation to, Mark mentioned directly elected, and that's one of the questions, is there a case for directly elected mayors in bigger towns, and I'm assuming they're including Sligo and that.
Not without the power. Not without the power.
See, that's what it comes down
that's
to.
right,
That local councillors, it's about decision making. It's not about rubber stamping decisions that other people make. And I know from the small bit of experience that I had across the EU, many other countries, their whole power system is much more devolved. In other words, there's more power at the local level. Here, gradually that power has been stripped, and I mean, Niall, the reason for it is because the Department of Finance is so powerful. They hold on so tightly to everything, and it's not even just the local councils, it's the regional assemblies, the regional authorities. I mean, I've seen them stripped of decision-making power. Yeah, they get a bit. And, we even had the leader companies. I know it's different, but it's not elected representatives, but it's volunteers and people on the ground. And the bit of decision-making they had has been subsumed into the local councils largely because the decision-making of the councils was taken away. So the lowest of the low-hanging fruit was picked, and then that's what Phil Hogan left us with. And if you give out about Phil Hogan, you said, John, there, he didn't agree with water charges and our septic tanks. I'm not even going to go down the road on that. To me, one of the biggest... I was really annoyed about the fact that he took that power away. First of all, from the leader companies, decision-making possibilities, and then from the local councils. To me, that was something that should never happened, and he did it almost single-handedly because he was allowed to do it, and the Department of Finance keep those purse strings so tight they make the decisions. So it's not a good system.
Yeah. Okay. I'm wondering who might be keen to run, if there was a directly elected mayor, who might be keen to run for a position like that. Marion Harkin's take on the immigration issue is 100% correct. Everybody needs to understand what she has said. I never voted for Mark McSharry, but I'll miss his contribution to the Dáil when he steps down. And lots of people saying that. Right, John, you wanted to make a comment on the overall picture.
At the moment,
and it's looking good for your party, is it not?
But just go through all of the parties in an unbiased way. But Sinn Féin would say that 11.42% with 14 seats. Fianna Fáil with 70 seats, they have 22% of the vote. Fine Gael with 77 seats, they have 23.23, and you have a Green Party with 3 seats, 4.32, Labour with 12 seats at 5.69, and Social Democrats with 4.30, and People Before Profit with no seat, and Independents, which is they're on 69 seats and they're on 26%. So really, it's the swing has gone to I'd say Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael would be extraordinarily happy. When you look at they're holding remarkably 22 and 23. That's why it was an election tomorrow morning. They'd be on 45%.
And on those numbers, the change since not just since 2019, but let's look at the change since the general election, which is the key one. After this, you have an increase. Fianna Fáil standing still, you have a decrease of 13.1% for Sinn Féin, and an increase of 2.4% for Fine Gael. So that'll tell you
that is a big swing.
It's a monumental swing.
So I've no doubt that Simon Harris, it's a pep in his step today now.
Yeah.
No doubt the leadership change was at the right time. I think he certainly brought a new energy to the party now, to be honest, and he connects with young people. And I think that's very important.
Yeah. And we'll see how long that'll last, John.
But I've been confident it will last because
Okay.
He's. I think in one sense, when you look where he came from, he served his time in as at a very young age in Leinster House. I know him very well. He's a guy that he has a mortgage. He relates to people with, he hasn't come into the game with,
his background is
very much working class, hard working.
Dad was a taxi driver.
He's paying a mortgage and he's not coming in with a golden spoon in any way.
All right, okay, so we'll take a break. We've more guests to talk to. All of a sudden it's getting busy here again in the Count Centre of the Sligo Park Hotel. Back in a moment with more. We'll have the fourth count from Sligo Strandhill any moment now, following the elimination of two independent candidates, Jim Lawler and Gerard McConville. Right, okay, let's bring in another guest. Thomas Healy joins us now, Sinn Féin councillor. Thomas Healy, the Sligo Drumcliff councillor who will be re-elected to Sligo County Council. You're very welcome this morning, and thanks for joining us.
And well done on your... it's great record that you've done here with this. It's very impressive.
Well, I hope we didn't panic you too much yesterday, but
No.
Just don't panic.
Thanks, John.
Just don't panic.
yeah. Well, your thoughts on your own performance.
Yeah,
You'll
listen,
be
we've,
re-elected. I don't know. Will it be later tonight or tomorrow morning at this stage? But it
Well,
will
look,
happen.
I don't know when that's going to happen, but listen, first of all, I want to thank the people that has elected me and give me an opportunity to represent them again. I suppose the most important thing, we have increased our vote. We're at 16%, so compared to 2019, I suppose we upped the trend at that time as well. But look, overall, I'm happy with my result anyways.
Okay, and again, more than a lot of the successful candidates, you polled reasonably strongly, even in areas outside your home area.
Yeah, listen, one thing about me, it's all down to hard work, and that showed, I think, in this election that any councillor that is doing the work will be rewarded. And I'm glad to say that I have been working hard on the ground for the last 5 years, and so.
Yeah, okay. Just a word on the Sinn Féin. I mean, you'll return 2 councillors to the council, so it's as is. Were you disappointed you didn't add to your?
Well, listen, any party wants to get as many seats as it can. I suppose. Look, myself and Arthur will, hopefully will be returned. Looking at the other areas. If you look at it this way, we've set up a good base in Sligo.
Sorry for 1 second.
141 votes, and Jeremy McConnell's 34 votes. Total votes distributed 175. The result is as follows: Cosgrove Nessa Labour plus 19, given a total of 951. Donald Lee Pauling Sinn Féin plus 3, giving a total of 353. Phelan Finbar non-party plus 35, giving a total of 506. Gibbons Arthur Sinn Féin plus 7, given a total of 811. Gogan Johnny, the Green Party, plus 11, given a total of 243. Kelly Michael, the Irish People, plus 17, giving a total of 211. Kilgannon Seamus Fianna Fáil, plus 22, giving a total of 558. Monaghan Graham Aintu, plus 16, given a total of 216. O'Boyle Gino, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 15, given a total of 863. Non-transferable papers not effective, 30. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will proceed to distribute Fergal Nealon's surplus of 9 votes, as it is the only available surplus and fulfils the following condition: exceeds the difference between the lowest 2 candidates. Thank you.
Right, okay, well, there's not going to be much progress in the next count. We'll recap those figures in a moment. And we'll let our panel digest the situation there. Okay, I was saying, you were saying, Thomas, that, obviously you'd like to have more representation on the council. It didn't happen in Ballymote. At Tubbercurry for you?
No, it didn't happen in Ballymote, and I suppose fair play to Pauline as well for the showing that she's doing here in Sligo Town. But one thing we have put in place is we have put a foundation, and any of the representatives here that sit on one side of me all know that you have to have a base to work off, and I think we have a start here of doing something. So hopefully, the Ballymote Tubbercurry area is a massive area. Unfortunately, they should have more councillors in it. They only have 7 in that area, and I think that they seriously need to look at that, because the vast majority of that area, it's too much for the amount of councillors in it. And even our own area, it should be looked at as well. I think the old system that was there back in 2009, where it was divided up into different areas, was a better system, because as well as that, you were working closer with your community as well as that. Like, we're working, me as a councillor myself, I'm working from Colooney the whole way down to Bunduff Bridge, from Ballantor the whole way out to... it's a massive area for anyone to cover. Even party-wise, it's a big area for anyone to cover. So I suppose, look at, as the vote shows here in Sligo, in my area anyways, we have increased our vote. I'm at 16%. There is a lot of work yet to be done. As I says, you don't sit in your laurels. I suppose for me, it'll give me a bit of fire in my belly to do a lot more and work a lot harder. And I think that's the key thing coming out of today.
What do you mean a lot more? What do you mean by a lot more? What's next for Councillor Healy now? Tell us.
Well, what's next is, listen, as I says, you all know me well. I'm a community-based man. I think that I need to get out into more communities and help them more. I'm stretching myself as it is.
In other counties as well, would you think? Yeah.
Well, not in any other counties as such. I don't know what you're aiming at, but...
no, you know exactly what I'm aiming at. But, you'd have loftier ambitions, to put it that way.
Listen, it's anyone in life, if you don't have ambitions, you're going over. I always had ambitions, even from day one when I was involved with football or anything like that. You always go out to win and you always go out to do your best. And it doesn't matter what you go at in life, and that goes to, we have students that sit in the exams at the moment. The most important thing is that you put in your very best efforts. People will reward you if you do. And as I says, it has shown here, this is my third time now to be elected, that I've worked hard and people are giving me the rewards back.
Yeah. So has your time come to be nominated as a Sinn Féin general election candidate then, Thomas?
That won't be down to me, Niall. That'll be down to the party and that who will elect.
But you wouldn't rule it out.
No, look, I think anyone would be daft to rule anything out. As I says, if I'm given the opportunity, like anything else, I'm proud to represent Sinn Féin at a local level, and if the opportunity comes for me to represent them at a national level, I'll do that as well.
All right, okay, well done again. We'll talk to you later on. I don't know when it'll be. Thanks very much for joining us. Councillor Thomas Healy there.
Thank you.
Jerry, I want to ask you about the next count, the distribution of Neelan's 9 votes. People want to know why is that happening? And what's the point in that?
Can it materially affect the end of it?
Yeah, and I don't see it affecting anybody in relation to saving the deposit.
Yeah.
So I don't really see why he's doing the 9 votes at this point in time.
Yeah.
See, if we can
Does he have to do it individually?
Unless there's anybody there close to a deposit, to a third of the vote.
This deposit thing.
Is it 25%? 25% of the vote.
I can't.
I never got me deposit back.
With
It's just people are wondering, what's the point with just 9 votes?
Yeah.
It's just going to delay things even
You would think
further.
if it wasn't material on anything, they could do it with another one, but there's maybe something we don't see.
Obviously, they're turning us
You want to do it individually?
I think it'd be above reproach to be done
Oh,
correctly.
absolutely, yeah. No,
and I
no.
suppose he has to follow the book, the procedure.
Yeah.
And it's what the book is. It can, whether it be 9 or 90,
Yeah.
it still has to go through the procedure.
Kelly and Monaghan. There's 5 votes, isn't it? So he's if those 9 votes
that's
were
it
all
there,
to vote
yeah,
to Michael
yeah.
Kelly, well then that will bring him above Graham
That's
Monaghan,
right.
and that will eliminate him. So it's
the two.
within the two, the closest between the two.
Yeah.
There's only 5 votes between Kelly and Monaghan.
Yeah, and there's
that's
9
the reason
votes.
why.
There's 9 votes for
And
Neil.
it would have an impact on who's been, as you made the
Yeah,
point
that's what I
yesterday,
just said, yeah.
who's first to be eliminated can often determine who's
Yeah,
going to
so that's the reason for that.
That's
Okay.
that there,
And,
yeah.
and it's Breeze
Well spotted, Blaine.
number 3.
That's why I'm here, lads.
Yeah.
Ladies.
Be sharp as a button.
John Gettins, you're very welcome. Thanks for joining us. John is part of the Thomas Walsh team. He must be more than happy with Thomas's performance.
Very, very, very pleased. Now, if I could start, Niall, by...
Yeah, go ahead.
I know, just as Director of Elections, I'd like to thank all the huge committee we had, canvas teams that were out for Thomas endlessly for the last 13 weeks. I want to thank Thomas and his family, thank Thomas himself for going forward. It's a difficult job to be at, as we all know. I want to thank the teams that done the posters for us, the core committee itself, and above all, thank the voters for turning out 1,881 of them for a fantastic, huge increase on his previous vote.
Yeah.
We increased our vote in all booths, in every area, which is a huge... It's a testament to Thomas and his work ethic. Thomas is driven by one word, work. He's very high integrity and he doesn't promise anything on the doorstep. He doesn't tell lies that he won't deliver on something. There's no point making false promise on the doorstep to people. That'll always come back to get you.
And that's the difference, is it? That's the difference. That's in the increase in across all his votes in all the booths, you say. That it's his work ethic and his record, you think.
Plus the fact of a lot of what came up on the doorstep was people said, seen the work he had done. And it was actually a very easy campaign in that respect, even though it was a busy one. The amount of people on the doorstep said about the work he had done, and they recognised him. He was highly recognisable this time, as opposed to the last time, the first time. We weren't known as well outside our own area.
Yeah. So was his candidacy in the 2020 general election, was that a factor in that? and getting his name out there?
I wouldn't. To be honest, we were only given 8 weeks' notice that time in the general election, and we ran a very hard campaign. But he wasn't known out there that time. It would have helped him, but it's really down to his work ethic.
Yeah,
and his integrity.
Yeah, you mentioned the campaign team and your campaign manager. It certainly was a vigorous campaign, a high-profile campaign, particularly on social media.
Yeah, we had a very good social media team, and we Thomas is driven by that. As fellas in my age group just are on the bus pass on us, we do it different. We're old style, so we have to, and I've shorter legs than them, so I'm running behind and trying to keep up with them as well.
All right, okay. John, do you want to say anything to the other John Perry?
Well, yes, and John was on my campaign team as well, and I know that how forensic he is and what he does, and attention to detail, and he's a very good delegator. So he had all the critical parts playing their own role, and likewise, I suppose Thomas was an excellent candidate. He was very much when you look at his style of campaigning, was very much he was into these. TikTok, social media, and really that's where a lot of the new generation of voters are coming, and the young people connected with his campaign. That effectively, and John, his father and his mum and the whole team there, he had a united family behind him. So it doesn't surprise me the least. I know John's commitment. He speaks very silently, but he's what he wants done, he gets delivered, and I think the team were responding to his direction. And congratulations, John.
Thank you.
Blaine.
The important thing there to note is. When you were talking about people didn't know him that time, 2019, around about 1150 votes, and to yesterday, 1800. So if they didn't know him in 2019, they definitely know him now. And that, to me, over 20% of a first preference vote is a real reward for work done. I look at it from, obviously I was probably in different camps internally within Fine Gael, but we're all the one team, and I look at this machine that has been created in the Thomas Walsh, and it's massively impressive in terms of how he delivers. Projects, I don't know what he does or how he does it in the council, but he can get things delivered. Every scheme, every department scheme, he's on Ballygawley, Ballastadair, Colooney, these key areas he's delivering funding, delivering money for, and that's it's seen here in the returns. And it must be very easy to go to a door for a candidate that has such commitment to delivering and trying to get things done. And I would have been a parliamentary assistant when he was a parliamentary assistant. I would have seen the development he's taken, and I just have to say it's a phenomenal record he's done. He's increased his vote. He was doubling his vote in many boxes, and that's something to be very proud of. And he's definitely one that's going to be there for the future and into the future, as well as some of the new councillors there, Fergal Leland. And I'm looking forward to seeing what those guys can do in a new council for Sligo. So yeah, well done on a great campaign, and you'll have no doubt celebrated last night. What I say, or are you going to wait till tomorrow?
We're dividing it into 3 nights.
Will you come to town?
A bit like the counts here.
I think there was talk of Kelly's last night.
Yeah, Kelly's last night. Make sure you spread the celebrations around.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing.
Marion.
Yeah, just we've had 2 councillors from Ballygawley within a stone's throw of one another, actually. Thomas Welch and Thomas Healy. So we were talking to both of them there. Both of them obviously do the work on the ground. That's why people are electing them. I mean, Thomas Walsh's vote is really, it's standout, to be fair. The number of votes he was able to pull in, and as you said, that's because of his work ethic and what he's doing. I know Thomas very well. We have a connection through marriage, as it were. So I know his team of canvassers.
Connected to all the candidates in Ward and Mark.
Well, so be it. It's never any harm. But but I know some of his team personally, and I know the huge commitment they have, day after day, night after night. And as a candidate, that is the most invaluable thing there is. To know, it's not just that somebody knocks on a door and puts in your leaflet, because that's no good to anyone, but that people knock on the door and they want to speak to whoever answers the door, and that they have something to say. And from what I see, that's the kind of machine he has, and that's hugely
and just
valuable.
to balance that, obviously I know there's a very, very happy man here as a campaign manager for a fabulous campaign and a fabulous candidate, but as a party official as such, I just hope that we can get that second seat across the line, because the vote was there. Obviously, he went out and got it. There was free vote in the fact that we only had 2 candidates. Tom Fox's vote was somewhat stagnant, whereas Thomas went and got it. From a party perspective, I just hope we can get the 2 across the line, because then that would be a massive day, and I'm clinging on hope that we can do that.
Just one question for John, and you probably might have looked at the number 2 papers of Thomas's. In your opinion, John, would say what percentage of the surplus would Tom Fox get?
Well, from a point of view of it being a local election, people vote locally. If it was a general election, definitely there'd be a bigger vote going to Fox if it was a general election. But the problem I saw with some of the papers yesterday was 1 Walsh, 2 Healy, 1 Healy, 2 Walsh in the big vote areas that are local to us.
Yeah, but in North Sligo, there were Thomas.
I'd be hoping Tom done a good canvass around Ballastare, so I'd be hoping he could get transfers out from Ballastare. Yeah. I'd be also hoping that we'd get. I hoping 40%.
Yeah, that's the key. That's the key. The surplus that comes back from
40, which will bring him back in contention.
Okay.
Yeah, if he delivered 40%, so that would give him 200 votes, wouldn't it?
No, 150, 160. 150.
Yeah. Okay, that's what you're hoping for. And then I know you're involved in John Perry's campaign, and you've been a Fine Gael stalwart all your life, John. What about Ballymote Tubbercurry? How do you read that? I've been keeping in contact with that situation.
I think we could be. I think we're in trouble in Tubbercurry with American, to be honest. It's such a geographical area. The candidates take out their own areas, and it's very hard to travel for transfers in it,
But I know Patrick Cleary is. I believe his papers now is about in excess of 100 coming back from Patrick Cleary
to Martin Connolly.
Okay. And I know that Jason Gorman, if you take the Jason Gorman, and also the James Conway. That he's better Caribbean.
That's going to come down to 6 and 7s.
Yeah. So honestly,
and we can't be that scientific about 5, 6, and 7. So
it's very close to call now. I wouldn't like to be honest at the moment. In my opinion, now there's a sporting chance there at the moment.
We've seen it last night in Leitrim. It's going to be 5, 6, and 7s that decide that race, and you just can't, unless you have a big team like the Harkin team here watching those 5, 6, and 7s as they did in the past. It's in the unknown.
Can I just say one?
Yes, John.
I just want to. First of all, I want to wish all candidates that are elected the best of luck, and I hope to work hard together to deliver. We need to deliver on the N15 and the N17. They're 2 dangerous roads. Fatal accidents occurring on them. These are a priority. We need a minister in the northwest. Once you come above Mayo, we're forgotten about. To me, that's a huge issue. That's my personal opinion. I'm sure a lot of them have it as well. So. Cabinet Minister Northwest, Simon Harris, new energy, young man, great energy in Fine Gael. They're holding their own, so the coalition has worked. So
all is well, John. You're right.
Let's move on from that then.
All right. Okay. Thanks for dropping by, John Gettins.
No problem. Just to finish on the candidates.
Yeah.
It's a tough job. Fair play to them all for putting their names forward.
Absolutely.
We should applaud them all.
Thanks for that.
Thanks,
John. He's a maestro.
John Gettins, part of the Thomas Walsh campaign. At this stage, we'll take our 1 o'clock news break. We're still awaiting the next very, very short count, the 5th count in Sligo Strandhill, and still awaiting the first count in Ballymote Tubbercurry. We'll take our 1 o'clock break for news and obits. We'll be back here in 5 minutes or so. Cotel, ongoing coverage of the local election counts here in Sligo, Strandhill, Ballymote, Tubbercurry and Sligo, Drumcliff. We're awaiting the fifth count. It'll be announced any minute now. Distribution of Neelan surplus of just 9 votes, but as Jerry and Blaine pointed out earlier, it can make a difference as to who'll be eliminated next, Graham Monaghan or Michael Kelly. Well, just on the 9 votes, and we touched on this yesterday, Jerry, where do the 9 votes come from?
These 9
the
votes
surplus
now is the random selection where Declan Bree's surplus gave 39 votes to Fergal Neelan. And those 39 votes is the wee kind of thing that's in the PR. They're going to pick a random 9 votes out of those 39 and then they'll count them. So it'll be the number 2s on those 9 votes, or number 3, sorry, on those, or 4 or 5, whatever, if the person is elected already or eliminated. So it'll be the next preference on those 9 votes. So it's just 9 votes to count now.
Totally random. It can come from anywhere at all, isn't it?
No, it can only come from the 39 votes.
From the 39 votes, okay. And again, we're making the point: is that fair? Is that?
And I don't think they can shuffle them. They just take the 9 off the top.
Yeah, well, here is the aforementioned fifth count from John Moore.
The result of the fifth count for the Sligo Strandhill electoral area, which consisted of this distribution of Fergal Neelan's 9 votes, and the result is Cosgrove Nessa Labour Party +3, giving a total of 954,954. Donnelly Pauline Sinn Féin 0, remaining at 353. Phelan Finbar Non-Party +2, giving a total of 508,508. Gibbons Arthur Sinn Féin +1, giving a total of 812,812. Gogan Johnny Green Party 0, remaining at 243. O'Kelly Michael The Irish People 0, remaining at 211. Kilgannon Seamus Fianna Fáil +1, giving a total of 559,559. Monaghan Graham N2 +1, giving a total of 217,217. O'Boyle Gino People Before Profit Solidarity +1, giving a total of 864,864. As there is no candidate has reached the quote on this count, as there is no surplus, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. That is Michael Kelly's 211 votes. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. So that's Michael Kelly, eliminated Michael Kelly, representing the Irish People's Party from Sligo Town. And the sixth count, the distribution of Kelly's votes, and it could have been Graham Monaghan who was eliminated there, but it was Michael Kelly. So just Jerry, just to pick up on that, you were explaining that the random selection of the 9 votes, but it could have made a difference, which is why there were only 9 votes considered. But you wanted to talk about the Kilgannon Jim Lawler gap and the significance of that.
No, Kilgannon and Graham Monaghan.
Oh God, Monaghan. Yeah, sorry, Monaghan.
Graham Monaghan, sorry, not Graham. Jim Lawler, yeah.
Jim Lawler, yeah. Jim Lawler and Seamus Kilgannon, wasn't it?
No, Seamus Kilgannon and Finbar Phelan.
Okay, sorry.
There's 50 votes there between the two of them. And there's about 1,020 votes to be distributed.
Yeah.
So, now it's unlikely that Phelan will catch him with 50 votes, but he could actually catch him. And the difference would be there for those two candidates. One would end up being eliminated and the other will not be elected, but he'd still be on the card. Yeah. It's what?
Bad place to be.
You were at that, yeah. Blaine was the last person standing the last time in
You're not elected, but you're not defeated.
Yeah, Sligo Strand.
So
there's a lot of votes, like over 1,000 votes to be distributed. So
yeah,
and there's only 50 votes between them. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
Right, okay, lots and lots and lots of texts and comments, just very basically from people just wanting to get a timeline. People are busy, I know, and there's lots on sporting wise on this Sunday, and particularly people wondering why we're not having any Ballymote Tubbercurry first count yet, and we were expecting a Ballymote Tubbercurry first count last night, but it wasn't to be, and it's now after 1 o'clock and we still don't have it. And
what time do you expect that to be at now?
I don't have an answer. Maybe Michael Kilcoyne, our next guest, has an answer.
What do you think, Michael?
What people are saying, Michael, is why is there such a delay? Can you explain why there is a delay and what's happening from a tally point of view?
Right, well, from the tally point of view, actually, the projections were that the tally yesterday wouldn't be completed until between 5 and 6, but as we know, it was actually completed 2 hours before that. Between 3 and 4 we had the tally fully complete, and it was up online. The local elections we prioritised, we got them up online as soon as possible, and then the European elections took a small bit longer. But obviously the tally is totally different than the actual count. The tally is totally unofficial. There's an average of between 250 and 400 votes in every box. So with the tally, if we make a mistake by 2 or 3 in every box, it's no big deal. You can you just run with it and you print it off. And at the end of the day, the tally result gives the sequence of candidates in nearly the same order as the official count will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right down the line. The finishing order will be exactly the same. But with the count, it's a total different ball game altogether. The count only starts yesterday evening at around 6 o'clock. The actual count only started. Now most people confuse the opening of the boxes and the sorting of the papers as the count. The sorting of the papers is not a count. That's just sorting the papers. And all they're doing there is opening up the papers, European, local, and they just count the bundle. And they're just counting the bundle so that if in a booth in Sligo Town, number 6 in one of the institutions, there was 350 papers given out for the local election, did the 350 come back? Now if only 345 came back, they don't worry about that. Somebody might have got a ballot paper and stuck it in their pocket, not put it in the box. And the European election would have been slightly different. Some people wouldn't have had the vote in that. So there might have been 340 given out, 330 came back. But no vote was counted. They were only counting the papers. So the counting of the votes only started around 6 and 7 last night. So then they start counting the votes. And they have to get it 100% correct. Whereas the team that Pádraig had lined up to do the tally, we could afford to be 2 or 3% out. We were never going to get it 100% correct. So they start counting the votes. You can see on the screen there the pigeonholes. So they have to make sure that they're putting the right, that a vote for John Perry has been perforated, and it's definitely a number 1 for John Perry. There's no second number 1 on it. Or if there's writing on the ballot paper, no writing. So they have to get all that right, put it into John Perry's box. Then when there's a bundle fairly high on it, approximately over 50, they take it away, bring it over, count it, double check it again, a different person. Is there 50 number 1s there? Perforation okay? No extra number 1, no extra writing. It's a very tedious exercise, but it has to be done 100% correct. And then when they have them all counted up, they have to make sure it's all right and it all tallies up with the number of votes that were given out on the day. And if they don't get it right at the beginning, you're into recount territory down the line. No, I just want to talk about recounts this early in the day. But they're trying to avoid all that. They're trying to get it exactly 100% right the whole way through.
Yeah. So the question that people ask then is, why not get more counting staff? But that's not the point here. That doesn't make any difference. And Pádraig.
Well, the counting staff have to be very, very trustworthy that you bring in the first place. So the easiest way to identify people who are trustworthy are people who actually work in government service, because they've been vetted completely to go in there. Otherwise you will go through a very, very arduous vetting process, and that would take a lot longer and become more expense again. So you're talking about a limited number of people. Now you must remember that not only are the counting staff counting, but they've also started at 6:30 on Friday morning to open the polling stations and stay there, many of them until 10:30 on Friday night for when their boxes was collected, to come back in here the following morning. They've been at the count. And then we have the complication of the European election. So some of the counting staff have been withdrawn from Sligo and from the different count centres, and they have been brought to Castlebar to do the European count as well. So it's a sort of a perfect storm in terms of personnel. But the big thing about it, and I keep stressing this, is how reliable the whole process is. And we know that our democracy is safe because we have properly trained people, properly vetted people, so that votes won't suddenly appear or votes won't be stolen, and nobody can turn around and say the election was stolen type of scenario that we see in other jurisdictions. Trump. Thank you.
Right, okay, well, thanks for that explanation, but we still
What
cannot...
time do you expect the Ballymote? What time do you expect the Ballymote?
John's going to ask the question.
The first count.
We just don't know, do we?
We don't know, but we're going to be... we'll have clarity on that now in a few minutes' time. So when we have a bit more clarity, I'll come back and give you that.
Yeah.
From my observation, it's not too far away, I'd imagine, because it looks like everything is teed up from behind the screens anyway. They've stopped all the counting and they've stopped all the scrutinising. Okay. So obviously it's with the top table at the very back.
Yeah, we're conscious of how many people are interested. There are so many people interested in their own electoral area. So when the first count comes in from Ballymote to Curry, how quickly will it move after that, Michael, do you think?
Well, it'll be very similar to the existing count that's going on. You see how the vote falls, and as Jerry was doing the permutations there, that you have. Actually, I made it up, Jerry. It's 15 after either Finbar or Seamus are eliminated. There'll be 1,500 votes given out between now and then. Yeah. So that leaves mathematical permutations for other people, even though that one seems to be called by everybody. But I did a quick exercise there on the other areas, and like the Drumcliff area, you have kind of 3-4 candidates that are well up there.
Yeah.
And then you'll have 4 that are definitely going to be eliminated with 1,100 votes to be given out. And that leaves mathematical permutations for every existing candidate. So you just don't know how long the counts have gone, but they do move a lot faster than we're moving at the moment.
As the counts progress, it actually speeds up, and the eliminations for the candidates that aren't going to be elected, they're taken out of the pen a lot quicker than the initial counts. So I'd expect it to start on the Sligo Strand Hill. That's going to get wrapped up very very soon. That'll happen very rapidly from here on in. And once we start on the Ballymote Curry one, that'll start to become rapid fire as well.
There will be progress.
The point to make, obviously, is every count now is only dealing with a portion of votes, whether it's 9, 120, maybe we'll get up to the 500s shortly, and at the end of the night there might be somebody eliminated on 1,000 votes.
All right, thanks for that, Michael. Thanks to Porrick Hart as well for giving us some indication of where we are. We'll take another quick break, and we'll have more analysis here live from the Sligo. Right, okay, welcome back. We're going to have the Ballymo Tubbercurry count in the next few minutes, we're told, so we'll stay live for that. Nobody to be elected in the first count, but Paul Taylor will top the poll, as we know, with a sizable vote. So we'll stick with that and we'll bring it to you as it happens. And then we're told the 7 count in Sligo Strandhill will be next. Okay, right, well this is one that people have been waiting for, Blaine, as we know, for quite some time. This particular count, we thought we had it last night.
Yeah. I think one thing that I'll be watching for on this particular count, obviously we've seen the tallies. We've seen the tallies yesterday. I'll be just looking to see if there's any more of a vote towards Connolly, as was similar to the case yesterday with Neelan from the tallies. I think we've got a little bit of...
Yeah, we have the count now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the count 1 for the Ballymo Tubbercurry electoral area has been completed. The total electorate, 26,024, 26,024. The valid poll, 16,166, 16,166. The number of seats, 7. Invalid ballot papers, 111. Quota, 2,021. The following is the result of the first count. Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil, 1,307, 1307. Clark Michael, a non-party, 1,773, 1773. Cleary Patrick Fine Gael, 1004, 1004. Connolly Martin Fine Gael, 1110, 1110. Conway James, Irish Freedom Party, 596, 596. Gallagher Barry Fianna Fáil, 1246, 1246. Gorman Jason Sinn Féin, 345, 345. Hendrick Emma People Before Profit Solidarity, 203, 203. Henry Keith Fianna Fáil, 1060, 1060. Mullaney Gerard Fine Gael, 1724, 1724. Mulvey Dara Fine Gael, 1666, 1666. O'Connor Donald Sinn Féin, 302, 302. Queenan Joseph Non-Party, 1523, 1523. Taylor Paul Fianna Fáil, 1924, 1924. And Jennifer Van Aswagen Sinn Féin, 383, 383. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surpluses for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes, that is Emma Hendrick. Thank you.
Okay, well, we've been waiting a long time for that one. That's the first count in Ballymo Tubbercurry, with Paul Taylor topping the poll. 1,924. Quota there, as you heard, 2,021. And I suppose the first thing to say is that once again it bears out the absolute accuracy of the tallies from yesterday. Jerry, isn't that right?
The tallies are very close.
Yeah.
And for such an amount of votes in it, that it's very hard to see how they could be any closer. So it's excellent. Fair play to the thing. Sorry?
These are the tally figures here.
They're the tally figures,
yeah.
And so the outcome again hasn't changed, obviously, because the tallies are so close.
Yep.
So I suppose everybody's opinion on how this is going to fare out will probably have to wait for another couple of counts before we see is there any changes to it.
Yeah, because second count is Hendrick's votes. She polled what? 203 votes. Okay. So not enough to make any difference to an election at the second count, obviously. Okay. No. Blaine, you're still number crunching there.
I'm just trying to see the difference. The larger movement on the between the tallies and the count hasn't happened in this particular one, as had happened with Neelan in the last. The only kind of significant one I see there is about 20 votes. Taylor's is back a little bit, but no. So it's as you were really. It'll be 5s and 6s, I think, where we'll be watching this later on today.
Mark, your observations on that?
Yeah,
long
still
way
the same. Yeah,
count.
very accurate again, and there are a number of rechecks there, which took the additional time, it seems. So this first count, we're moving directly to the second count now, which should be quicker, because nobody exceeded the quota at this stage, and that's where Sligo Strandhill would have been very, very slow. That you had sort of 2 additional counts, and in terms of the surpluses being calculated, that involved counting the entirety of all number 2s for each of Bree and McSharry. So we won't have that now, so hopefully the pace will pick up a little bit now. It still seems to me, of course, not in any particular order, Taylor, Queen and Clark, Mulvey, Malani, Brennan and Gallagher, I would call it for now, having had sort of a sneak preview. Again, there's a health warning on this, on how some of the transfers may go at a later stage, but we'll see how that develops.
Jerry, would you disagree with Mark, or would you see a strong case now to be made for Brennan and Gallagher to get those seats?
Yeah, I think it's still too early to call. Like, Mark won't be too far away on it, but it's going to be still the 3-2 either Fine Gael, 3-2 Fianna Fáil in those seats there.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of votes to be counted and to be transferred, and it's very tight to see how they'll split, whether they'll stay with party, whether they'll cross the mountain, as they say. So it's just a difficult one to call, but it won't be too far away from that.
All right, okay, but Blaine, you're still hopeful that Martin Connolly can hang on here? It'll be a long way to go yet.
We've seen it last night in Manor Hamilton. They're coming down in County Leitrim, coming down to 4s, 5s and 6s, and I'm not disagreeing that this probably will be the outcome of Mark, that Mark has said, but I just think while it's there, while it's in the balance, while it's open, anything can happen, and it often usually does. So let's see.
Yeah,
this is what's exciting about this whole process, that we're going through
they
this.
could be wrong, but the suggestion, as I said earlier on, from some people who were monitoring
I've seen that
some of the transfers, was that again, it's all under the order of eliminations and the order of elections and surpluses and things like that. But what it might look like at the moment is that in Tubbercurry related eliminations, that Gallagher is doing stronger than Connolly, and in the Fine Gael elimination, again, it's all about the sequence coming from across the mountain. Seems to be only 100 maybe coming at that stage, and by then you may have Henry eliminated, which would obviously support the 2 Fianna Fáilers getting in, but it's all about the order.
And again, just a quick comment on the strong showing of some of the outgoing councillors, namely Paul Taylor and Michael Clark and Gerard Malani and Dara Mulvey and Joe Queenan. Very, very solid performance by all those outgoing councillors.
Very much so, yeah, very much so. So it just shows that, like, incumbency, what's that phrase, possessions 9/10. It certainly is, for sitting political representatives, particularly who have a strong rural base, where voters tend to sort of stick loyal, where they identify very greatly with the candidates and people who have been carrying out the work over the previous 5 years, and all of those high votes from sitting councillors in the main speaks to the very hard work that they have done. And also, I mean, while Gallagher is a second-time candidate, Connolly has also got a very, very good vote. And as we were saying earlier, on the human side, someone's going to be unlucky there, which is the sharp end of politics, unfortunately.
Okay, but as you're saying, Blaine, you would expect it to move a little bit quicker now?
Yeah, now once we got a count, we've got no surplus here, it's going to move a little bit faster, and also as well Sligo Strandhill I expect to move an awful lot faster now as well, so that'll probably be the first one to be done. Then we'll come back to Sligo, Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and then on into Sligo Drumcliff. But yeah, we're moving now, and this is where it gets interesting.
All right, okay. 083 3500 530 is our number to call. Or is there text or WhatsApp number should you want to ask any questions of where we're at, or offer any opinions. And there are lots of people offering opinions on all sorts of issues which we're talking about today. We will concentrate for now on the Ballymote Tubbercurry area and get some reaction to that first count. You're back again, Louise. You are.
I am, Niall.
We were talking to you late last night. Louise Kilban, who's Paul Taylor's campaign manager. I have that right, haven't I?
You have, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, he's the poll topper.
He is, yeah.
As the tallies indicated, and again.
Absolutely, yeah. Paul and his family, Naomi and the children are all delighted. And this is the second time Paul has achieved this. Last time out he was poll topper as well. And again, it's just a testament to the work that he's done over the last few years. that he has not only topped the poll this time, but he's increased his vote on the last time out. So he's up about 50-60 votes from the last time, which is a testament to Paul and all the work he's done.
Okay, and his campaign team as well, obviously.
Oh, the campaign team
lot
are
of ground
delighted
to cover out there.
Listen, yeah, it's a huge area. You know, when you're looking, you know, it's been said quite a lot over the last couple of hours on coverage. You know, you're talking east, west, south, Sligo. It's not Ballymote, Tubbercurry. You know, it's the whole section of the county there. So a lot of groundwork to be done, and you know, Paul has lots of work done across the county and many projects. And the vote is a testament to that, and I know he's very proud of that. But he's very proud of the work of his campaign team who've come out over the last 8 weeks for him, and indeed he's very thankful to all the people who came out and voted in such huge numbers on Friday.
Lot of hard work, as you were saying last night.
Yeah,
it's
a lot of hard
campaign.
work. Look, a campaign is always tough, as any candidate knows, and you know, and I think it's been mentioned earlier on, a testament to all those candidates who've put their name on the ballot paper. It's not an easy thing to do, to put your name forward, but yeah, very much so. We're very happy at the moment. But look, there's a fight there for Fianna Fáil here over the next couple of counts. So I'm predicting we probably won't be elected for another 2, maybe 3 counts, just looking at what's coming back on the 2s for Paul, looking at what's been eliminated at the moment. So I'd say we'll be here for another couple of hours anyway.
Yeah, and how from what you've seen from Paul's votes, is it looking good for Barry Gallagher and for Liam Brennan?
Yeah, look, I think local elections are very much about local elections, and people vote locally. There's a large number of votes going to, you know, Barry and Liam and Keith, but I don't think Paul's surplus is going to be enough. So I suppose we need to be looking at what's coming, the other eliminated candidates. I think that'll help them more.
Okay, so he will be elected later on this afternoon, so a couple more counts, you reckon, before Paul gets over the line?
Yeah, I think so, 2 anyway, I reckon.
All right, Louise, thanks for coming by again. This is Louise Kilban, campaign manager for Councillor Paul Taylor, who will be re-elected later on. He tops the poll in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. So now we're on to count 2 in Ballymote at Tubbercurry, and we're on count 6 in Sligo, Strandhill. Join us again for more in a moment. Right, okay, we're back again with our ongoing coverage, with thanks to Sligo County Council, live coverage of the local election counts here in Sligo County Council at the Sligo Park Hotel. Pádraig McGorty has joined us. Pádraig was up until all hours at the Leitrim count. He was part of our analysis team as part of the Ocean FM coverage, and you got finished, Pádraig. Incredibly so. The only county in the country to get there.
Well, it can beat a little bit of Leitrim efficiency sake, and a very efficient count run by Mary Quinn, the returning officer. I suppose a lot of relieved candidates to get finished that they didn't have to come back for a second day at it. But I suppose the first count took the longest. But once the first count was done, everything started happening relatively quickly. A long day, but I suppose a good day for some and a sad day for others. I suppose remembering the people who were brave enough to put their names on the ballot and didn't get over the line yesterday.
Okay, just take us through and I'm conscious that people may still be trying to update themselves on what happened in Leitrim yesterday, because we had a special on-air audio feed from Leitrim. We weren't really updating people on FM. So if we take our more immediate area, Manorhamilton, Fine Gael ended up with no seat at all in the Manorhamilton election.
Fine Gael, I suppose that was probably that was one of the stories, but I suppose the big story was the vote of James Gilmartin, the independent candidate from just outside Manorhamilton. He polled with 1,335 first preference votes, was elected with a huge surplus on the first count, and that probably is where the bulk of that Fine Gael vote went to. Also, I suppose the other story was the election of Eddie Mitchell in the last seat there. Eddie would come from that Fine Gael gene pool,
ahead of Kevin Comiskey.
Ahead of Kevin Comiskey. I suppose Eddie spotted a gap that we all might have felt was there, in that there was always a seat in Glenfarne from back in Charlie Cullen's day to, it went when Charlie retired, but Sean McDermott won it back 20 years ago and held it solid for a while, and I think Eddie spotted that gap and exploited it, and fair play to him. He got over the line. Obviously we had I suppose we all expected that the four sitting councillors that were running were going to get back in. Mary Bohan, Phelim Gurn, Pádraig Fallon and Justin Warnock. There was probably initially a little bit of worry around Phelim Gurn
with
during the campaign with James
Gilmartin,
but running so close to him. But to be fair to Phelim, he ran a good campaign and got 734 first preference votes.
Yeah, and there were what was noticeable in this electoral area was there was a high number of female candidates. Mary Bohan obviously elected once again, but not so successful for Michelle Brennan Schiabo, Katrina Bergen, Blothin Geller or Bernie Lennon.
No, but I suppose in Michelle Brennan Schiabo's case, she's the first time candidate running beside a very strong candidate in Justin Warnock down in Tullahan. And
she's around the Kinloch area.
Yeah, she's in the Kinloch area. So she polled 398 votes, I suppose. John Ellis alluded to last night maybe that Sinn Féin, if they'd ran a candidate maybe up near Manorhamilton, may have been more in the shake-up. Maybe if they'd announced it earlier, other people may not have ran and that. But again, I suppose for a first-time candidate, a good vote. Katrina Bergen, probably from a Fine Gael perspective, running out of Rossinver. In my lifetime, I don't really remember a councillor in Rossinver, so she probably was. Sean was based in Glenfarne, so he had a solid vote out of Glenfarne into Kilty-Clogher, and he would have picked up votes in Rossinver, but he would have also picked up, like Sean McDermott had 100 votes out of boxes in Manorhamilton any time he ran before, so where his location was, he was kind of close to all of those three areas, and that's what I suppose was his electoral success. Whereas Katrina was probably out in Rossinver when Eddie Mitchell decided to run. Eddie Mitchell played football for Glenfarne, went to national school in Glenfarne, so he had that base under him to get elected, and very difficult. I suppose Adam O'Callagh in Ballinamore was the standout for a Green candidate, but very difficult for a Green candidate in rural Ireland at the moment. And I suppose in the context of Bernie, a Labour candidate, there's never been really a strong Labour vote in the Manorhamilton area. But Gabriel McSharry was the last man that went very close to taking a seat for Labour in Manorhamilton.
Right, okay, and then looking at Ballinamore again, strong showing by Paddy O'Rourke and Enda McGlone and Brendan Barry as well.
Yeah, I suppose the big talking point in this one was before the election was with the retirement of Jerry Dolan, where Jerry Dolan's vote was going to go, Councillor Jerry Dolan's vote was going to go to. It probably went heavily to Enda Madlone, and then probably to a lesser extent to the Sinn Féin candidates that were running. So both Paddy and Enda got across the line on the first count. Paddy O'Rourke is, as we know, a well-known vote getter. He always comes home with a huge surplus, and that helped to bring Gary Pryor in with him, who was probably contesting Keelan Ellis's seat when Keelan had sat down. There was always two solid Fianna Fáil seats there, and I suppose Gary will be delighted that he managed to hold on to that Ellis seat.
Yeah, and Ita Reynolds-Flynn returned for Fine Gael, and Roisin Kenny is the new councillor for Sinn Féin.
Roisin Kenny is the new
councillor. Who was
councillor
Martin Kenny's sister, isn't that right?
That's correct, yeah. His sister Martin Kenny's based over in Ahavas. Herself and Brendan Barry are two Sinn Féin. I suppose they targeted two Sinn Féin seats at the last election and didn't quite. Geography played a huge role. They didn't quite get over the line. Last time out they did. This time out the Jerry Dolan thing was a factor this time, and probably maybe they ran a better geographic spread of candidates as well.
All right, okay. I was listening to some of your coverage on the way home last night, and you were commenting, or somebody was commenting on the performance of Sean Wynne. It was a credible performance by Sean Wynne from Shamble-based candidate.
Sean's decision, and he alluded to himself in our coverage yesterday, his decision to run was down to, I suppose, that Jerry Dolan factor, that Jerry Dolan had retired, and he felt there was probably an independent seat there in it. A credible performance. He would have picked up some of that Jerry Dolan vote as well. I suppose the other standout one in that was Adam O'Kelly, the Green candidate, to pull 329 first preference votes in a rural constituency. Now there was.
You see, I think he's one of the youngest candidates in the country.
He was only 21, and I think it may have benefited from that in terms of the younger vote. Look, someone alluded to the fact that he was a very good candidate as well, in terms he was very articulate, good personality, and that possibly if he had been running under another badge more, I suppose, amenable to the voters in rural Ireland, he may have been a bigger factor than he was. But a credible, taking 5% of the vote first time out, very good.
All right, okay, and then turning to Carrick and Shannon, and again, a good day for the independents. Enda Stenson and Des Guckian, independent councillors, returned. We also see Maeve Reynolds of Fine Gael, the long-standing councillor Sean McGowan of Fianna Fáil, and Cormac Flynn of Sinn Féin getting the seat as well.
Cormac Flynn for Sinn Féin, taking essentially him and Paddy Farrell were elected on the last count. We were probably watching this one closely. There was a battle for a while between Stephen King and Cormac Flynn for that last seat, but once they again, we've seen the local nature of local elections. Once the candidates based around Carrick and Shannon were eliminated, and Cormac picked up enough of those transfers, he was always then going to take the seat because he was a running mate, Lisa Mulligan, to pull him over the line.
Right, okay, so from an overall basis, winners and losers party-wise in County Leitrim, Paul?
Fianna Fáil probably are winners. They went in with 6, came out with 6. First of all, Sinn Féin doubled their representation, so they're the big winners on Leitrim County Council. They went from 2 councillors to 4, and then are independents.
Right, okay, but... Right, okay, we'll leave it there, Paul. Thanks for joining us. We'll get a 6th count here. Thanks a lot, Paul.
Which consisted of the distribution of Michael Kelly's 211 votes. Cosgrove Nessa, the Labour Party, plus 6, given a total of 960. Donnelly Pauline Sinn Féin, plus 11, given a total of 364. Phelan Finbar, non-party, plus 30, giving a total of 538. Gibbons Arthur Sinn Féin, plus 10, giving a total of 822. Gogan Johnny, the Green Party, plus 6, giving a total of 249. Kilgannon Seamus, Fianna Fáil, plus 9, giving a total of 568. Monaghan Graham Aintu, plus 43, giving a total of 260. O'Boyle Gino, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 38, giving a total of 902. Non-transferable papers not effective, 58. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. That is Johnny Gogan, 249 votes.
Okay, that was the sixth count in Sligo Strandhill. Johnny Gogan, Green Party candidate, eliminated, as you heard John Moran saying. Remember, the quota in Sligo Strandhill is 1,188. We already have 3 councillors elected in the electorate area: Declan Bree, Tom McSharry and Fergal Nealon. Nessa Cosgrove's now on 960 votes, Gino Boyle on 902, Arthur Gibbons on 822, and we expect that those 3 candidates will be filling the remaining seats. Mark.
Yeah, I mean it's all as expected at this stage. We are picking up.
Yep.
We are picking up a little bit of pace now, which is good for listeners, and so on. But no surprises, just at this time anyway.
Yeah. Okay, Jerry, you'd agree? No major surprises.
No major surprise. That the only thing there is that Finbar Filan is closing the gap there between himself and Seamus Gagarin.
Yeah.
There was 50 and the difference now is 30. But I think that might spread out a little bit now as it goes on, depending on where it goes.
Okay,
but there's no surprise, no changes in the main seats.
But the count moving along now, so we may see rapid progression, will we not, in coming counts?
It might. It should be that a little bit quicker now.
Right, okay, so that was and all these figures are available on our website, oceanfm.ie, all the information there. That was the 6th count in Sligo Strandhill, and we're still waiting the 2nd count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. Graham Monaghan is our next guest, the N2 candidate in Sligo Strandhill. Graham, you're welcome.
Hi, Niall.
Thanks for joining us.
Not at all.
Well, you're still in the race.
I was expecting to be going out that time. Yeah, I was indeed. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody who put their faith in me and gave me their number ones. And I'd like to think that there was a lot of 2s and 3s on ballot papers as well that sadly we're not going to see the benefit of. But that's democracy. I believe in our democracy. I'd like to compliment you as well. I'm sure everybody's been doing the same thing. Compliment you on your fabulous coverage of the election. It's obviously a disappointing day, but the fight goes on. Nobody has died. We live to fight another day. And to my left and to my right have suffered these feelings as well. And I know Marion has mentioned it a few times. It is a very strange feeling to have.
Yeah. Understandable. It's a brave thing for anybody to put their name on a ballot paper, as we know, as we've been saying.
Well, I've worked on and helped on many a campaign. This man to my right, the man to my further right, I was out on knocking on doors for him many years ago too. I suppose it was an itch that I wanted to scratch. Didn't think I'd ever do it. Mark obviously deciding that he would sadly no longer stay in the game. Helped my decision to join. I do believe in what N2 are about. I believe in Pather. I believe in all the people that are in the party. I think we have something good to bring to our country. It's just, for me, it's not this time. As I said, who knows what the future brings. I definitely wouldn't want to be feeling as bad as this again for a while.
Why do you feel bad?
I suppose,
it's
a mixture. Look, I knew it was either going to be one of two things. It was either going to be an amazing day or it was going to be a dump. And from the boxes started opening, I just knew, I knew it was a dump. Now, I'm actually very proud that I'm hanging in, because I was expecting to go out that last count. So I got 68 votes. 43, which actually will go to prove that I had a lot of preferences down the sheet. I was well received on the doors. I really was. I'd like to thank everybody who came and answered the door. I always thank anybody when I was canvassing for the boys as well. I'd always thank people for engaging, because that's what's most important. And sadly, with the way things are going across society, far too many people are stepping back and getting disillusioned by what politics has to offer. I believe in democracy. It's one of the most important things we have, and fundamentally it's what separates us, and the alternative is unthinkable. So we have to hold this dear and treasure it, and I'm just glad that maybe for this one time I've played a little part in it.
Yeah, as you say, it was, and we covered it in depth at the time. You were a lifelong Fianna Fáil supporter and campaigner.
And proud, and I'll always be proud of that. My family My father's father, was involved nearly with the foundation of Fianna Fáil. Came from the anti-treaty side, was a 3rd Western Division, the old IRA. I would have always referred to myself as a Republican Fianna Fáil, and proud to be. In fact, an awful lot of the people that have joined into would be coming from that very same gene pool. And sadly, the party that once stood for so many people has abandoned so many of its foundation stones, and it's very sad to see that. And I think our country is the lesser for it. I mean, this man to my right, it's sad that what happened to him. I'm incredibly disappointed about it. But I believe he stood up, and he stood up to be counted when it needed to be done. Sadly, not too many people listened to him, and that's a sad reality.
Yeah, but you've no regrets about ending your association with Sinn Féin, or with
Sinn Féin? Yeah, I'm joining Sinn Féin next.
Yeah, and hooking up with Into. No regrets at all?
Not at all. No. As I said, my opening thing, I still believe that Into has something really strong to offer. Across the country, there's new councillors being elected. How Peadar will do it's been very hard to try and follow because the count has been so slow starting. I don't know how Peadar's going to do in the European election. Fingers crossed he's in there at the shake-up. It would be a huge step forward for the party to get that seat, because then you get that chance to get more media attention on the party, and then you can get your message out. I know I'm stating all the obvious, but I still believe in the project. I a couple of weeks ago, or a number of weeks ago, was at the Ardèche in Maynooth, and it was incredible to be surrounded by so many people, good people. The motions that came from the floor, there was almost 130 motions passed, and only 2 were defeated, which means that you had across the board from north, south, east and west of our country, you had so many people on the same page believing in the same issues, and nobody was influencing anybody. It was, if you read you read it, you looked at it, was it something you liked? And it was an incredible piece of just to be in a room full of so many people that were on the same page. So the future is still bright, I believe, when we get the chance to get our message out a little bit more. But no, I'm proud of what I've done. I actually, can I just say, I had one of the first doors that I canvassed was a gentleman who I know practically all my life, and he knew my mum and dad very, very well. And when I handed him the leaflet and he looked at it and he said to me, what would Jimmy and Joss think? Now, if I cry when I tell this story, I'm sorry. He said, what would your mum and dad think? And so I explained my reason for leaving Fianna Fáil and joining Into. I outlined some of the policy changes and things that have been abandoned. And his final words to me, you know what, Graham, maybe it's not you that's changed. And I thought it was a lovely thing to say. So it was... I know that my dad was getting more and more frustrated with Fianna Fáil over the last few years of his life too, because he could see it, and so many people have seen how a party has sold its soul. And I will say that, and I was on with you. That actually, I want to say, just in case that anybody thinks for 1 minute, when I spoke to you on air about joining Into, I had no intention of running at that. From the bottom of my heart, I had none. It was completely out of the blue that I was asked, would I contemplate running? This was not on my radar. I'm glad I've done it. Will I do it again? We'll have a think about that. But hey, life goes on, and as I said, thankfully nobody has died. I want to wish all my fellow candidates the very, very best of luck, and those who were successful. It's really important that they pull together and do the best for our area. That's the most important thing, really is.
Okay. Jerry or Mark, or do you want to say anything?
Well, obviously Graham and I have been friends for our entire lives, so on a personal level I'm gutted for Graham. I think he like others, has the courage of his convictions to go out and stand. It was going to be difficult. When you look at the amount of candidates people that we all grew up with, Graham, and people that were all maybe involved in Fianna Fáil at different times, that was going to make it difficult because there was a lot of people looking to fish in the same pool. But Into are displaying a pliability that defines democracy, that policy gravitates from the ground up and not siloed down, as is the challenge that we've spoke of in recent days for the so-called establishment parties. I have no doubt Graham has a huge amount to offer in the way he has always contributed to Sligo society and Sligo life, and it certainly won't surprise me that when the dust settles and when the natural emotion of today having gone around, as the other candidates have, the same track as everybody else. You know, everybody deserves something out of the thing, and Graham is running from the right place, and I want to pay tribute to himself, and to Caroline, his wife, and to Sean and Jimmy, his sons. We haven't seen the last of Graham Monaghan in a political context, and I've no doubt he will run again into are going to be one of those parties of the future. So well done, Graham.
Thank you, Martin. Thanks a million.
I'd like to commiserate with Graham as well, and as he said there, he worked with us all and gave us all a good handout when we were all running, and I think if you congratulate him putting your name forward. I would have thought Aintor, I would have lifted that vote a wee bit, and like Paddy Devine is seen as a very honourable and good politician, and
he's really well thought of, Joey, right across the political spectrum.
Yeah,
he's very, very well thought of. You know, I had the privilege to be in his company, and I'm not mean to speak across you.
No, you're right.
When the West on Track conference was taking place in the Radisson, he came and joined me, and it was really important for me to get him to that conference. I wanted him to be there because he's very pro railway as well. But I had the honour to be in his company for that number of hours, and he's just a likeable guy, you know, and he's very committed to what he believes in, and he's strong with his convictions, and he proved that by leaving Sinn Féin. He's a man of great integrity and conviction, and I'm proud to be part of his team.
Yeah, well, he calls it as it is. Whether it helps him or doesn't help him, he says exactly how he feels about it. He tells the truth about it, and
he's asking good questions.
Yeah, and like you saw the referendum there, where he came out and he called out a lot of the issues in relation to what the government was doing in relation to the referendum.
Well, actually, just going back to that, like talking about grassroots up. I mean, we had a discussion at our meeting about how, you know, we were asked to give our opinion as a common on how we felt of where the party should have backed a yes or should have backed a no, and we had a very, very frank discussion between ourselves, the members, and collectively, unanimously, we all said no. This is crazy stuff, and you know, and that was replicated right across the common, right across the whole party, across the country, and the party took that stance. Now, a fellow member actually said to me that, you know, it was a great idea to back the no, and I said, no, that's not quite right. I said, it's never ever wrong to be right.
Yes.
Okay.
Blaine
wants to say a quick word, and then I'll bring in another special guest we have.
Yeah, just I suppose. I suppose point out for the fact that you yourself you've always been very public, and this whole process is very public, and that's why, you know, I've got nothing but admiration when I sit down and I feel the emotion, and I feel the disappointment, and I feel the happiness, and I feel, because it's real. Like this man beside me, he is a Democrat, and he has the belief and his willingness to stand up for those beliefs, and I think that absolutely has to be commended and rewarded, and you should be proud of your vote as a first-time candidate at the very, very, very last minute, putting your name forward. I think we're going to see again. I think Aintor are on the rise, and who knows, next year, maybe 2029, you might see again. But I definitely think your involvement in especially in Sligo, Shantil electoral politics, is positive, because you're a good debater. You promote your values. I mightn't always agree with them, but you do it in a way that's respectful. You sit here and we're all on the same wavelength about respect. And ultimately, you're a Democrat, and I've nothing but the height of admiration for putting your name forward. You stand up for your beliefs. Who knows? You might be on a ballot paper in the future. And,
well, I actually thank you for your very kind words. Actually, I said to people, you know, they said to me, why are you running? Why? And I actually said, you know, it's even crazy because I'm even too old to have a midlife crisis. So how am I going to be in another 5 years? I don't know.
Right.
Look, thank you very for your kind words.
Right.
Yes, my life is public, but I've lived in I'm very proud to be an entertainer.
And thanks for the songs that you keep. Those songs that you were singing for Sligo Rovers, they're still listened to in our house.
Well, look at it. Sligo Rovers is obviously dear to my heart.
Well done again, right. Graham. Thanks, Niall. For dropping by. Graham Monaghan, Aintor candidate in Sligo Strandhill. Very special guest to talk to. Most of our panel, a lot of our panel will know her well. Mary Barrett, you're very welcome.
Thank you.
And thanks very much for coming by this morning. Mary was a Fine Gael councillor on Sligo County Council. I'm trying to remember how many years, Mary?
23.
23 years.
1991.
That's some record.
2004.
In the old Dromore West electoral area, isn't that right? Which is no more, sadly.
Which is no more, sadly, yes.
Yeah, and you'd feel the same way.
I would, definitely. Yeah. I think it should be 2 4-seaters, really.
Yeah. Too big an area, isn't it, really?
Too big an area, yeah. For any candidate to try and canvass.
So give us your assessment of Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and what's likely to happen.
Well, I mean, some of the candidates, Michael Clark is already there, and Jaron Malani, a colleague of mine, I worked with both of them on the County Council, and Patrick Cleary is still in the mix.
Yeah.
Disappointed for him if he doesn't make it, because he's young, enthusiastic and energetic and very passionate about what he does. He's young and bring new ideas into Sligo County Council. But his day will come. It's only 5 years, but it's no consolation, I think, today to tell him that.
Yeah.
And I'm hopeful for Martin Connolly as well.
Still hopeful.
From my own party.
He's fighting
He's
there to
he's still
retain
there.
the seat.
He's still there in the mix. Yeah.
All right, okay. But you're encouraged, are you, by to see so many people still wanting to represent their local communities?
I am, and particularly it's lovely to see young people coming into the race. You know, I enjoy seeing young people coming in, and it takes courage to put your name on the ballot paper to start with.
Yeah.
So well done to all of them, of all parties, and none who have been successful, and I wish the remaining good luck as well. They all cannot win, there will be disappointments, but there is another day.
Yeah, you weren't disappointed too often, no, Mary, isn't that
Pardon
right?
me?
You weren't disappointed too often?
No, thankfully.
You never had any nail biters at
No,
council
I hadn't.
here.
No.
Yeah.
I was elected on my 4 occasions.
Yeah.
And,
comfortably as well.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we hope so. Yeah. And I must say I enjoyed it, and found the campaign, I suppose, difficult enough. But when you meet nice people, you enjoy it, and they give you the encouragement. And even at this stage, I'm gone a good few years now, I still want to thank those people who placed their faith and their trust in me. And I was selected on both occasions by the late Joe McMunn of Caltra Dramart, and my gratitude to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you enjoyed your 23 years, didn't you? For
very
the most
much
part?
so. Very much so. Yes. I did.
And looked
I
after
certainly
West
did.
Sligo.
Well, I hope so, and I did my best, and what more can you do? I was very passionate about it, and confidentiality was a big thing for me.
Yeah.
And I think that's very important, because no matter how small an issue is that people who approach you about, they want that in confidence. You told that in their confidence. So.
Jerry, I think you served with Mary Barrett.
I did indeed.
Actually, we both got elected at the same time in 1991.
91, yeah. Out in Killooney, the Teeling Centre, isn't that right?
And Mary was always a lady and a great councillor, and always made you feel welcome and friendly. And even after when I finished up, and Deirdre, my sister, went in, and Deirdre would always say that Mary always felt made her so welcoming and very good friends, and the whole lot of us are still very good friends today.
Yes, we are, and that's lovely to say that.
Yeah, but she was always a lady, and still is always a lady.
And when you were doing the deals between your parties, were you the two main people now? No.
Well, we were at different times. We knew if we were making a deal that we'd be sticking to it, and there'd be no changes. You could always rely that there'd be no ones, going off on their own little line when it suited them.
Yeah.
But no, Mary was always honest and upfront.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Were you part of the campaign this time at all, Mary? Or?
No. But I would be disappointed for my local candidate who win, Patrick Cleary, if he doesn't make it.
Yeah.
Very disappointed for him.
He has a bit of and we talked to Patrick
yes.
last night, and he was very emotional, and more than Graham there.
Yes.
And
yes.
People who were defeated, there's no reason to feel...
He has put in a hard campaign and canvassed very well,
and his day will come, as you say.
Yeah, his day will come. And before I go, I would like to compliment you, Niall, and your team on the excellent coverage. It was really, really excellent. But I still love the buzz of the count room.
Of course you do.
And I
Everybody
remember
does.
way back in 91 when I was elected myself in the Gilhooly Hall. And you could just get breathing space.
I think it was in Collooney, actually.
Was it?
It was, yeah.
Well, I remember being in the Gilhooly Hall at one stage.
Yeah, you were, but the 91 was in the Teeling Centre in
Was
Collooney.
it?
Yeah, I
Was
remember
it?
it well.
Yeah.
On a Friday evening.
Yeah.
But there you go.
There you go.
Mary, thanks for coming by.
You're very welcome,
and continued good wishes to you.
Thank you so
and,
much.
And all your family and all your many supporters down the years out
Thank you.
out
Thank
in
you.
Screen.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mary Barrett, former councillor, Fine Gael councillor on Sligo County Council. Long past time we took a break. Back in a moment. We're still waiting on the second count in Ballymote at Tubbercurry and the seventh count in Sligo Strandhill. Okay, we're told that the seventh count in Sligo Strandhill will be with us in a couple of moments, so we'll take that live. Just to recap on the first count from Ballymote Tubbercurry, the details were as follows. The quote in Ballymote Tubbercurry is 2021. It's a 7-seater. Liam Brennan of Fianna Fáil on the first count, 1,307 votes. Michael Clark, Independent, 1,773. Patrick Cleary of Fine Gael, 1,004. Martin Connolly of Fine Gael, 1,010. James Conway of the Irish Freedom Party, 596. Barry Gallagher of Fianna Fáil, 1,246. Jason Gorman of Sinn Féin, 345. Emma Hendrick, People Before Profit Solidarity, 203. Keith Henry of Fianna Fáil, 1,060. Gerard Mullaney, Fine Gael, 1,724. Dara Mulvey, Fine Gael, 1,666. Donal O'Connor, Sinn Féin, 302. Joe Queenan, Independent, 1,523. Paul Taylor, Fianna Fáil, the poll topper, 1,924. And Jennifer Van Answegen of Sinn Féin, 373. Emma Hendrick has been eliminated, and the second count is the distribution of her votes. So that's where we're at, and awaiting the seventh count in Sligo Strandhill. Right, okay, so we're hopefully it'll move a little bit quickly now, Blaine, for the afternoon, isn't that right?
Yeah, I'm after being out for the lunch, so I missed that last one. But I tell you, I've ruffled a few feathers with the comments on the Ballymote representation.
Getting loads and loads of texts about that, I can tell you.
Just to reiterate again, that's not a criticism on the excellent levels of public service and service that has been done by the current councillors. It's more a criticism of the lack of numbers and the local electoral areas in that space. But again, I'll call it as it is. I've no hesitation upsetting a few people in my own party. I just call it as it is. And what I believe is that a town like Ballymote should have its own councillor. And I'm going to be strong and stand over that opinion for the rest of the day, even if I might make it out past the lobby.
Jerry, would you like to be Mayor of Sligo?
No, I don't think so.
No? Would you agree with a directly elected Mayor of a town like Sligo or not?
I think director electric mayor would be okay if they had some finance and control and money, more power. But see, another power is back up to Dublin is one of the difficulties.
Yeah.
The test bed will be the Limerick Mayor. See how he can perform and what roles he gets. My fear, again, from a political point of view, would be that, and this is whoever wins out here, I would fear that, maybe a celebrity candidate or somebody that doesn't have the skills for the office could be elected because of the popularity contest, and you really want that role to be up to date with planning laws, up to date with legislation. You really want that to be a legislative role, and that will be my fear. So I'll be watching the Limerick thing, how it fares out, and see how it goes.
But then, of course, if you have administrators like your man, the department fella, like if he was there, it's just like another administration. So I don't know if that's a good idea either, because politics should be about representing the people and listening to the people and putting their case forward.
The Mayor's office in what's being proposed is a position on similar statute as the CEO of the council, and that you need to know your onions, you need to know your legislation, you need to know your policy, you need to know your schemes, and like if you're being elected on the basis of a popularity contest, you may not always get that, and I would fear then that you might actually go backwards instead of going forwards, and qualification for the role for that particular one is very important for me, and I'd love to see how that's going to turn out, because if it does turn out well and you do get the right people for the job, well then the rest of the country is going to look at it, but I would just hate to see it being a popularity contest, somebody going in there who doesn't have the skill set to drive that council forward as a mayor, and ultimately the county or the county or the city suffering as a result.
Yeah, and Niall, just on a clarification on that now, it would be an honour for anyone to be Mayor of Sligo, just to clarify that in case someone may pick it up.
It'd be lovely to wear it around the house, wouldn't it, the chain?
And, but it would be a difficult job and a tough job and a busy job. But directly elected Mayor is probably a long way away yet. But you never know. After this Limerick one, you could see some legislation coming through in the next couple of years.
Yeah. What did Bertie Ahern say? It was a load of nonsense. Is that what he said?
Yeah. But I suppose when talking about this topic, you'd have to remember the late great
Martin
Ford, who was around for the last local elections. There was always a campaign of his. He used to march in the St. Patrick's Day parade, promoting the call and need for a directly elected mayor. So you think of a wonderful Sligo character like him on a day like today. He'd be here liaising with everybody on the tallies now if he was around, and we send best wishes, of course, to Eric and the rest of the Ford connection today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Okay, Frank Feehan is with us, former junior minister, of course. Give us we're all cocooned here as to what's happening nationally. What's your sense of? We're going to be returned as the largest party in local government, apparently, after these elections.
It looks like, from what I'm hearing around the country, and I've been here for the last 3 or 4 hours just following it online, but it looks like it's been a good result for Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and independents, of course. But it's far too early for the European tallies for this area. But again, I'm hearing that our two candidates, Maria Walsh and Nina Carberry, are doing well. But again, it's far too early. It's obviously the centre is holding. It's something I've always said that the centre will hold, and it looks like it's holding. And I think people are beginning now to look at the next general election. And
what about you? Are you looking at the next general election?
Well, I've been looking at the last general election for the last 5 years nearly, and so that'll be up to the Fine Gael party to have to go. There's a thing called conventions. I'll have to put my name forward. But yeah, I have an office in Boyle. I have an office in Boyle. I have an office in Ballyshannon, in Leitrim, and I have an office here in Sligo town. I live in Sligo.
You sound like you're canvassing already, Frank.
But you'll be closing some of them when you're running in Roscommon, surely, won't you?
I just can't hear you over the noise there, Mark.
I heard a story this morning that Phil Hogan is ringing around already.
I heard that story as well.
And I don't know if Phil Hogan is still involved in the procedural.
Well, I
matters
suppose,
within the party.
like Glenn here and many have been involved in politics. They always have an interest in politics, and certainly when elections, local elections, general elections, European elections, I'm sure Phil will ring round all his friends. But yes,
did he contact you yet? No,
hasn't contacted, but he contacted a very good friend of mine, and I heard it late last night. I heard it this morning, and but Phil.
So is that just to get a sense of where the land lies? Do you think, in terms of going to the country or not?
When I suppose I shouldn't say this, but when the Fine Gael leadership battle was on, I got a call from Phil late that night, and I put down the phone. I had to ring my candidate and say, which side is Phil Hogan on? And then
it's like a boss of mine told me one time, always, whatever you do, always back the winner.
Yeah, then I rang Phil back. I said, okay, I can talk to you now. So but you know, Phil has an interest in politics like most people, and as you know, Mark, we'll all talk. You know, how's it going here and how's it going there.
It's good to see Phil back kind of around it now. He was somewhat removed for a while. A lot of people say when he went to Europe, we lost that little bit of a steer of steel. But I was saying to Niall earlier on today that if I was advising, as I have in the past, people within Fine Gael, it would be now's the time for a general election. Let's not wait. Let's go.
Oh, I've my own personal opinion. I've always felt that it would be around October. I think October the 25th. That's my date. I think the government will come back after the summer, and this is only my personal opinion. After summer, have a budget, and then they'll go to the country. I just simply cannot see it taking place at the latest March the 11th next year, and I've always felt that it won't go before the summer. Although, yeah, the way the state of the parties, there are two parties are very strong, and we determine where the Greens are, but I still think it'll be towards the end of this year.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, right. Okay. Well, there was maybe those views have hardened overnight when we get a sort of an overall picture as to how Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in particular have fared in the. If you were Phil Hogan or Simon Harris, would you go yourself?
I'm not Simon Harris or Phil Hogan. I'm Frank Feehan. I genuinely believe that it should be towards the end of this year. I think the housing that is coming on stream, you have 40,000 houses coming on stream a year. There's a lot of positive news with the economy. There's a lot of challenges we have to deal with as well. I think we'll deal with them in a better way in the next few months. But again, and I say it again, it'll come down to a government that has been in place for nearly 5 years, a government that has worked in very, very difficult times, and a government that can show their hands and say, well, look, we've dealt with many crises, through a COVID crisis, through a World War III, effectively a Ukrainian war, and many immigrants coming into the country, and a housing crisis, and health. And I think as a government we can put that record to the people, and hopefully people will respond. But I still believe that'll be October.
Right, okay, thanks for that, Frank. We'll talk to Frank throughout today. Frank Feehan, former Junior Minister, and TD Frank Feehan. We'll take another quick break from the Sligo Park Hotel, still awaiting Count 7 in Sligo Strandhill and Count 2 in Ballymote Tubbercurry. Right, okay, I think we have some unofficial 7-count figures from Sligo. Unofficial second count figures from Ballymote Tubbercurry playing. Is that right? These are unofficial figures.
Yeah, unofficial figures have just come over their shoulder. And
this is with the elimination of Emma Hendrick.
Emma Hendrick, yeah. 27 non-transferable votes. 27 non-transferable votes, 176 to be distributed, and they don't have any major impact. They stayed largely on the left. Liam Brennan +2, Michael Clark +12, Patrick Cleary +3, Martin Connolly +4, James Comet +2, Barry Ganner +4, Jason Gorman +11, Keith Henry +9, Gerard Mullany +9, Darren Mulvey +12, Donal O'Connor +19, Joseph Queenan +10, Paul Taylor +4, and Jennifer Van Aswegen +75. So stayed largely on the left as Deputy McSherry said, and that's all unofficial.
Yeah, unofficial. Most of them are going to Van Aswegen.
I have an unofficial 7th count.
Okay, from Sligo Strandhill.
Strandhill.
Okay.
Unofficial. Nessa Cosgrove, the big gainer here, +124 to 1,084 or thereabouts. Pauline Donnelly +6 to 370, Finbar Filan +16 to 554, Arthur Gibbons +8 to 830, Seamus Kilgannon +22 to 590, Graham Monaghan +4 to 264, and Gino Boyle +29 to 931. So Nessa Cosgrove, the clear beneficiary there, followed by Gino, who in turn is closely followed by Seamus Kilgannon.
And that was Michael Kelly's distribution, was it?
That was the distribution of Michael Kelly's.
No, it was Johnny Gogan.
Johnny Gogan.
Johnny Gogan.
Yeah, the Green Party, which is interesting.
Let me just see. I'll tell you how much that was now.
So 124 from Johnny Gogan
to Janessa Cosgrove. Doesn't quite push her over the line, but she's not far off. The quota is 1,188.
It's proven the transfer friendliness of the candidate.
Yeah,
she's definitely
she'll be elected on the 8th count then, isn't
she
it?
could be, She
could be.
she could certainly be. It's unofficial, Jerry. That's the unofficial 7th count.
Right, okay. And as you say, Blaine, again, we had this discussion yesterday. It bears out what you call the transfer-friendly nature of a candidate like Nessa Cosgrove.
Definitely. You mightn't be able to give Nessa the vote for party reasons or for geography reasons, but you might be able to give it to 2nd, to 3rd, to 4th, to 5th. And she's definitely transfer-friendly. And she'd be very, very pleased with what she's seeing. Obviously, she's probably known from about yesterday that she's going to be elected, but that's a sizable vote to get back. 124. It's not official yet, but it's a good vote. I was just chatting to her there, and she's still on cloud 9. Really, really excited and delighted, and we're just getting one step closer now to the Labour Party being back in Sligo.
I mean, a lot of people saying Labour are back in Sligo. I don't know if you can read that into it. Maybe you can.
Well, I split it down the middle, as we were saying yesterday. There was new people out with Nessa. There was the old Labour team out with Nessa. There was definitely the core Labour vote that would have remained with Nessa probably from 2019, but also the Nessa factor. This is a local election. She has that infectious kind of personality. She's you listen to her, you feel the passion she has for the issues she speaks about, and that resonates. And also, she's the leading female candidate here, so she'll be picking up transfers on the basis of that. In 2019, that went the other way when she was eliminated. That went to Councillor Sinead Maguire. So she's motoring along very, very well, and it'll be interesting now. I know I was kind of criticised yesterday for getting ahead of myself about PACs and stuff, but it seems with 10 seats it's going to be Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. That's what the people voted for, so that's what's going to potentially happen, more than likely happen on the council. But then on Sligo Strandhill, the local electoral area, how that's going to be the working relationship there between the 6 councillors, you would indicate 4 to 2 left versus centre candidates, but I wouldn't be so sure if that's going to be a guaranteed pact. So I'm pretty sure discussions are taking place as we speak. Very confident.
Well, as we heard yesterday, there's a push underway already to consider Declan Breas, Cahirlock of the County Council to mark his 50th year as a councillor. A couple of candidates have said that.
Yeah, there was a mention of it. And I think, that you can't get ahead of yourself in that sense, but it would be quite a fitting thing to do. But, politics speaks, and the people here have spoken, and if that's what's returned 6 and 4 with 10 of the 18, it'll be up to Fianna Fáil Fine Gael what to do here in Sligo County Council, and we'll see.
It's just some more general comments. Well done to all such exceptional coverage. I'm tired listening, but I just can't switch it off. I don't know how you're still doing it. Fair play to everyone involved on the coverage and on the debates over the last few weeks. On the postering issue, Jean's been on to say a big well done to all those candidates that have their teams out taking down their posters in the pouring rain. Is it raining outside today?
Yeah,
it is.
And someone else says, I live in Ballysadare. I'm just back from the retail park. What a clearance of posters and so quickly. So fair play to all concerned. Yeah, I noticed a lot of posters down already.
The advice, there's definitely lots down today. The advice to every candidate would be to take a photo of the poster coming down, because I know in the past photos have been taken down by other people and raised back up, and bits of messing like that. So get your photo of you taking the posters down, so that if the authorities come looking and it goes back up again at another stage, you're in the clear.
Someone else saying Blaine seems to be very, very concerned about Ballymote. Does he even know how to get to Ballymote? It's the first time I've seen a townie worried about the country.
Well, let me clarify something. My mother hails from Ballymote, and my father's currently living in Ballymote. So don't be so concerned about my side of things. I'm expressing an opinion, and I think this is getting quite drawn out a little bit here. But
okay. Beatrice has been on. Can you give the results for the Sligo Drumcliff area? We don't have any results, Beatrice. We don't have any counts at all in from Sligo Drumcliff, and won't have for a number of hours. But if you want to see the first count tallies, they're on our website. You'll see them in detail there. Sligo Drumcliff. Just go on our website and all the details are there, and it will show that there was a very strong, to put it very mildly, strong performance by Thomas Walsh, who will be elected in the first count. Thomas Healy will be re-elected as well. Marie Casterly also looking very good for Edel McSharry, first time Fianna Fáil candidate. And then a fight for the last seat between outgoing Fianna Fáil councillor Donald Gilroy and outgoing Fine Gael councillor Tom Fox. So that's Beatrice sorted out this morning. A comment on Aintu. Amazing to think that Aintu thought they could gain anything from a coincidental siding on the referenda. Now that the far right was the dog that didn't bark during local elections, will the panel condemn racism and racists in politics? Well, I think they've done that consistently throughout the weekend. But just on the point of Aintu, could you have read, people did read into the referendum result that it was in some way maybe a small sign of support for Aintu, but I don't know if we can draw that conclusion now, can we? I haven't seen how Aintu are performing nationally.
I never drew that conclusion, but I do think people are looking for parties where they feel they can genuinely have a say, where they feel that their voice will be heard, and they are attracting more members, they are attracting more support. Now that hasn't transferred into seats here in Sligo. We'll see how the situation pans out nationally, if they pick up some council seats. And we know that Power may be in the shake for the last seat in this electoral area, but it's a brand that certainly he's trying to build, and he certainly has, however slowly, a growing support.
Yeah, if somebody else says, if I had any criticism, it's the candidate debates didn't really allow us to get to know each candidate, just a flavour. Maybe doing a big pre-election bonanza weekend like you're doing now, post-election, would give us a better picture. Amazing stuff though, looking forward to the transfer drama. I'm not sure how that will go down with listeners. And you're right, election debates are just, it's hard to give anybody an overall picture of what a candidate is like or what they stand for. It's only a little snapshot. But we see the worth in doing them. All right, okay. So as it stands, we're waiting on count 7 in Sligo Strandhill, and we have unofficial figures as Blaine and Mark outlined already, and the second count in Ballymote at Tubbercurry. For now, we'll take a quick break. Back with more in a moment. Right, we're back live from the Sligo Park Hotel, the ongoing coverage of the local election counts, with thanks to Sligo County Council for their sponsorship and help with this. And as we've outlined, Ballymote Tubbercurry count ongoing, as is the Sligo Strandhill count. No sign of the Sligo Drumcliff count taking place yet. Got a message from a person who says they're whizzing along on a train at 180 kilometres an hour from Ancona to Rimini, listening to the counts. Keep up the good work. So there you go.
France, is it?
Italy, yeah. Ancona to Rimini.
Ciao bello.
Mary,
Buongiorno. Ciao.
you had a little break. Have you got any indication of what's happening nationally at all since? Marion, you didn't hear anything?
No,
yeah.
I didn't. I just heard a few different politicians. I was on RT for a while there, just defending the position, but no new information really.
Defending the position?
Yeah, whatever.
There's no election called in
or their
England, was there?
party's position, or, why things happened and how things will be different in the future, and sure, that's what we all do, Niall.
Yeah.
That's what we all do.
So it was European analysis, was it?
Local as well.
Yeah, okay.
Local as well. And it was interesting that when you look at, because I was dealing with it in the overall, the Sligo Leitrim part of it, like we have seen, for example, Sinn Féin gains in Leitrim, but we don't see the same in the Europeans when we look at the combined tallies of the two. We see Fianna Fáil gains in as well. So, the pattern, before I came on, they were talking to the Minister for Justice and some others, and they were saying about that Fine Gael would be the largest party. But if you look at the Sligo Leitrim results, they're actually bucking that trend.
Yeah.
So, I think there's a lot left to play for yet. And but I did make the point that we were looking at certainly in the Sligo Drumcliff area, while we don't have results, in the Hamilton area, where we do have results, that there were two councillors who retired, and people are saying it again and again, incumbency, being in that position is hugely important. And we have seen at least 3 circumstances here at this count where other people stepped in, the same party, and just didn't, for one reason or another, manage to take that seat. So that tells you how important incumbency is, being there, being on the ground, and to step in is just not easy.
Yeah?
I agree, I just wanted a little nugget of information, a bit of trivia. A young man called Rory Hogan has been elected as we speak in Dublin South, and Rory is the son of the late John Hogan from Finniskillen in Sligo. He had many family here, Maria Hogan and many more, and there's also quite a family connection in Mohill. Sadly, we lost John last year, and he would indeed be proud of his son, and just nice to see another Sligo connection entering public office in the Dublin South constituency. Rory Hogan.
And another bit of a nugget from around the country. Obviously, we like to bring it up from Sligo from time to time. Former independent minister Kevin Boxer-Moore was elected on the first count.
He got a big vote, didn't he?
Yes.
Elected on the first count in Athlone, setting up a bid to return to the Dáil. Boxer's son wasn't elected in 2019. But he was elected, but he wasn't able to take the seat when he vacated it.
Did he get double the quota or something?
Yeah, so he's Boxer's with the independents on the rise. We could see Boxer back.
Yeah, but remember, Boxer was a junior minister and he still lost his seat. But he just lost it. There was very little in it.
Didn't the boundaries change? Didn't it go against him?
Not sure. That
I
could
think
be
it was,
true, Niall. But I mean, he was seen. I can still see the pictures of him on the television in the Wellingtons. With in the Shannon and the
sorting out the flooding.
The flooding and all of that, and he was very much a hands-on minister.
There are questions too, though, about how the son won the seat in 2019 and then vacated it, and then the council, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, came in and blocked Boxer from taking that co-option. So that's what happened there. So he's been out since then, but boxers back.
And interestingly, you know, people don't always like that kind of thing. You know, they just don't like it. You know, if a seat has been won and for whatever reason somebody vacates it, for that to be blocked, a lot of the general public just won't like it.
Yeah.
And that I'm not saying that contributed to his vote, but it certainly didn't take away from it. He was a good, really good local, hard-working politician, and I would say Boxer has his eye on certain things, but it's not for me to say.
Someone said there that this election now seems to be that the more things change, the more things stay the same. And a return to electoral politics, Boxer Moran would indicate that we're changing, but we're staying the same.
This person says, I'm just wondering, has Frankie Feehan just single-handedly declared World War III and a general election for October the 25th? Talk about public service. Great coverage, by the way. Loving every minute of it, says Porrick in Cliffany. Well, he did name a date, so he did.
Did he? I missed it.
He did, yeah.
He must have done it deliberately when I wasn't here.
25th
Wait till I
of
get
October.
Frankie.
25th of October. You better check with him.
But isn't it, sorry, and go back again, isn't it just wonderful to think there's somebody sitting on a train in Italy listening to this and feeling that they could be here, they could be at home, and how lovely that is.
If I was on a train in Italy, I would tell you I wouldn't be here.
Right, okay.
Early text from Ireland South in Nemo Rangers. Very few boxes open yet, but what I'm being told, Billy Keller, Fianna Fáil doing well, Sean Kelly, Fine Gael doing well, Kathleen Function, Sinn Féin doing well, and Michael McNamara, Independent, doing well. Very early, and most ballots are only showing people voting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not much longer than that.
Yeah, I spoke to Michael McNamara yesterday, and he told me that he heard secondhand that his Cork vote was quite good. So
how is Cynthia, Fianna Fáil candidate number 2, doing in that area?
We don't know anything.
We don't know.
Yeah,
that's just.
It's a shame we don't know anything. It really is. I was listening to Brendan up in Donegal this morning. I think he said there are only 5 tallies, accurate European tallies, from around the country, of which Sligo and Donegal are 2. It's a shame, I think.
And Leitrim.
And Leitrim as well, yeah. Well, that's all, of course. These guys who are right behind us.
Yeah.
The ATU guys who.
Dublin was shambolic.
Yeah.
But it's amazing that, you know, be it RTE, be it News Talk, be it one of the Dublin specific radio stations,
that they can't organise.
Step in, talk to DCU or talk to UCD and put it together, you know.
Absolutely.
But is that information? Is that not information absolutely so important to political parties and candidates?
You see, getting back to the whole part of the power of the party now. So we were talking about it when the transfers were on the political party transfer. I know myself, we were talking about the fall of the Common. You know, it's very, very hard to get political parties now to do anything. A lot of it is done from headquarters. So that local team is getting harder and harder and harder to do that. So that's why parties are coming together here.
Yeah.
You know, to make one big solid canvas, or one big solid tally. But where there is interest in an ATU, or where there's a political science class, or where there's a degree in that space, there's definitely an opportunity for this type of a model to be rolled out. And I think, you know, that's a discussion that maybe, you know, people should be coming to you to talk about.
Absolutely, but also, you know, even go back to whoever is on that train to Rimini, people out there are hearing the implications of where votes are going and where votes are not going. And we were talking earlier about how sophisticated PR is as a system, and how it can help both to elect people and to keep other people out, as it were. And even just by people listening to this, they get a sense of it. So
did you see some of the countries yesterday that we were in?
Yeah.
I think there was something like 40 different countries were mentioned. Hong Kong's, Panama's, you know, all around the world.
Sri Lanka, Vietnam.
I didn't see. What did they say?
I'll just read it out again. Google Analytics, this was late last night. Google Analytics showing listeners at the moment. This was at, what time was it last night? Just after 8 o'clock last night. UK, USA, Spain, Australia, France, Italy, New Zealand, Canada, Portugal, United Arab Emirates, Austria, Belgium, Germany, Sweden, Panama, Hong Kong, India, Japan, Sri Lanka and Vietnam.
Now, is that not a sign to anybody who thinks that, you know, we're not living in a globalised world and, you know, have concerns about people coming to Ireland? Look how far our Irish people are.
And those countries were, I'm sorry, I didn't get the context, Niall. Google
people were
checking
online. They were listening and watching to us,
but
to our
they
coverage
were
on it.
coming because there was good information here.
Yeah.
You know, you'd go elsewhere.
Probably people from Sligo
Right.
with an interest
Yeah.
and
But there was
living
good
around the world.
information as well.
Okay, the next two counts will be announced together in the next few minutes, so we'll await that. We'll be with that in a moment. Some more of your messages coming in. Again, can you please explain? I think we've explained it already. Why if it's done and dusted in Leitrim, why is it taking so long in Sligo? And someone else says, what's going on? Why is it taking a day and a half to give the results from Ballymote at the Tubbercurry area?
Look, it's not unique to Sligo. There's obviously a larger population voting in the three electoral areas here. Numbers of candidates can play a role. There were some counts that had no first count at all until this morning. So it is very frustrating, but it's not unique to ourselves. But smaller numbers in Leitrim is predominantly the reason.
There's 34, from my count, there's 34 local electoral areas that are still waiting a first count around the country.
Okay, that puts it in context. And again, I was listening to our Donegal coverage this morning, and they were making the point that the entire county of Leitrim is smaller than one of the electoral areas in Donegal, population-wise.
Yeah.
So that all feeds into it. And then just general points again, the Ballymote Commons are coming up time and time again, and local representation in Ballymote. The old system of electing members of the corporation or borough council was better for everyone. We had local councillors who knew what was going on in the town area. The borough councillors knew everything that was going on outside of town. Local politics and elected representatives allow us to keep an eye on what goes on in government. Phil Hogan, they say, destroyed politics in 2014. All right, here's the counts.
I tend to agree with that particular comment.
Mark, do you want this?
No, that's for you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. The following are the results for the second count for the Ballymote Tubbercurry electoral area, which consists of the distribution of Emma Hendricks, 203 votes. The results are Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil +2, giving a total of 1,309, 1309. Clark Michael non-party +12, giving a total of 1,785, 1785. Cleary Patrick Fine Gael +3, giving a total of 1,007, 1007. Connolly Martin Fine Gael +4, giving a total of 1,114, 1114. Conway James Irish Freedom Party +2, giving a total of 598, 598. Gallagher Barry Fianna Fáil +4, giving a total of 1,250, 1250. Gorman Jason Sinn Féin +11, giving a total of 356, 356. Henry Keith Fianna Fáil +9, giving a total of 1,069, 1069. Melanie Gerd Fine Gael +9, giving a total of 1,733, 1733. Mulvey Dara Fine Gael +12, giving a total of 1,678, 1678. O'Connor Donald Sinn Féin +19, giving a total of 321, 321. Queen and Joseph non-party +10, giving a total of 1,533, 1533. Taylor Paul Fianna Fáil +4, giving a total of 1,928, 1928. Van Eswegen Jennifer Sinn Féin +75, giving a total of 458, 458. Non-transferable papers not effective, 27. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. That is Donald O'Connor. Thank you.
Okay, again, our unofficial tally was absolutely correct in relation to that. Jennifer Van Answegen got the most of Hendricks' votes there, +75. But Donald O'Connor is now eliminated, the Giva-based candidate, one of the three Sinn Féin candidates. Again, we had indications, Mark, in the last few moments that what was going to happen.
Yeah, I think they were precise, actually.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
So, no surprise, as we were saying there. I think Blaine spoke on this particular area, but the vote sort of substantially staying on the left, and then a little bit of geography in the main.
Right, okay. And then, of course, Donald O'Connor to be eliminated, so there'll be a slowish progress in the next few counts, isn't that right?
Donald O'Connor is from where?
He's from
Kiva, so
Kiva.
you'll expect Lanny and Brennan.
And Brennan
should benefit here.
To benefit there, yeah.
And remember, the quota here is 2021. Taylor on 1928.
A lot of votes
at the present time.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so there we go. That's the second count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and the we just got I'm told there's another count due very shortly, so we'll stick with that.
Okay.
And hopefully get it.
It's count 8, is it, or count 7?
Count 7.
Yeah, excuse me.
This is the after the elimination
the
of
estimate
Johnny
there
Gogan.
already.
So
and we've seen it,
if what you're saying from the unofficial tallies is right, this is going to significantly benefit Nessa Cosgrove.
Yeah, 120. What did we say? 124.
124.
Yeah, 124. Yeah. What's the quota?
The following is the result of the 7th count for the Sligo Strandhill electorate area, which consisted of the distribution of Johnny Gogan's 249 votes. The results are Cosgrove Nessa Labour plus 124, giving a total of 1,084, 1084. Donnelly Pauline Sinn Féin plus 6, giving a total of 370, 370. Phelan Finbar non-party plus 16, giving a total of 554, 554. Gibbons Arthur Sinn Féin plus 8, giving a total of 830, 830. Kilgannon Seamus Fianna Fáil plus 22, giving a total of 590, 590. Monaghan Graham N2 plus 4, giving a total of 264, 264. O'Boyle Gino People Before Profit Solidarity plus 29, giving a total of 931, 931. Non-transferable papers not effective 40. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. That is Graham Monaghan. Thank you.
Okay. Nessa Cosgrove edging closer. She's on 1,084. Remember, the quota here is 1,188.
She should make it on the next count.
Yeah.
Which? Yeah.
Next count, yeah.
She should make it on the next count. Yeah. So that was precisely as the people who tallied that, with Nessa being the primary beneficiary, and followed by Gino, and then closely by Seamus. Also a reasonable return there for Finbar Phelan. But no surprises, it's ticking in the direction as has been expected.
Look at the rate of transfer there, though, Mark. That is, there's no genuine trend there on why that should be so strong.
You see, the options are becoming less. So as candidates become eliminated or get elected, the rate of transfer will increase for certain candidates.
Yeah, it's
powerful. And is Nessa part of the green agenda? Is there a green element there? No.
I'm not saying she doesn't have green policies, I don't see it as
she had, in fairness, there was an element, a sustainable future. I think was all over her posters, a sustainable future. Maybe if you're voting green, maybe that might sway you, but it was definitely on most of her posters from the general election, a sustainable future. We must ask her about that when she comes over.
Yeah, it's a significant transfer. It's 124 from Johnny Gogan. Yeah. Okay, and Graham Monaghan's votes. Mark, you might have more of an insight there. Where are they going to go?
They'll stay in the town. So I expect, Seamus Kilgannon lives very close by. He'll get some. I think Nessa will do very well again. Predominantly because they're obviously your own popularity is very transfer friendly, but the number of options is reducing. So we've had 4 eliminations, 2 elected. So I think she'll probably make it now next time. We're making progress. We're making progress on this particular count. We won't be too much longer, I think.
She might be tight to make it the next time.
No, she's 4 off.
Oh, she's only 4 off.
She probably has a surplus.
No,
she's 104.
She's 104 off.
Yeah, no, she's 104 off.
She's 104 off.
Excuse me.
So,
of 249 coming from a centrist vote, you now have 264 broadly centrist as well. She got 124 the last time. She needs 104. I think she'll make it.
I think she might.
Okay.
Anyway.
I bet you
we
a cup
put
of
our
coffee.
we put our
Cup of coffee on it.
we put our guys in alert. She may be elected on the 8th count. She may not be. Okay, right. So that's 7 done in Sligo, Strandhill, 2 done in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. I was talking to John Comiskey a few months ago, and John is pretty confident that he will get the entire count finished by the end of today.
Excellent.
He thinks the Sligo Drumcliff count will be a lot quicker
It will
than
be
the
much
other
quicker.
2 counts. So he's confident we will get finished by the end of today, which will be very agreeable to all. Okay, we're going to take a brief break because we need to eat some sandwiches before we all collapse. We'll be back in a couple of moments. Okay, you're being lobbied there. Yeah, okay. Sorry, just say that again.
For the Burkes in Tubbercurry, Ballyara, Michaela and Laura, their daddy is up to his ears with work here at the counties. but he wants to send his best wishes home, but he's really busy here. There's big waves coming from him in the background.
Right, okay. And I was just asking our technical staff for some. I know you're interested in Google Analytics today, where they're listening at the moment. So, if I have time to read out these, right, I go through them. Ireland, the UK, the United States, Spain, Australia, France, Portugal, Canada, Germany, Italy, Guernsey, Hong Kong, Poland, China, Chechnya, Iraq, Vietnam, Brazil, Croatia, Greece.
Wow.
I think there's more. I can't find the next
Chechnya,
page.
Iraq.
Yeah.
Wow. That is
so
so
that's the spread that there is at the moment. There's one more. Yeah.
China.
Norway, New Zealand. I think I mentioned them. Yeah. UAE, Belgium, Sweden, Bulgaria, Denmark, Switzerland, Austria. Right. Okay. So there you go.
I tell you. Broadcasting to the globe.
Okay.
What Eurovision?
Yeah. I've lost my train of thought. What were we saying? Yeah, we were. Yeah, just.
We're saying there's a count coming in shortly.
There's a count. Yeah, we need to check that. We were told I don't think it'll be that quick. Maybe they were just telling us it was the Sligo Strandhill one.
It's getting busier around the account centre.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot more activity than there was this morning.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's see what else people are saying. A couple of questions. You were talking about directly elected mayors. I think there should be definitely a case to be made for a vote for a directly elected mayor in Sligo, and then they mentioned somebody who should not only be nominated, but they believe should win it. I won't mention the person's name. Hopefully someday that person will run for local elections. It would be a great day for Sligo. Do you think directly elected mayors work, Marion, or not? We were briefly mentioning that when...
Yeah, I heard it when I was on there, just travelling in the car. I don't know enough yet, but I know this much. If they don't have resources and if they don't have decision-making power, then they're just another layer of bureaucracy and they're useless. But I think if I was looking at a CV for a mayor, I think it would have to be somebody who served in local politics for a period of time. So knew the system and how the system works, and maybe had a bit of other experience as well, whether it might be business or but some other kind of experience, and I think should be a politician, because it would be a political office and that person is answerable to the electorate. So it's not a job for everyone. I mean, I see that John Moran is likely, or he's the leading
Limerick.
candidate.
You'd hate to see it, the position, be a reward for a punishment vote for government of the day. So often you see, a referendum become a punishment vote or a local vote, and that happens. But that role is so important, and that's why the personnel is so key for that the right people are going forward, who can have an impact, as we were saying earlier, who know the structures, who know the departments, who know how to do well for their community. It's not just somebody that's gone in there because it's an anti-government vote and wastes the 5 years on promoting policies that aren't going to have any impact for the locality.
Yeah.
And I think that's I was actually against directly elected mayors and Fine Gael bringing them in because of fear that could happen. But I think the right people have found a way onto the ticket in Limerick, and then that could probably be reflected across the country.
Yeah, but just one comment I'd make on that. I mean, if we look at Sligo and a lot of the great things that have happened, especially around the town in recent times, I mean, that's great work by the council, by their officials as well. So you need to look carefully at what the role would be, how that role would interact, not just with the elected members but with the officials, and what resources there would be.
There's also the funding element. I think one of the independent TDs from Limerick has questioned the €400,000
Richard O'Donoghue.
Investment on a new office and suite for the mayor, and I don't think that's a great way to be starting off. the amount of money that's gone in for that particular type of.
But I do think that's also for staff, etc. You need. I did read the article, and it's too much money, but it's not just for the mayor. You need to start well, because a good impression is important, and it's hard to pull back if you don't have that good impression. But I think we should see how it works out in Limerick. But I did hear somebody mention also the possibility of a celebrity candidate, or that it's not that person wouldn't be good, but if they don't know how the system works, they just, to me now, we need to be careful.
Right, okay, Porrick Hart wanted to say something. Porrick.
Okay, in the modern age, everyone is on about artificial intelligence. So Edmund Gray, who's been our data commander for all of the tallies for the last number of years, Edmund has been working on this using ChatGPT, which is one of the predominant artificial intelligence engines out there. And he's put in the figures for the Ballymote-Tubbercurry election. And this is the result that AI has come back with.
This is mental.
Okay. Mm-hmm. It says 1, Paul Taylor, likely to reach the quota with minimal transfers. 2, Michael Clark, likely to receive significant transfers from other independents and lower preference candidates. 3, Gerard Mullaney, strong initial votes will benefit from party transfers.
This is mental.
4, Dara Mulvey, similar profile to Mullaney, benefiting from party transfers. This is AI talking now. This isn't Porrick Hart, by the way. 5, Joseph Queenan, strong independent candidate, likely to receive transfers from Clark and other independents. 6 is Liam Brennan, strong party support, likely to gain transfers from other Fianna Fáil candidates. And 7 is Barry Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, will benefit from transfers within Fianna Fáil and from eliminated candidates elected by County 8 or 9. Now, as I said, that was Edmund's research with ChatGPT there now, and I just wanted to give listeners what AI and how it's working.
How does it understand the geography, or how does it understand what
listening
data?
to my predictions yesterday.
No, honestly, I'm very curious. Like, what data was input? Was it just the numbers, or was it?
We just fed it. Edmund just fed it the numbers, and it's a large language model, and it is looking at trends over many years that have been accumulated across the internet, and it's come back with these predictions. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this works.
There's a help warning about that. I remember once using ChatGPT to find a quote that Kennedy said about the importance of communication, and it gave me this wonderful quote about Kennedy, and I googled what year did he say it, and it turns out he actually didn't say it. It was genetically created just for the impression. So it comes with a health warning, but that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe we should pack up for the night and go.
That's it. We'll be all replaced.
Well, it's just bringing an extra dimension, and as we continue to push out technology, it's great to see that we now have a fifth arm to the predictions, and that's AI coming in.
We don't need that with Mark McSherry.
I'd prefer to listen to Mark any day.
How much does the software cost?
It's
like, get out of politics instead.
Mark, it's like having a Lamborghini. It's no good having the car unless you have the good driver.
This is it.
And there's no way of ChatGPT telling us what time we'll be out of here, Porrick. No,
yeah, that's good.
I think even that is beyond the greatest artificial intelligence engine that has been built.
Right.
That's fascinating.
It is fascinating.
But I was noticing when you were given the reasoning there, they were talking about transfers from independents, transfers from party.
Yeah.
And we have seen here that those things do not follow in that straight line at all.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure ChatGPT recognises that, but I wonder, as you say, Mark, do they know there's a mountain? Do they know where people live and the geographical? What information is input?
Well, they probably are pretty good. I'm not familiar.
I'm sure they are.
With AI.
Oh, they are.
But I
if Fine Gael are to do it, they have to beat AI as well.
Yeah, I look, it's panning out as I thought it would. Because I just think I think Gallagher would be a bit more transfer friendly, to use that phrase.
Yeah, you've been saying that all along.
This listener wants to know: have the panel any comment on the fact that Sinn Féin is up to 14% in its vote from 9% in 2019? Is that the case or not? I'm not sure. I need to check that.
Do you mean nationally or do you mean
I'm presuming they're talking about here in County Sligo.
Well, so their vote would have been up in Sligo, Strandhill, because there was 2 candidates. It was up from 9 to 11. Their vote was up 100 with just under 100 with Healy and Sligo Drumcliff, and collectively amongst the 3 candidates, it would have been up more than the 1 candidate last time. So it will have been up.
Yeah, but it's due to extra candidates.
But extra candidates, it does that. Like Fine Gael went from 20% or 21%, sorry, down to 13 or 14% in Sligo Strandhill because it was 1 and 2. So that's what happens when there's more candidates.
And I just looked at the European tallies, and over Sligo Leitrim their vote was at 17%. But if you look at that's a very rough tally now for the 2 candidates. But if you look at what the polls are saying, that would be down. And
the polls before, was it?
Yeah. But certainly their vote has gone up a bit. But that would absolutely have to be expected because it was coming from such a low base.
Nationally, as we stand here with 300, but about 1/3 of all the seats filled. We've moved on from tallies now onto actual seats filled. With 323 of 949 filled. Fianna Fáil are on. Sorry, let's start from top. Fine Gael are on 23.4%. Followed by Fianna Fáil on 22.8, followed by Independents 19.7, followed by the Sinn Féin party on 11.3. So, yeah.
And who's below that?
Labour Party 5.9,
okay.
Green Party 4.1, others. I don't know, beyond Social Democrats 3.8, People Before Profit 1.8, AN2 2.1.
Those figures are fairly close to national polls, except AN2 is out a small bit, and it's not a bad day for Labour. I mean, they're touching the 6% there.
Yeah, but the only thing is that the Sinn Féin vote is not, because it was even as low as it was at 22 coming into this, it's half that.
Oh yeah, and that's the only one.
And the Independents are higher again. So Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil's vote is up slightly, but it seems that Sinn Féin's vote has gone independent.
Did I hear you right? Excellent coverage. Did I hear you right and correctly that the 25th of October has been set as the date for the next general election? No, it hasn't. Frank Feeney will never live that one down, so he won't. Right, okay.
Is it on Twitter?
Fantastic coverage. Love watching the live stream. Fair play to Blaine. He knows Ballymote very well. Give him credit for all he does, not negative slants.
Thank you, whoever that was.
Stop texting yourself, Ian, will you?
And
check the number there, please.
The Liam Brennan campaign team has been on to us, and I saw Liam coming in there earlier to say that you're all providing fantastic analysis, and it's much appreciated. And of course, I think you've all mentioned that you are conscious of the fact that a lot of candidates and their supporters and families don't actually come to counts. They kind of rely on what you're saying and then make a decision on the time of their arrival, which can't always be easy.
No, it can't, and especially when the news isn't maybe as positive as they had hoped for.
Joe Noonan has been on, and all the Noonan family, to wish Mark McSharry all the best in the future. Was always very kind and helpful to my late mum.
Thanks very much, Joe. Hope he's well.
And of course, there's other people.
No, I'm not texting myself.
Stop.
Other people messaging to ask you that are you absolutely 100% sure that you're calling it a day?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a loss. I always said it's a big loss losing Mark McSharry. I never agreed politically with Mark, but Mark could debate and battle for Sligo as best as anybody. And
Mark said it to me some time back, and I kept stum. I never said anything, but it is a loss, and I would run against him if there were an election now. But you recognise people and the contribution they make and the potential they have, and it is a loss.
Yes. And I'm not sure if I should read this one out, but I'll do, and Blaine can tackle me afterwards. Blaine wouldn't have had to use ChatGPT if he didn't spend morning classes in Summerhill Mitching School with me. You have to think about that one.
Maybe he doesn't.
I'm trying to think who was a Mitchell because there's a big list.
You never missed school. Okay. Right, let's get a left perspective. Susan O'Keefe joins us, former Labour Party Senator, of course, former general election candidate. Susan, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Niall. Former European candidate as well.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that.
I've bitten at all of those things.
Yeah.
And sure, I'm still standing.
What's happening in Europe? Have you heard anything?
Well, obviously the count in this region is going to be mighty because of the length of the ballot paper. It does look like some of the incumbents will sit and be safe. But of course, like all of us, the last couple of seats, and there'll be a lot of jiggling, and I think that Marion's been talking about that a little bit. So I don't think there's been any movement on that so far. And I think they'll be counting probably for the week, Marion. Would that be right?
I keep asking, any word on Aon or Reardon in
No,
Dublin?
there's no word on Aon.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, again, there'll be a lot of fighting for that last seat in Dublin. There's any number of people looking to get in there.
Is he in there with a shout? Are there a few people? Is
He appears still to be one of the people in with a shout. But as you know, there's a number of others as well. So, and it will. I mean, the Greens are in with a shout there with Kieran Cuff, and Claire Daly's still in there. And, there's all sorts of...
Yeah.
And as I think has been the trend across the place, or across the piece, is that the transfers are no longer kind of regularised in the way perhaps some of us remember from previous elections. It's all a bit chaotic now. The kind of transfers, you can't even predict anymore that so-and-so's transfers will carry them over the line. So that seems to be a big change for people, and maybe it's because there's so many people that some people are on the ballot paper, if you like, not entirely sure who they've almost voted for, and that there'll be some confusion, because there's always confusion at an election. Someone was talking on the radio about spoiled votes and how they've been spoiled.
Yeah.
And it seems they've been spoiled accidentally as opposed to deliberately going out to spoil
John was
your
making
vote.
that,
Yeah.
111 spoiled votes actually in Ballymote.
Yeah, so there'll always be that, and obviously with 27 names on that particular sheet, haven't they employed another 100 people in Castlebar? It's the biggest count ever in the history of the state. Yeah, so that they're really, they know they're going to be under the cosh for that. I don't think there'll be any massive change, really, but it will be those last couple of seats. I mean, Luke Ming is probably going to be elected.
Oh, he is,
and Fine Gael, I can never remember her first name.
Maria Walsh.
Maria Walsh will be elected, I'm quite sure.
And Carberry's doing
and
very well.
Nina Carberry's looking very
well.
good. And maybe they're going to take 2 seats there.
Yeah.
So,
and Malooly.
Yeah, and Kieran Malooly be in the shout then, I think, in the last 2,
very
won't he?
much so.
So it's been interesting, I suppose, to see the independents. Is it that people are not, those that are not sure about government now haven't switched necessarily to opposition parties but to independents to try to give them a chance to have a say? Kind of hard to know, really, the way that's gone.
I mean, if you look back on this constituency...
Marion, you know more about that.
Well, no, but if you look at this constituency, it's been returning independence for a very long time.
Yeah.
As I said, back in 2014, it returned 2 out of 4.
Yeah.
So, there's nothing new there, but I do know what you're saying, that nationally there's much more of a swing. So this constituency isn't a good one, I suppose, for comparison.
Yeah.
We see one extra independent, I think, in Leitrim, and just independents holding. There's no extra independent seat in Sligo, I think, in the locals. Just holding.
Don't think so.
there.
No,
So not an astonishing change.
No,
but
not
it
at all.
must be happening elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think we cannot forget at all that 52% of the electorate didn't cast a vote. It's a low turnout, really, and 52% of people, well, they're not all away on holiday. Some of them are, of course, and some of them are working, and some of them are able.
I didn't hear.
But it's 48 is the national poll, and that's low for us.
Yeah.
It's lower than the European average as well. So I think, particularly Sinn Féin may take heart from that. Is that an awful lot of their voters will have been, a lot of the younger voters will already have gone off for the summer. Students, I know there was the battle to put the vote on Friday so that students could attend, but they're not around by now. They've gone already.
Okay.
So, maybe that's a comfort to them for their less than, less than certain.
Can we touch on Labour's performance in Sligo? Nessa Cosgrove may be elected in the next count, certainly in 2 counts' time. From a Labour point of view.
I'm obviously no longer involved in party politics, and I'm not a member of the Labour Party, but obviously, like everyone else, I keep an eye and see what's going on. Nessa's works within the community, and she has worked for a long time. She is a very able candidate, and of course there's been a very low number of women candidates in Sligo this time, which is a real shame. In general, I think, and I'm sure, again, probably all of you would agree, given all the work that's been done, which started when I was in the Senate to introduce quotas, which I know were never introduced for local elections, but you'd have hoped by now that would have taken root, and it hasn't this time. It's a real shame to see that. But in any case, in her own right, I think Nessa's a strong candidate, and it will be interesting to see, because obviously she's still got 100 and something votes to get. Will she make it with the transfers? It's a little bit tight.
Myself and Marion have a bet on.
Oh, you have a bet on. All
I'm
right.
saying that she's going to make it on the next count.
And Marion's not.
So
Not on the next.
Not on the next count.
Yeah.
There's a cup of coffee at stake.
There's a cup of coffee at stake.
All right. Okay. Well.
Or maybe something strong on Marion's
No,
to
I
go to
think
Dublin.
I might go on Marion's side then. Not this count, but the next count.
Yeah.
But not at all, Mark, to be disagreeable.
Not at all. Listen.
I'll go with Mark's side then.
All right. Well, then that's
balance
fine.
it out. Okay.
But isn't it? I mean, it is good to see though someone joining, working from the ground up. She had no previous, apart from the last time that she stood. But just getting stuck into the community, as others have done over the years, and built up the work. And I do remember after I was not elected in the European election the first time, I bumped into Martin Manzer on Kildare Street. Now this is going back a few years, obviously. And Martin stopped me and he said, he said, don't worry at all, he said. Even Charles Haughey had to run 4 times before he got elected. I've never checked the fact, but I have no reason to disbelieve him. And name familiarity is very important. And so Nessa went away and, like many others have in the past, and worked really hard and kept going and kept going and kept going.
Okay. Now I know you're no longer affiliated to the Labour Party,
yes.
but is it significant for Labour in Sligo that she gets the seat in Sligo County Council?
Well, I mean, the Labour Party is the oldest party in the state, and there's always been a Labour presence in Sligo, albeit
a very strong
at
one.
national level it's been less good.
Yeah.
But in the local council, there's been over many years Labour councillors, and I think it would probably reflect the status quo for Labour. Returning, if you like, to have a Labour candidate, and of course each person that comes into local government has always the prospect, should they wish and should they be selected, to be the candidate for national level politics. So, it's important because it encourages members of the party locally to keep going out there and working to give your message, whatever party you're with. So I do think it's significant, yes.
Okay, thanks for that for now, Susan. Sorry, Mark, sorry.
Okay.
Well, this is an unofficial.
So I will buy the coffees at whatever time anybody wants. The unofficial eighth count, plus 33 to 1,117 for Nessa Cosgrove. Donnelly plus 9 to 379. Finbar Filan plus 69 to 623. Arthur Gibbons plus 26 to 856. Kilgannon plus 24 to 614. And Gino O'Boyle plus 37 to 968. So it looks pretty certain now Nessa will be on the 9th count.
Yeah.
I'm down a couple of cups of coffee. What else is
But there's
significant
another
there?
impact there that it's a small one, but it has brought
Finbar went
Finbar
ahead
Filan ahead of Seamus Kilgallen, if the tallies, if your figures are right.
Well, the last
and
one
they
was
were
precise,
They were
so,
precise.
I was surprised, I had to say, to see Gino O'Boyle, his election maybe not being what he might have expected. I was surprised to see that.
You thought he would have performed stronger?
I thought he would have been returned, yes.
No, he'll be returned.
Will he be returned?
He
He will.
will.
He's slow. Oh, good.
Yeah,
Okay,
he will be,
fair
yeah.
enough. Yeah.
But he's not. No, he will be. Yeah.
Oh,
right.
okay. Fair enough.
Right, okay, our next guest, Councillor Marie Cassery, outgoing Councillor Marie Cassery, who will be returned at some stage later today. Marie, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us. I know you can't hear me down there. We'll grab some headphones. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I don't think you were here yesterday. You just arrived, have you?
No.
All right, okay. You might have a long wait, as you know.
Yeah. I think it's Mark was saying later on this evening. It should be.
I think they're hopeful. Okay. Well, you know your tally figure by now. Are you happy enough with that?
Yeah.
Considering how competitive it was in Grange and always is.
Yes. No, I am. I'm very happy. I kept my vote, I suppose, which is a good thing to do, and then I increased it by a couple of hundred. So I'm really happy with that, and it was a strong field. There's some heavy hitters there, and I had a good campaign team, a small campaign team. We were saying it was quality, not quantity, and I didn't do the posters.
No
so
posters,
I'm happy
yeah.
on 15%. I'm very happy with the results so far, anyway.
Right, okay, and it's 10 years, is it not now, since you were elected?
Yeah, it's 10 years. It's time for me to have sense.
Oh, I know about that. But you enjoy it, obviously, what you do.
I do. I love it, and it was even when I was back out canvassing, you forget nearly, because I think with COVID and you don't see people as much as you did see them beforehand. So it was lovely actually to see people back on the doorsteps again, and no, it was nice to chat to people and catch up. Yeah, that was enjoyable. I'd forgotten how good that was, just meeting people again. So so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you've had a look at your tally figures again, picking up votes throughout the electoral area.
Yeah.
And a broad area it is, as we know.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to say thanks to all my supporters, and I have some great friends, I suppose, all over the electoral area as well, and they've stuck by me, for the past 10 years, and they're so loyal, and it's great. I mightn't see them for 12 months, but I know that, when I need them, that they're there, and it means so much, especially when as an independent, when I don't have a massive canvass team. They're such good ambassadors. I find that they're better than any canvass team. They're fantastic. And of course, I know my mum is listening in Sligo, and she's 84 now, and she was out canvassing as much as she could as well, and she's delighted now as well.
Yeah, the Fine Gael supporters, isn't that right?
The Fine Gael supporters. Well, she's I think we said the last time, she's a cousin of the Lavins on one side of the street and the Scanlons on the other side of the street. So I think back in the day when the elections were on, nobody could speak about politics because there was war in the house.
I know you're concentrating on your own situation, but it'll be a tight battle in Drumcliff, as we know.
Yes, yeah.
By all accounts.
It seems to be there. I think that last seat is all to play for now. And look, it's like both candidates are very good candidates. They've worked very, very hard. So I'd say, we'll know in another little while. But it's a nicer place to be now today, where we're kind of in the middle of the pack instead of fighting for that last seat.
Okay, can anybody like to say anything to Marie before we let her off with her?
Congratulations to Marie. I know how hard she works. She worked for me for 12 months in Leinster House, up and down, and I've always said she's Sligo first and last. She breathes it, she lives it. She's torturing me about things, and that's the truth of it, and you know what that's like, Blaine. And I'm delighted for her, because for hard-working councillors, and they do have to work hard because they're closer to people than any of us. It is good to see them returned, and it's difficult when there may be somebody who may lose out here, as we said. We don't know who. I don't know what ChatGPT might have to say about that, but that will be a big disappointment for them. But for Marie, it's a great day for you, for your family, and your mum, and all the people who support you. I'm delighted.
Thank you, and thanks for your support.
Can I just add to that?
Susan, go ahead.
Congratulations, Marie. You do work very hard. I'm wondering, was there anything different this time on the doors? I mean, I know it's been quite a long time since you were on the doors, because it's been 45 years and the world is quite a different place. Was there anything in particular that stood out this time, do you think, that made it feel like a different space?
I think the one thing that I think I said in the last panel interview as well was the gap in provision for children's disabilities, and that came up more than anything else. Housing came up a little bit, immigration came up very little, but that was definitely one of the ones. Roads, of course, comes up all the time, and it's a big issue. Road safety, bus, local link provision. There was a lot of that, but and actually it was funny. A lot of the houses that I went to, they all, even if I didn't know them or hadn't met them before, they said, "Oh, you're the lady that's not doing the posters. Fair play to you." That came up on every doorstep, yeah. And the younger kids that I met had told their parents as well, saying, "Oh yeah, you have to vote for Marie Cassidy. She's not doing the posters."
First occasion?
No,
you went all the time, because
yeah.
I know, looking at Katrina Bergen, who didn't use posters this time as well, I often thought that, maybe it's up and down. So you never used them?
Yeah, no, I never had them. I had for the general election, I had 50-year-old signs, the 4x4, but I remember speaking to Niall about it, and I think a lot of them disappeared, and you were saying that they might have been in some people's sheds or other, but it's been put to better use, I hope.
Well,
but,
some people collect them as well, believe it or not.
They're great for painting, apparently.
They're great for all kinds of things, especially if you have lots left over, like I had.
There's Manny's the gap covered by an
600 there if anybody wants to.
They're recycled, yeah.
They're waiting to go to a good home.
There should be a society for leftover posters.
Actually, I was down at the Mercy fundraiser. You were with me last week, and a guy came over. I won't say who he was, but he's from Limerick. And he said, when he saw me, he said, I have to tell you, he said. Now, he said it was after the election, because I had posters in Clare, not Limerick. And he said, we took a few of them. He said, my father was building a house. He said, and I knelt on your face. We said when we were plastering and whatever. And another story about a poster. Back in the day when we didn't have corrie board and cable ties and all of that, I remember somebody from Ballintor saying to me, these were wooden posters. We actually put up a few of those. And he said to me the number of times I drove a nail through your head. I won't say what. So there's plenty of stories about posters.
Yeah, I know you said he was from Limerick. I hope you're not talking about David Fitzgerald now.
No, not
David.
David. No, but it was somebody else who was involved in it from Limerick, and their dad was a builder. So I provided certain supports to them in building those homes, shall we say.
Now, Blaine has some unofficial tally figures from the 8th count, is it, from Sligo?
No,
Ballymote.
we're in Ballymote, Tubbercurry
count
count 3, and the elimination of Donal O'Connor. And as expected, these are transferring strongly to other Sinn Féin candidates. There's non-transferable votes of 18. The indication is from the tally people behind is that there's one vote house, so there'll be one vote discrepancy. But I'll go down through them from the top. Liam Brennan, plus 40. Michael Clark, plus 4. Patrick Cleary, plus 2. No increase for Martin Connolly. James Conway, plus 7. No increase for Barry Gallagher. Jason Gorman, plus 90. Keith Henry, plus 3. Gerard Mullaney, plus 33. Dara Mulvey, plus 18. Joseph Queenan, plus 2. Paul Taylor, plus 11. And Jennifer Van Asbjørn, 92.
Yeah, okay. Obviously transferring strongly there to the other two Sinn Féin candidates. Okay, that'll be the third count.
Yeah, Sinn Féin would still probably, of all the parties, transfer strongest to each other, and we expect to see that as well in Sligo Strandhill.
Right. Okay, Marie. Thanks for coming in. We'll talk to you later on in the evening. When you are elected.
I just want to say congratulations as well to Nessa and to Edel as well. It's great to have the two ladies that have gone, that have left the council. It's fantastic to see the two have come back in again, and I know that they'll be great workers as well. So it's good to see that. So congrats to them.
Thanks for that. That's Councillor Marie Casserly. We will take a very short break. We'll be back with more live here from the Sligo Park Hotel.
Yeah, it
We're
is.
on.
Okay, welcome back. Continuing coverage of the Sligo County Council local election counts in the Ballymote, Tubbercurry, Sligo Strandhill and Sligo Drumcliff areas, and we're still hopeful we can get to a finish at some stage tonight or maybe in the early hours of the morning. We're on the third count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry and on the eighth count in Sligo Strandhill, and as we heard a moment ago, Nessa Cosgrove won't quite make it on this count. It'll be the ninth count before she's elected the Sligo County Council. From a location point, it's getting busier all of a sudden now in the last hour or so. A lot of candidates have arrived, a lot of their supporters and families. It was quiet all morning, as we know, Blaine, wasn't it?
I think,
all of a sudden...
Yeah, I think the word has got out that the count for Sligo Drumcliff is due to commence once Sligo Strandhill is done. Obviously, Sligo Strandhill is coming to its conclusions now, the concluding phases, so we're starting to see a lot more of the Sligo Drumcliff candidates and their friends and families. Obviously, the Walsh camp is starting to arrive now. They'll be elected on the first count. And it's getting busier now. This is where it starts to get interesting. We've gone through the labour process of the tallies and the initial counts, and we're starting to see people arriving now for the nail-biting battles that are going to be here for the coming counts and transfers. Yeah. Can I just flag something with you just very briefly? Sure. We're talking here again nationally. Barry Lenihan, RTE, put up a tweet. Independent Patrick Feeney has garnered one of the lowest votes thus far, eight votes in Galway City Central. This beats the one vote he received in 2019. And the lowest vote ever in an Irish election was independent Joseph O'Brien with 0 votes in Cork City South in 1920.
So he didn't even vote for himself? No. Well, we're assuming he lived in the area. Maybe he didn't. 0 votes.
0 votes. 1920.
That seems impossible to do.
Well,
that's real what we call now digging in the small detail.
And there we go.
I know Irish elections are peculiarly great for detail, but that's really now we're pushing here.
That's
pushing here.
I like
the youngest is the youngest councillor to be elected for Sinn Féin in Dublin. He's 18 years of age. That's pretty young. Because you have to be 18 to vote, don't you?
Yeah, that's well.
So that is probably the youngest you can be, and it's not very common. But again, encouraging to see people interested in getting involved in politics at an earlier age.
Yeah.
The problem has often been that politicians, are still there after decades, and that they trundle along. Now, that's not fair for all of them, of course, but it can be true.
When we talk about more involvement of women in politics, absolutely. I'd love us to see also a discussion around young people in politics and the barrier for that. We get a much better input into council when we have different genders. I think we'd also get an awful lot more input into councils if we had different people from age profiles. But unfortunately, the nature of local politics is that the salary often isn't enough to sustain, so it has to be either a part-time job along with a business, and that doesn't suit an awful lot of working people, so it tends to go against younger people. It's good to see an 18-year-old elected.
I don't think I'm not suggesting it'll start a huge trend of that, but I do think that for that person and their friends and their friends' friends, seeing that if it turns one or two other people in that direction, no matter what party they're from, and they say, oh, maybe actually there is a point to this, and clearly when they're talking about what they do at election meetings, at council meetings and so on, the big difficulty remains that decoupling from reality for younger people, that they fail or find it difficult to see the what it is councillors do and what a council is responsible for, and not really understanding the role they play in all manner of things that affect their lives. And that, of course, carries through to national government as well. It's very easy to poo-poo the political system until you realise quite how far it reaches. And you only begin to hit up against it if you're looking for a house, or if you have somebody with a disability.
And we do see an awful lot of, especially on these shows, that there is a big lack of understanding out there among the general public about what politics is, the structures, the systems, the voting patterns. But it's good to be part of.
It is a democratic system, and I don't think Ireland is an outlier in terms of younger people not being involved. I think we're probably on a par with other countries. But in a way, it would be a really great thing to see more active politics at a younger age, because they just bring a whole new set of ideas to the piece, and the mix is now still too much towards people over 35 or even over 45. And I think that's particularly in this country where we have a rather large number of younger people.
Okay.
You know, the age is still in that cohort where there's an awful lot of younger people.
I'll go to some more of the questions. Jerry, I'll bring you in on this one, and I know the answer, but I'll let you explain it because you're the expert. Can you? Hello to everybody. Great coverage of the election counts. Can one of the panel, I'll let Jerry do, can you explain how the quota is decided, how you decide on the quota? There's a mathematical formula, as we know.
Yeah, the quota is decided.
Don't forget the +1.
By taking the valid vote and divided by the number of seats +1, and then rounded up to the nearest +1 on top of that. So if you had 16,000 votes and 7 seats, like what happened in Ballymote here, you divide it by 8, which gives you 2,000, and then you up at 2,001.
Yeah, and the +1, the reason for that, I was asked about this recently, and I didn't know. And all the years I'm covering counts, and I didn't know. Maybe you don't know.
I don't know.
What's the +1?
I'll have to,
to be above.
Yeah, it's
you can be matched.
Yeah.
So that 1 brings you above the quota. So it's that difference. One thing that was asked from me at home last evening was...
I was at an online seminar in relation to account coverage, and every single radio station in the country was on this Zoom call, and nobody knew the...
Yeah, it's that you can reach quota, but then you can go 1 above it, and nobody can catch you. But one question there that was asked to me yesterday was that, a lot of my own followers, they couldn't understand how we had candidates here with say 700 and something votes, and they were all celebrating being elected, and on my instance I was at 921, and they're like, Glenn, you had more than that the last time. But that's because the quota is lower because turnout is lower. Would that be the...
No, I said they were celebrating because on which there was a Sligo Strandhill.
Yeah.
It was that even though they had low votes and they were all around 700 or 800, it meant the people below them was too far behind to actually catch them.
Yeah.
And that was going to be the difficulty. But I've seen one of the quotas, and they didn't go the +1. It was, say, the division was going to be, say, 967.6. So they just rounded it up to that, which is the same, I suppose, as +1. But that's the way it worked out.
I thought Sligo Strandhill this time was lower than last time. I must check that the turnout.
I have them here.
Because I know Declanbury was lower in 2019, as was Tom, but then again we had Roslin, which was more balanced. Not that it matters, it's just curious.
Well, isn't that part of the joy of the Irish election system?
Yeah, it's different every time.
That it's so different every time, and all those little sort of nuances and peculiarities lend to the spectacle. And I think it makes people more engaged, ironically. They kind of want to know how it works.
Okay, all right. I'll just interrupt you there, Susan, because we have a count on the way.
Of course.
The following is the result of the 8th count for the Sligo Strandhill electoral area, which consists of the distribution of Graham Monaghan's 264 votes. The result is Cosgrove Nessa Labour +32, giving a total of 1,116. Donnelly Pauline Sinn Féin +9, giving a total of 379. Phelan Finbar non-party +69, giving a total of 623. Gibbons Arthur Sinn Féin +26, giving a total of 856. Kilgannon Seamus Fianna Fáil +27, giving a total of 617. O'Boyle Gino People Before Profit Solidarity +37, giving a total of 968. Non-transferable papers not effective 64. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. That's Pauline Donnelly's 379 votes. Thank you.
Give us the first two there.
116.
Okay, there you go.
I missed the plus.
That's the 8th count in Sligo's Strandhill. The distribution of Graham Monaghan's votes, and following that, well, Nessa not quite there, so Mark loses his bet. Nessa Cosgrove still 72 away from the quota, but it means the elimination of Pauline Donnelly, who was a first-time candidate, and we should acknowledge that, a female candidate, first time running for Sinn Féin. Which is always a brave thing to do.
First time Sinn Féin have ran 2 candidates in Sligo Strandhill.
Yeah,
it's a brave move. And that we expect this vote now to transfer strongly, just like in the Ballymore-Tubbercurry area. So this will move Arthur along. And credit to Pauline and her team. First time out, good vote. Has been a long time party member there, and the ground is there for another go if she wants to do that.
Yeah, I think she'd be very pleased with that, just to stay in that long. And also, obviously, for Arthur, it will be a help that he'll get the transfer, because Sinn Féin, of course, are always very good on their transfers, and so he should do well there.
Okay, so the gap between Kilgannon and Filen is now only 6 votes. Is that right?
That's it.
Yeah.
So the Sinn Féin transfers here
will decide
which of them will be
it's
eliminated. It's very
it's
close.
hard to predict that.
Yeah, you couldn't predict that now. You just couldn't. And again, if Sinn Féin transfer strongly to one another, obviously that'll bring Arthur right up, and that's what we've seen so far, and that's bucking the trend of transfers.
Could he pass Nessa?
No,
I don't think so.
No, because there's 379, 380, let's say, to be distributed. He's 856. He's 261 behind Nessa. He's not. He didn't get.
No, it isn't.
That
He won't get that
percent.
many.
No. I mean, 50% would be a great,
good.
transfer. He might get more though.
2/3 in the other
as
area.
Mark keeps saying, the further on you are in the counts, the
the
more likely.
Mark, what are you reading from that? And again, the gap between.
You bring that way down.
You can hear me because he's no headphones on.
Sorry.
I'm just asking Mark, after that count, the gap between Filen and Kilgannon.
Yeah, he seems to have come up there ahead of Seamus.
Yeah.
To 623 to Seamus's 617.
6 votes between them, yeah.
So Pauline Donnelly's vote, very much sort of town centre vote. It'll be interesting to see what impact, if any, that she's going to have some impact, obviously, on that. But it's just 6 votes between them. So 379 of those to be split up, and we were all wrong on this. It's going to be the next count.
We were all wrong, Mark. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's another cup of tea, is it?
Good.
Another cup of coffee.
I think probably the cups of coffee are now in the ether at this stage.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we were talking earlier, Jerry might come in this one, the significance of whether Filen or Kilgallen is ahead. You mentioned that about an hour ago. Will you just explain that again?
Yeah, it's not going to make any material difference at the end.
Okay.
It just means that one or either are going to be eliminated, and the other is left there without being elected.
Yeah.
See, the other candidates are elected without the quota, and he'd be the lowest candidate, whichever one it'll be.
Okay.
So it's more significant for the candidate themselves, rather than the material outcome of the election.
Okay. But this is going to move on quite a pace now, isn't it? This particular count.
Oh yeah.
We're also told that the counting for Sligo Drumcliff will commence as soon as Sligo Strandhill is over, and will run concurrently with Ballymote.
That's my understanding of it,
which we would expect. So we've waited a long time. We'd only 2 counts by 1:30 this morning, but it seems to be a lot more progressive now in the last few hours.
I suppose the separation is done, and the tallies are done, and all those things are done, which take the most amount of time. I'd be just interested, why, Mark, why do you think the Sligo Drumcliff count is going to move faster than, say, the first count of Sligo Strandhill yesterday? Is it less elections?
Sorry, I'll just interrupt you for another count.
Following is the result of the third count for the Ballymore-Tubbercurry electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Donal O'Connor's 321 votes. The result, Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil plus 40, giving a total of 1,349, 1349. Clark Michael non-party plus 5, giving a total of 1,790, 1790. Cleary Patrick Fine Gael plus 2, giving a total of 1,009, 1009. Connolly Martin Fine Gael 0, remaining at 1114, 1114. Conway James Irish Freedom Party plus 7, giving a total of 606, 606. Barry Gallagher Fianna Fáil 0, remaining at 1,250, 1250. Jason Gorman, Sinn Féin, plus 90, giving a total of 446,446. Henry Keith, Fianna Fáil, plus 3, giving a total of 1,072,1072. Willani Gerd, Fine Gael, plus 33, giving a total of 1,766,1766. Mulvey, Dara, Fine Gael, plus 18, giving a total of 1,696,1696. Queenan, Joseph, non-party, plus 2, giving a total of 1,535,1535. Taylor, Paul, Fianna Fáil, plus 11, giving a total of 1,939,1939. Van Eswegen, Jennifer, Sinn Féin, plus 92, giving a total of 550,550. Non-transferable papers not effective, 18. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there's no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. That's Jason Gorman's 446 votes. Thank you.
Right, okay, that's the third count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. I need to double check one of the figures, James Conway. My tallies don't add up there, I think.
606 I have here.
Yeah, it was plus 7. I thought he was on 598 in the last count, to be honest. I think we might
I'm sure I heard 606.
I think you got a plus. Anyway, it's either I make it. It should be 605, but I think he read out 606. Anyway, we'll double check that.
I had 605, but he read 606.
Yeah, so double check that. But in any case, the significance of that, Marion, if any, can you tell us?
I don't see any change.
Well, it was as predicted. We had the unofficial tally figures there.
Yeah.
10 or 20 minutes ago, as expected. Van Eswegen and Jason Gorman were the ones to benefit.
And then you also see Malani and Brennan. You know, there's the geographical link. So
yeah, and Paul Taylor pushing along, Mark.
Yeah,
not quite there yet. But
it's ferociously
the only
difficult.
thing to watch is the order of eliminations or order of elections relevant to Gallagher and Connolly. That's the only thing up for debate as far as I'm concerned in that electoral area. I think Brennan will probably make it, and I think I'm calling Gallagher, though that is a potential variable. Just to answer the question that Blaine asked, why would Sligo Drumcliff be quicker? Because it has less candidates. So the first count will likely be slow-ish because of the fact that Thomas Walsh will have a surplus, but then things will travel very quickly after that.
Yeah. Okay, Jerry. Where are we at after that?
Well, we're kind of back in the same thing. There's no material change in the end, and it's going to be the 3-2. It's going to be down to Connolly and Gallagher with the lots of things. Assuming that Brendan is going to get more transfers from Henry.
Yeah. But you're favouring Gallagher at this stage, are you?
I wouldn't be calling it yet.
Would you not?
No,
okay.
I think that it's both have a good chance there of holding in there. So it's a difficult one to call. It's 3-2.
Okay, and just a comment, if somebody wants to make a comment on Jason Gorman. We were talking with Jason yesterday, again, a first-time candidate, young man from Tubbercurry, fireman. And we give credit to anybody, do we not, for putting their name on the ballot paper and standing.
Absolutely, and you still have to put in a huge amount of work, whether you get elected or you don't get elected. You have to knock on the doors, you have to get your leaflets together, you have to have something to say, you have to know what your party's saying, you have to know the local issues, you have to be listening to the people on the doors, you have to be sometimes taking, representations from them and maybe trying to pass it on to one of your colleagues. So there's a lot to do if you stand. It's more than hanging your face up, although that too can be quite a trying thing for a first-time candidate. So absolutely fair play to him for stepping into the fray and having a go. And he also. In 5 years' time, if he stays on the ground and works hard and is, in contact in his own area as a local rep or whatever, liaising with members of Sinn Féin who will be elected, then he can come back again. unless of course he decides that all of that effort was not worth it. But generally speaking, you have to start somewhere, and again, it's a fairly good start for him.
And again, people are impatient, understandably, and they want to know, can you give any estimation as to what count Paul Taylor will get over there across the line on?
He's close enough.
Yeah.
He's close enough, but of course...
A couple more counts.
It could be 2 more counts, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Because that distribution mightn't help him enough, so it might be that might have to wait for the next elimination. Yeah, I'd say it's 2 counts.
What is he off at the minute?
He's off.
1939.
He's 82 off.
I don't think he'll get elected
the next
the
one
next
is
time.
coming from...
No,
So
from
it'll be the next time. Not from Jason.
Jason.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Two more, perhaps.
He's gone. So.
Yeah. No, he's the one who's been eliminated.
It's 2 more, I think, isn't it?
Could be 2 more.
You know, it'd be 2 more.
I need to check that James Conway. I still think somebody has made an error there. It's probably me, knowing me. But anyway, we'll double check.
Well,
that.
maybe the one vote is forgivable in these frenzied times. And it's probably not going to be...
There was a missing vote in the tally, all right, and that was highlighted.
And while every penny, every vote counts, it may not make that much of a difference at the end.
Right, okay, we're heading towards 4 o'clock. We'll take a break, we'll come back and we'll give you an update here live from the Sligo Park Hotel.
Off where the next.
Okay, so we were just discussing what's likely to happen in the ninth count in Sligo Strandhill, the likelihood of Nessa Cosgrove getting elected on the ninth count, and well, there's a bit of discussion going on between our panellists, but I think that what we're hearing from the Cosgrove camp is that she won't make it. The numbers on she won't make it in the next count. It'll be the 10th count. Jerry, sorry, you wanted to say something?
Just one there about just look at the Ballymote one.
Yeah.
On the last count, and Sinn Féin transferred very strongly from Donald O'Connor to the two Sinn Féin candidates.
Yeah.
And Jennifer Van Zwagen has gained substantially, like 75 votes plus 92 votes. She's at 550.
Yeah.
Now, depending on that elimination of Jason Gorman, she could go ahead of James Conway. And James Conway is local reasonably enough to her. And if she went ahead of James Conway, he could transfer back to her and push her up a little bit more.
Mark is shaking his head.
No, it's not going to make any material difference.
Yeah.
But she'll be a long way from the 383 votes that she started out with.
Yeah.
It's not going to make material difference, but it's going to push her up there into kind of very respectable figures if she gets up there past James Conway for a first-time candidate.
Yeah, because she's at the 75 edition and the 92 edition. So
yeah. And then if and Jason Gorman got 90 from O'Connor.
Yeah.
So you'd assume that might now pass on to her straight away, plus whatever he has in his core 345. So she could put out over 200 votes out of that transfer.
Yeah.
Don't know now, but it.
Yeah, the intricacies of PR.
Yeah.
Keep voting down the page.
Huh?
It's only half a quarter between them all.
But there was a lot of talk that a lot of people didn't go down the page this time. The pages were too long, and they gave up.
In Europe, they were.
No.
If she gets above Conway.
Okay. Right, so we're on to the 9th count in Sligo Strandhill. We're on to the 4th count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and we have made significant progress in the last couple of hours as compared to all day yesterday. And the feeling also amongst our sources is that the first count, you were saying that, Jerry, the Sligo Drumcliff first count when we get there will be, the second count will be reasonably slow, isn't it? Because of Healy surplus. But it'll move on fairly quickly after that.
Should do.
Yeah, that's the feeling. And again, it's just for people at home who want some sort of indication of where we're at time-wise. And
that'll be the slowest part, all right.
And at that point, they'll probably be only counting one area, whereas now they're counting two. Yeah.
That's true.
Okay, Frank Feenan is back with the updated general election date. That's gone viral on Twitter, by the way. It's gone viral after what you said this morning.
Don't take holidays on October
25th. Go.
General election.
Oh, give a date for it.
Put the date at October 25th for the general election.
Yeah.
No better man.
We heard it on Ocean FM first.
Barry in Portugal has been on. Great coverage of the elections. Question for the panel in relation to Tubbercurry, Ballymote area. What makes the Tubbercurry town vote so unpredictable? The Tubbercurry town vote so unpredictable. Why is it so is it unpredictable? I don't know. Has it been?
It's the second county town.
Yeah.
It's the second most populous area in County Sligo. So every candidate is going to target it as a potential to get votes, but the people living obviously around it will all get a share of them. You know?
Yeah. Thanks to all for fantastic coverage. I'd like to know, has anybody asked John Comiskey for his predictions? Because he's more knowledgeable than any chat GPT. And indeed he is. And
Thank goodness for that.
John is keeping us.
We differed slightly in our prediction.
Yeah. The Iraqi Gaffneys have been on, tuning in from Baghdad, Iraq-Abu. I'm only looking at you. I'm just assuming there's no connection at all. Have you any
the Iraqi
families in Iraq?
There's no stopping the Gaffneys, evidently.
And if what you're saying is true, if Ballymote was to elect a mayor, they'd be voting for someone from Killarney or Giva. You can't get away from those Ballymote comments.
I know, and I think it's my own people that are complaining, but I'll stick by it anyway.
Yeah, okay. In relation to Sinn Féin's performance, well done to Ocean for what I see as balanced coverage of the election in contrast to RTE, who are describing Sinn Féin doubling their vote is a slump. Where did they double their vote, I wonder?
Doubling their vote.
Well,
doubling their vote.
Yeah, but they
No,
did
they're down.
increase their vote locally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they're up
but-
slightly in certain places.
Yeah,
They
it was
didn't-
from a
they
low
didn't
base.
double it,
Well,
yeah.
look, all we're doing is looking at the figures that are being presented to us,
Yeah.
and
But
you
we're-
can't. Maybe RTE don't have the same kind of figures that we do.
Well,
because-
we're actually comparing with the general election.
Yes, we are.
So on the local election, which was probably one of the worst days for Sinn Féin in modern memory, they're up.
They
but
are.
they expect it to be up by so much more. They expect it to be the leading party in government. They expect it to be, the leaders of the opposition. And as it is now, they're ahead by 2 or 3%, but back significantly from the general election.
That's true, but I suppose you also need to compare the figures from this local with the last local, and
In Sligo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
yeah.
No.
And
That's,
Leitrim.
yeah.
And Leitrim, and there is an increase there, and we just,
Clear, yeah.
as I
But
said,
again, we said it. More candidates mean more votes, and that's clearly what's happened with Sinn Féin this time. They've ran 3 candidates in Ballymore-Tubbercurry, where before they ran 1. They ran 2 in Sligo-Strandhill, where before they ran 1. And they ran 1 in Sligo-Drumcliff. So more candidates means more votes.
yes, it probably does. You're right about that, but how much more, is debatable.
Okay, Chicago's listen's been on again, asking Mark McCharry, is he going to change his mind? We've been down that road already. Somebody from Chicago, no names, Chicago listener. You're not changing your mind, and that's it. And someone else wants to know, well, is complimenting Marion Harkin on all her style this morning. I'm doing my nails at the kitchen table, can't hold a candle to her. Great style there at the count. Well, you've got more important things to do later on, Marion.
Yeah, I'm heading off.
You're
I
heading on
have
for
the
national
nails and the
television.
jacket matching because I'm
Yeah.
heading for RTE. But I'll tell you, if I had a jacket like yours,
You've done
Niall,
Shoba and
I'd be
jacket
wearing
on
it.
yourself there, man.
Marion is
playing
on
tonight?
Marion will be
Where are you
on
playing
RT television tonight for European.
Well, I'll tell you
coverage.
this much: I won't have half the crack, or half the banter, or half the good information that we're getting here. I hope they don't throw me off the panel now after hearing that.
I know,
but
they'll
nothing could compare to this. It's great to be here.
Okay, my son-in-law is from Wexford, lives in Dublin, just can't get over your coverage of the election. He thought it was brilliant and said it's a real pity that Dublin and Wexford don't have coverage like this. Well, I don't know, maybe they don't want it. Massively refreshing to hear honest opinions from Mark McSharry, and Blaine seems extremely well educated and articulate, and he will be a great asset to politics in the future. It's a great team you have on this occasion. Well, you were called a Mitcher a moment ago. It's from
That's
school, so
Yeah,
now
it's,
you're
that's the
articulating.
electorate. Some love
Yeah.
you, some don't.
Sorry.
To be
Susan.
fair to Ocean FM, you've always taken taken your time with the elections. You've always given the time on radio to the elections, and a lot of other radio stations do not. And you help with the democratic system by doing that, by airing the views, by airing the opinions, and by giving the space. And that's really important. And if it is a shut down, closed affair behind closed doors where you need a pass to get in, then people take less interest. But if it's all across the Ocean FM for the few days here, it's a great asset to the community.
Well,
and
just
that's what
to
you're doing.
add to it, we wouldn't be doing it if there wasn't an audience for it. Quite obviously, there's an appetite for it.
Yeah.
And all we're trying to do is to serve that interest out there, which is again is a positive thing. I always think.
But I think the more you do it, the more the audience
I
is
think people
coming.
have
That's my
said
point.
that this is they can't get off it. Once they tune in, it's addictive. People who aren't even political, they're here, they're watching the process of it.
Whereas other stations don't take the risk to do it, and that's
and
my
I've
point.
seen, and John Comiskey had some younger children over here, and I could see him explaining what you were doing and pointing out, and I think that's great. You know, the kids being shown what's happening and how this goes on. Mark, you have figures for us here.
Unofficial 9th count.
Okay, in Sligo Strandhill.
Unofficial.
Here we go.
So we have Mesa Cosgrove plus 30 to 1146. Finbar Filan plus 19 to 642. Arthur Gibbons, huge transfer, plus 238.
Ooh, 2/3. That's what they're talking about.
To 1094. Seamus Kilgannon plus 9 to 626. Gino O'Boyle plus 57 to 1025. That's the unofficial.
Yeah, what was the filing number again? Sorry.
642.
642. Okay. So he's ahead. He's ahead
He's
of
ahead of Kilgallen.
Or Kilgallen, sorry, yeah.
And so Sinn Féin are very, very good with their
Yeah,
transfers.
that's- and-
They've
yeah,
always
and-
been really
It's
decisive.
the same in Ballymore Tubbercurry as we saw.
Two-thirds.
So that's a huge transfer, isn't it, for Arthur Gibbons?
But what it also shows is that it's a Sinn Féin vote.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes, it is.
Yeah, remember it's later in the day. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candidates no longer accessible. So a lot of those could have been 5s and 6s. The later it is in the day, the bigger the transfers can become.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Seamus Kilgannon will be next out, or is it a?
If those figures are right,
Yeah.
yes. But obviously it's between himself and Finbar, so that comes with a health warning because people are listening but the figures have been accurate so far. Mark has not got them wrong.
No.
Yeah.
He might have to pay for 1 or 2 or 3 cups of coffee.
That's only about the sequencing. That's only a sequencing.
Finbar, when he spoke here yesterday, he said that he would probably end up being the last person standing. Not elected,
without
but he
being
would be-
elected, which was Jerry was saying. He will be that candidate.
And his transfers
Seventh.
will be interesting.
No, that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, he just
Oh,
won't be.
will-
He won't be elected. but he won't
We've
be,
run out of
Yeah.
road then, so
Yeah.
we're coming to the end of this.
Unless
fairly quickly.
Finbar were to get enough to pass some of the others out.
Yeah, which he won't.
No. There's 400 votes in it.
Okay, so Nessa is 42 off the quota, isn't that right? Yeah,
There's enough
42.
there for where to go again. I know you were saying yesterday he wouldn't contemplate it, but it's progress.
Yeah. Right. Okay. He did say he finished in 7th place. He was telling us yesterday. And speaking about the quota, when one thinks about the quota, it's very high in some places. Did I hear correctly? Ballymote quota is 2,000. Strandhill area is much smaller, under 1,200.
2021 was the quota in Ballymote, South Sligo.
Ballymote, and it's in Sligo, Strandhill, it's 1188.
Yep.
And the point they're making, it takes a lot of work for some candidates to reach the quota. I know some candidates end up being elected without reaching a quota, and that is the case, and that will be the case today.
That will be the case today too.
Yeah. And the quotas, somebody was saying yesterday, quotas they're too high because of the division of the electorate areas.
It's about the population
Yeah.
and the turnout.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
How you calculate the quota?
Yeah, we had this. You were away at the
Oh,
moment.
sorry, okay.
No, but I'm going to ask you a question because none of us could answer it, except Lane. Well, you tell us how you calculate the quota and explain the significance of the +1.
Well, that's you
The
have
number of seats.
So there's 6 seats in Sligo Strandhill.
Yeah.
So you get the total vote,
Yeah.
and you divide it by 7,
Yeah.
and you add 1.
Why do you add the 1?
I mean, why does the sun come up?
No, there's a,
You know,
there's a very,
that's
very
how you do it.
specific reason.
That's how you do it.
No, it's not. Do you know the reason?
I don't.
Yeah.
What
I'm
is
not
it? So?
going
In
to
the event
lie.
of a tie, it means that 1 is bringing you above it. You can't. That extra vote brings you above the quota, so there's no other vote combination can.
I have it printed out, and I'll
You
explain to you.
didn't ask me why. Like, I
No,
mean,
there is a very
I'm
specific
sure there is
reason.
some
Yeah, there is,
philosophical reason that
No, it's not
Plato
philosophical.
came up
It's,
with back in the day.
Can you read it for us,
Michael knows. You know Michael? He's listening there. Like, there is a reason.
So tell us what it is. Then.
I can't
Anyway,
remember.
that's how you calculate.
I can't remember. It shows you how much attention I was paying there a few
If the
weeks ago.
quota is the even number between all the candidates, if you get 1 more vote than that, it brings you above the quota, which means you can't be beaten.
And,
I think Blaine is correct.
And all I mean, we have
the foundation maths.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people who ran in elections, and they don't know the answer to that question. As I do now.
I
but
know
didn't
why,
before.
but why would I need to know why?
Michael, you can
I know
explain,
how.
can't you? Why did they add the 1?
Why is the first one?
Well, it's very straightforward, and it's about to happen there. You were just chatting about it a minute ago. Because you'll have, what's the situation there? Did we hand back the last sheet? Sligo Strandhill?
Yeah.
So you'll have, there's 6 seats there. Or sorry, 6 seats. And 6 people will be elected with the quota. And it looks like Finbar Phelan would be left.
Yeah.
Now, if there was no +1, he could end up with a quota. That's where the 1 comes in.
There you are.
Does that
There we
explain
go,
it?
I'm delighted with that.
Well done, now.
Back
I'm
to the lunch.
surprised now that was not understood.
There you go. Every day is a school day.
And that's why I was advising.
Right. Okay. Anyway, the question was about quotas and all that. Yeah. Okay. Right, and there's lots of questions about Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin and the level of their vote here and nationally as well. There used to be civics classes in school to teach students about politics. Maybe that's needed again, and neither was, I remember it well.
But there is a leaving cert
It's
course.
just not called
isn't there?
civics anymore.
No,
is
it's
it?
called politics. It's an actual subject for the leaving cert.
Yeah.
I think what you're remembering and what I remember is further down, like when we were younger.
Yeah.
And there was civics class. I think it's a terrible shame that
Yeah.
the whole area of
Well, there's
politics and
CSP
political
now.
interaction.
They call it
Yeah.
CSP.
But I think it's kind of not as political, perhaps, maybe.
Yeah, it was a bit of a DOS to me because it wasn't an exam.
Oh, sure, it was a DOS for
wasn't
everyone.
But they have other subjects specifically dealing with those matters now.
Yeah.
And it does depend hugely on the teacher for
Yeah,
those
that's right.
subjects.
Mr.
If
Cronin was my teacher. He was brilliant.
Yeah.
It was the only election I ever won was a class president under a
There you go.
a model
But
representation.
if they're really engaged in the whole idea of that,
Yeah.
then they will deliver that
One
to the
vote.
students.
Jerry or whoever wants to answer this one, I've been listening to the returning officer for the last 2 days saying non-transferable votes not effective. What exactly does that mean?
Some votes are not transferable because somebody mightn't have a number 2 on their sheet.
Yeah.
Or if the number 2 that they had on their sheet was for somebody who was already eliminated, then it's not transferable.
But he didn't mention any non-transferable, did he? I didn't notice that on the count.
I thought he did. I
Did he
thought he
mention
did.
some of them, did he?
I thought he did yesterday. To be honest,
I heard him saying
Yeah.
There was one, I think, for the Ballymo Tipperary, there was a non-transferable vote, but not for this last one.
All right. Okay. Yeah, we'll be having the next count in Strandhill any moment now. All right. Okay.
And in theory, the further you go down, the more it counts. There should be more non-transferable votes because a number of people are already gone.
Yeah.
So if they're the only ones left on the list.
I just looked at the numbers there, Jerry, for 2019 Sligo Strandhill and 2024. The quota is down because the total amount of people is down slightly. Am I right? Have I called that right?
It was 8,500 in 2019.
8517 and valid poll. This one, 8315.
There's 100 votes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
If you
We're
divide
waiting.
that by the 6 plus 1 is 7. It's only 15 off a quarter difference.
Which count are we waiting on, Niall?
We're waiting on count number 9 from Sligo.
Sligo
So-
Strandhill.
So maybe we'll take our break and we'll come back live with that count in a couple of moments.
Okay. I'm going to go out.
We should have the ninth count here from Sligo Strandhill in a matter of moments, followed quickly by the fourth count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. That's where we're at in the ongoing coverage of the Sligo County Council local elections, brought to you in conjunction with Sligo County Council, whose staff have been working very, very diligently and astutely here since 9 o'clock yesterday. Well, actually before 9 o'clock yesterday morning. They didn't get out of here till 1:30 this morning. Okay, I think there's still a bit of discussion, is there, Blaine, going on about the +1?
Yeah,
the quota.
There's a second opinion sought on it. I think I'm looking at ChatGPT here for an explanation of it, and it's quite long, but I don't know what the difficulty is understanding it. There's quota, and if you get one more vote, you're above the quota. You can't be bet, you can't be caught. So.
Yeah. Okay. And
I see just on the non-transferable there, Niall. I just checked. Yesterday on both Declan Breeze and Tom McSharry's surpluses, there was no non-transferable. There were 39. Declan Breeze was 39 over, and there was 39 transferred. And today, or this morning, was it for Tom McSharry's? It was done last night. 186, and there was 186 transferred.
Yeah, and I was explaining, I was on a Zoom conference about election coverage with all the radio stations last week, and there was all sorts of documentation printed up. And I think Mark and Jerry might know that individual. That man's photograph was used as part of the...
That's why he was asleep.
Yeah, as part, and he's a big Fianna Fáil man in Sligo, he was. Yeah, I can't remember his name. Yeah.
He was down in the Clarion, I think.
And it was interesting, it was in the Clarion, you're right. And that photograph, it was taken actually during our coverage of the count. And it was used to illustrate the election counts and the count process. And I'm trying to remember the man's name, and for the life of me I can't. But we'll come back to that. Right, okay. Right, it's moving along fairly swiftly now, Blaine. It's not the case.
Yeah, we're coming to the concluding stages of Sligo Strandhill, and as soon as Sligo Strandhill is done and everything placed, we're just awaiting the election of Arthur Gibbons and Gino Boyle, and the placing then of it's going to be Finbar Filan, and then we're going to be on very swiftly to Sligo Drumcliff.
Yeah,
and we're also moving along the counts with Ballymote Tubbercurry, with Paul Taylor set to be elected soon.
Right, we're told nationally Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael neck and neck, over 350 seats filled throughout the country, neck and neck. Fine Gael were slightly ahead this morning, I think.
Yep.
And I wonder whether that neck and neck situation, if the main government parties are, feeling good about this election, that they will say that's a mandate for us to continue to the end of our term rather than go early. I mean, I know that it's been discussed before, but now that the day is unwound a little bit more, I don't know what you think, Blaine.
I can't be clear that I'd love to be back here. Well, maybe not back here, but I'd love to be back again for the election very soon. Because I think we're coming to the end of this government. There's too many opportunities for situations to rise. The events there, boy, as they famously said, they're the ones that trip you up. And new leadership here, new energy, an opposition in a bit of crisis. I think now would be, politically speaking, the right time to go. Mightn't necessarily be people wanting another election, but I'm just asked to give a political opinion, and that's what I would.
I mean, Helen McEntee was on RT Radio at lunchtime, and she was saying that she felt that.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, Susan. We have another
count is more important than anything.
The following is a result of the 9th count for the Sligo Strandhill electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Pauline Donnelly's 379 votes. The result, Cosgrove Nessa Labour Party plus 30, giving a total of 1,146. Filan Finbar Non-Party plus 19, giving a total of 642. Gibbons Arthur Sinn Féin plus 238, giving a total of 1,094. Kilgannon Seamus Fianna Fáil plus 9, giving a total of 626. O'Boyle Gino People Before Profit Solidarity plus 57, giving a total of 1,025. Non-transferable papers not effective 26. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. That is Seamus Kilgannon's 626 votes. Thank you.
Okay, and Mark was spot on with the unofficial tally figures there. Big transfer there for Arthur Gibbons, 238 votes, which brings him right up, and it confirms the elimination of Seamus Kilgannon. We might have a word about Seamus Kilgannon, who's been a long time councillor for Fianna Fáil, and no, he wasn't on the Borough Council. He wasn't. He represented Sligo Drumcliff, Mark, for the main part, didn't he? That was his area.
Look, I'm sorry it hasn't worked out on this occasion for Seamus. An absolute stalwart Fianna Fáil supporter. Was there for every candidate through the years. There was a co-option several times to Sligo County Council, going back to the late Sean McManus, and was elected also. Was forced to change from his home base last time to go to the North Sligo area, where he had actually increased his vote but didn't get elected. And this time was a late addition, given the withdrawal of retirement of Rosie O'Grady. So he had a short campaign. He polled well in a difficult election. I'm sorry it hasn't worked out for him, and I wish Seamus and everyone in the family well. I'm sure he'll continue to have a big impact on Fianna Fáil locally and on Sligo life.
And he stood up because Rosling's decision to step down came late in the day. So I mean, I won't say we were struggling to get a candidate, but no, not you, but Fianna Fáil. We weren't struggling to get a candidate, but not everybody was.
It was an obvious show. It was late in the day for anybody. And I suppose somebody with Seamus's experience, it was great that he was able to step up, but it was going to be very difficult when other people had, in one way or another, been planning their campaigns, positioning and so on for many months in advance. So, a strong performance, but a difficult day for Seamus, and I hope he's doing okay.
Jerry, would you like to say a word about Seamus Kilgallen? You know him a long time, of course, as well.
Commiseration now to Seamus, and very hard worker, stalwart to Fianna Fáil, and he took on the role to run for this election with a happy heart, and he was retired, could have taken it easy, but he was going to have plenty of time to work for the people, and it's unfortunate he didn't make it this time. But he worked hard, he put in a serious campaign, he was out knocking on doors, and just unfortunately it didn't work out for him this time.
Yeah, and always one to defend Fianna Fáil, no matter what, no matter how unpopular it might have been.
Oh, no matter how unpopular, he'd be on the radio with you now, arguing the point and putting the best foot forward. And he is a very big community worker. He was involved in the credit union, he was involved in the church, he was involved in the GEA. He was spread his wings everywhere. And no doubt he's going to continue with that work. Even the fact that he is not elected today won't stop him from working and doing community work. So it's just sorry to see that he's lost out. A couple of hundred votes would have made a big difference to him, but unfortunately, that's the way it is.
Okay, and what will happen here is that Finbar Follion will be the last candidate left standing, isn't that it?
Yeah.
And again, he'd be there without being eliminated. He'd be seventh, as he says himself.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. Okay, Susan.
Yeah, I think everybody involved in political life, certainly and beyond, would know Seamus. He was a larger than life. He is a larger than life person. He gave his everything, and as you said, he was a stalwart member of Fianna Fáil, and he has worked on behalf of his community one way or the other over so many years. So I think it is a sad day, but in the end he came out and he put his name forward. And as we were saying for younger candidates earlier on, that's their starting position. He said, I'll do this. I'll get on with it as I have done all my life. So I think it remains for any of us and all of us to wish him well as he enjoys hopefully his retirement this time.
Okay,
I'd like to wish him well also. I suppose I know Seamus not as a Fianna Fáil person, but as a credit union man, and he has held very senior positions in the credit union movement, and that is truly a community enterprise. That's very important for those, shall we say, that banks don't work for them. And I think we have about 3.8, if not close to 4 million members of credit unions in the country. I mean, that's a phenomenal number, and it's the likes of Seamus Kilgallen and many other volunteers, because they are volunteers, that helped to run that movement. And it is not that strong in any other country globally. It's quite strong in the US and Canada and the UK, English-speaking countries, but Ireland is way up there. So, politics aside, his contribution there has been sterling. But it must be difficult to find yourself that it's not going to be your day. So I wish him and his family well. And I'm going to also wish all of you well here this evening, because I'm heading for Dublin. Yep. And as I said, I won't have half the crack or the fun or the entertainment or the good figures that I had. As I said to somebody, we got such good figures from all of the people who are tallying, from the ATU, from the analysts, and we sounded really clever and intelligent because we had these figures and people thought, how do they know that? And we knew it because somebody gave them to us. So thank you to all of those people, all of the unseen. We're the voices here, but this room is full of people who make this whole process work. And, well done to Ocean. Your global reach on this is extraordinary. People enjoy it, and I hope other media outlets, shall we call them, listen and learn. And thanks.
Okay, and thank you for all your contribution over the past 2 days, Marion. Wish you well in your RT analysis, and we'll see you back here on the 25th of October. Isn't that right?
Well, that's what Frank says.
And don't forget
can argue with Frank.
Don't forget your cup of coffee on the way out. Mark has disappeared now with the coffee.
Thanks again, Marion Harkin. She's off to RT to do some European election analysis, which will be interesting. Donal Gilroy, you're very welcome to the programme. Thanks for joining us, Donal. And a tense few hours ahead for you, I suppose, as you arrive here at the count.
Yeah, look, it's been, before I start, well done to you. It goes without saying, absolutely wonderful, the show you put on. Your panel has been brilliant, all your contributors, so just pay well to everybody. Yeah, tense few hours. It's going to be late into the night. It's going to be tight between myself and Tom. We have worked well together, myself and Tom, over the last 5 years, and I have great respect for him. And it's a horrible place for both of us to be in. But look, both of us worked hard, and it's unfortunately politics is the cruelest sport of all.
Yeah, the first vote tallies have you at 1,159 votes, which is 13% of the vote. Are you happy with that, or would you like to be a bit higher?
I'd like to be a bit higher. Every candidate, even Thomas Walsh, would have preferred to be a bit higher. Everybody wants to be a bit higher, obviously. I'm a little bit disappointed. I dropped back 100 and something votes overall. Some places I was up, some places I was down. I topped the poll in Cliffany in both boxes. I topped the poll in Grange in both boxes. I topped the poll overall in Maharow. I was top in one of the boxes in Rathcormac. So there was about 7 of the 32 where I was the top. Thomas was top in 9. So my area was quite isolated in North Sligo, and I was a local candidate. It's a local election, and that's what I stood for, as being a local candidate. So I had no appeal to people. Once I came past Rathcormac School, I had very little appeal for people. And that's the way I set it up, and that's predominantly, I did lots of things for people outside of that area over the 5 years, but predominantly it was the issues that affected the people in that area and along that spine of the N15 that I was out to represent.
Well, I mean, I know you're not in the business of predicting or listening to analysis at this stage, but I think you will be slightly ahead in bookies' terms in hanging on to the seat, but that's of no consolation to you.
Not really, but the great manager of Malash Gales, Jimmy Langan, texts me to say I'd rather be a point up going into extra time than a point down. There's a manager that neither you or I have any great liking for, Mr. Ferguson, who used to say it's squeaky bum time, and that's what it certainly is for the next 10, 12, maybe 18 hours. It could be tomorrow morning before we see anything.
You think so? Yeah, it'll go on that long.
I don't know. I'm only just in 10 or 15 minutes. I think I couldn't concentrate on anything at home. I didn't sleep much last night, I can tell you. I was up emptying the dishwasher at 5 o'clock this morning. Just totally, your mind is in the wrong place, and you're thinking of why did I lose that? Why did I fall back 20 there? Why did I go forward? What did I do right? What did I do wrong? And everyone will do a bit of, and Susan, you'd know this, Jerry, you'd know this. You do go back and look and say, well, what did I do right and what did I do wrong? And you have to learn from it. I've been working hard for the last 5 years, but maybe I've been working hard on the things that are maybe not the things that get you votes. They're things that were very important. People talk about that housing is picking up in Sligo. A lot of the developers call it the Gilroy motion that brought in a way for them to develop, and there's about 400 houses that have been either started or will be started in Sligo before the end of this year, thanks to a motion that I brought in. Unfortunately, it's not in my area, so I don't get any votes over it. And as good as Thomas Walsh did, he rang me one day last week or the week before, and he was saying that he had got a little bit of negative in one particular area because he voted for housing as well. And people were turning against him, and they were going to somebody who wasn't even in the council at the time because of the people who voted against it. And, the councillors that voted against housing need to be asked, why did you vote against housing? And nobody seems to have asked them that, and they're going around, housing is important. But when it came to they wouldn't grab the nettle. It seems to have gone against us a little bit, against me anyway, that I was working hard on that, because I see we can't grow as a region unless Sligo town grows as a region. That's it.
This is obviously very stressful then, isn't it, a situation like this? I think you're brave enough to come over and do an interview at this stage.
If I was a point behind, as I described it there, I mightn't have been as brave. The lump would be in the throat. I have to take the positives. Life's about looking at the positives, and I've no regrets. I've worked hard for the last 5 years. I decided last Thursday evening when the canvass was over, if it goes wrong, I know what I'm doing next Monday. And I know what I'm doing for the next 6 months and the next year. If it goes well, I keep working hard. I keep trying to do things for the good of Sligo, and that's as much as I can say. There's a few things I'm going to do different. I've learned a few lessons. Look at
along the lines of what you just saw, concentrate on issues that will get you more votes. Do you think?
I hate to be going that way, but unfortunately, the reality. Lane knows it. Susan knows it. Jerry knows it. You have to play for the votes, and I probably should have done a little bit more of that. I'll always say it as I think is the right thing to do, and when I see things are wrong. There's only one thing, actually. We were sitting at home last night. Now, it was said in my house, and you'll enjoy this, that Gogglebox would have had great fun in our house last night. There was a group of us there. There was a little bit of alcohol in the room, I might add. And they kept saying, if Gogglebox was here, there was comments on every one of you. Susan, you weren't here. You're safe.
Thank goodness.
I'm sure I was blackened.
Everyone else got it. It was across political lines and everything else. Everybody got a little bit, but it was good fun. And we had the family and some friends in, and we had a bit of crack watching the show maintain. I stayed up until about 12:30, 1 o'clock last night. I even brought you to bed on the laptop beside me on the bedside locker, but I put you down after a few minutes when I realised that second count in Sligo was going to be another hour. Right. But there's lessons to be learned for me, and some of my best plans in 2019 came unstuck in early 2020 when COVID came, and as a result, I didn't start up after COVID as good as I could. And this morning I went to church, and we offered each other the sign of peace. And we did it yesterday at a funeral that I had to attend yesterday. And that's one of the things that stopped with COVID. And do you know what? The people coming in here, everybody shaking your hand, wishing you well, whatever. It's nice to get back to that, and I hope we have. Finally, if I am successful, I can tell you the first thing I'm going to do when I get in, if I get in, is that I'm going to propose the freedom of Sligo to our gold medal winning Christopher O'Donnell. Chris is such a star, and I think he has to be the freedom of Sligo. Only one Irish person before has done this. I know 4 of them have done it together this time, and strangely the last runner was from Tipperary, which county I was born in, so I've a double link to it. And to pay tribute to everybody that was here, the tally teams. There was a few missing papers yesterday, but it was one of my tally team, Mick Kennedy, another Tipperary man, who had taken photographs of the sheets before he handed them up. And I think that rescued some of them that were missing. They had been handed up, but there's so much paper floating around. Great team. The people that helped me, my family, my wife, all these people have done great. There's my son talking on the phone on the big screen, whatever he's doing.
He's listening to
he's
you.
Listening to me.
Listen to you, I'd say. Yeah, exactly.
So, to all of them, that I hope, I thank them all for everything they've done. The team has been great. Not as big. We tried to keep it tight, that I'd have someone from the area in the area. So I'd good people in Drumcliff and Cliffany and around Grange and Maharow, and good people in each one of the areas. So we have a job to do here to check the how Thomas Walsh's votes go, and that'll give us a good picture of where we're going. If
you have someone monitoring that, you do.
We're, as soon as they come out, we're ready to jump. I think Tom needs to get over 50% of them. That's what I'm being told. And look, I'm being told. It's you guys that are telling me. So.
And we're being told as well.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, you are very brave to come and have a conversation, but what you've been saying really raises that whole thing about political life. It's always a challenge for the good of the public and for the good of the candidate. And often when you do things that are in the interest of the public and genuinely public service, they don't often gain votes, and it's a very difficult thing to deal with. And I always used to say to myself, I just have to look at myself in the mirror every morning, and if I can live with looking at myself and I haven't sold my soul, then that's okay with me. But in the end, of course, it can cost votes, and you're right, it is a huge dilemma for every candidate. And of course, some candidates are better at shuffling between them than others. But the good thing is you are able to recognise the good that you have done, and always hold on to that, and don't be too hard on yourself. I think don't be too hard on yourself at all. Never mind the fact that the election's not over here, but in any case, don't be too hard on yourself.
Okay, thanks for coming on, Donal. Hopefully we'll catch up with you later, and we'll let you back to your family and supporters. And anyway, the best of luck in the evening ahead. That's Donal Gilroy, outgoing Fianna Fáil councillor in Sligo Drumcliff, who'll be battling for that last seat in Sligo Drumcliff according to our tally figures and analysis. And that's all to come. Now, Blaine, you have some unofficial tally figures to hand. Is that right?
I've been handed, just reassess these, I've been handed the unofficial Fort Count tally, our unofficial Fort Count numbers from Ballymore, Tubbercurry. This is obviously the elimination of Jason Gorman, 446, and non-transferable is 22. So I'm just going to run down through them. No major surprise here again with the transfer between Sinn Féin candidates. So Liam Brennan +7 to 1356. Michael Clark +24 to 1814. Patrick Cleary +0 1009. Martin Connolly +43 1157. James Conway +27 633. Barry Gallagher +48 1298. Keith Henry +14 1086. Jared Milani +6 1772. Dara Mulvey +16 1712. Joe Queenan +2 1537. Paul Taylor +20 1959. And as expected, +217 to Jennifer Van Aswegen 767. So what is Taylor off the quota there?
1959, and the quota is 221, so it's 21 and 41.
yeah.
62.
62 votes. So
62 off.
that'll obviously be then the next one out will be is it James Conway?
Yeah, James Conway will be next out. You're right, yeah, he will.
James Conway will
Because
be
and as Vegan has got a huge
transfer there
from
as expected.
from Jason Gorman's
over
expected.
about just shy of 50%.
217, yeah, she got.
Yeah, the Sinn Féin transfer is very, very strong.
Yeah, and that's what you were saying, Jerry, just a while ago. I mean, that brings Anne Vegan up to 700 and what was it, over 700 votes?
Yeah, 770.
Yeah.
And then if you take James Conway, I think he's officially living over there, but he might be based in Ballincarrow
yeah, he's
as
living
well.
in Easky, I think, in Ballincarrow he's from.
And how his votes will transfer is hard to know. So she's a neighbour, she's living there. And I'd say that James Conway is probably an anti-government vote, and she might get the bulk of them.
Yeah.
Now it's hard to know how it go. A lot of them might be plumpers, just the number one vote. But it'll bring her vote finishing a very respectable high vote for a first-time candidate.
And what's the gap now between Connolly and I suppose where the race is at in terms of the last seat between Martin Connolly and Barry Gallagher? It's still in the 150 bracket, isn't it?
Well, what it
it was 146 after the last count.
Yeah, so 1157 and 1298. So about.
What did Patrick Cleary get in that one?
Zero.
He got 0.
1009.
And he's a 1009.
Yep.
9. If she's going to be coming up at around 770. So depending now, she'd have to get an awful vote of Conway to get up catching Cleary, but they're all in the one pool, 3 of them over there together.
No, sorry, I wasn't talking about who's the next. I was talking about the battle, say, then for the last seat with Connolly. As we see it, between Connolly and Gallagher, it's still about 150 votes.
Yes. There's a lot of votes there.
Yeah.
Now, see, Mark Connolly after that temporary count, what's he at?
1157.
So it's about 100 votes between them, between him and Cleary.
With Conway's to come.
With Conway's and
as Vegans.
And Vegans to come. So, and they're all out of his pool over there.
Yeah.
So
and then potentially Cleary.
It's a very big vote to make up, but yet it's not impossible, given the geographics of it. But a lot of people said, I think, though Conway's vote, a lot of it came from Tubbercurry and Ballincarrow. So,
yeah, but is the gap here closing? Is the gap closing with Connolly and Gallagher?
Well, Martin Connolly is expecting to pick up a lot of those votes that from Conway because they originated up there, and that's a good possibility, all right. But the gap is
narrowing, right?
Yeah. It'll be when Conway's votes. When the seat's not official yet. We're only talking about this is only on guidelines. Yeah. So, but it looks as if Conway will be eliminated next.
Yeah. Okay, and then it'll be interesting to see where that vote goes to. As you say, Jerry, probably an anti-government vote. Right. Okay. And we'll wait for that.
Or anti-establishment.
Anti-establishment, I should say. And we will wait for that official account very, very shortly. A couple more comments coming through. Again, there's people out there who knew all about the +1 quotas and asking us how could we possibly not know. Oh, hold on. There will be a count in a moment, which I'm told in a moment. And there's another message here. Congratulations to Mark McSharry on his soon-to-be retirement. I hope he can hear me. In recent months, he was the sole politician at national level, asking the hard questions. I wish to personally thank Mark McSharry for his loyal and generous support for 2 Sligo town musical acts that were represented on the international stage. I just hope that this 20-year overdue thank you is better than ever. From Gavin Walsh in Sligo.
That was nice, Gavin.
Yeah,
he's a gentleman. Neighbours growing up.
Yeah.
He's a little older than I, a friend of my older brother Ray's, but very nice of him.
And the gentleman I was referring to earlier, because I told you I was at an election seminar there a couple of weeks ago, and there was a picture. Well, I'll tell you after the count. I'll tell you after that. Yeah. This is probably Ballymote, Tubbercurry, count 4.
Following is the result of the fourth count for the Ballymote Tubbercurry electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Jason Gorman's 446 votes. The result: Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil +7, giving a total of 1,356, 1356. Clark Michael non-party +24, giving a total of 1,814, 1814. Cleary Patrick Fine Gael 0, remaining at 1009. Connolly Martin Fine Gael +43, giving a total of 1,157, 1157. Conway James Irish Freedom Party +27, giving a total of 632, 632. Gallagher Barry Fianna Fáil +48, giving a total of 1,298, 1298. Henry Keith Fianna Fáil +14, given a total of 1,086, 1086. Mullaney George Fine Gael +6, given a total of 1,772, 1772. Mulvey Dara Fine Gael +16, given a total of 1,712, 1712. Queen and Joseph non-party +2, giving a total of 1,537, 1537. Taylor Paul Fianna Fáil +20, giving a total of 1,959, 1959. Van Aswick again, Jennifer Sinn Féin +217, giving a total of 767, 767. Non-transferable papers not effective 22. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There is no surplus for distribution. I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. That is James Conway's 632 votes. Thank you.
And sorry,
the gap is increasing between Connolly and Gallagher by 5 after that count. I thought it was getting tighter. Gallagher's pulled away by another 5, so it's 141 the gap now.
Right. Okay. And again, the unofficial tally was bang on. So we have the instant information here with the information ahead of the official announcements. Okay. So Conway's been eliminated. James Conway of the Irish Freedom Party. Haven't seen him around today. I know James was in the hall, the polling in the Sligo Park yesterday. Might get a word with him. Hopefully, if he's here. Very, very, very high-profile candidate, as we all know. Mark, will share your observations on that particular count.
Big transfer to Jennifer. That's what I can there, as expected. I think that this next count is going to be somewhat revealing in terms of what amounts are going to go to Connolly and Gallagher. I think this is of particular interest to me. In the last one, they got broadly the same, which maintains Gallagher's lead of approximately 140, 150 on Connolly. So that's what I'll be watching. Everybody else ticking along as expected.
Yeah, and we have no indication, really none, have we, from James Conway as to how those votes. We have no indication as to how those votes would break down.
Not particularly. They could go every direction.
Yeah,
they could come back towards. They could come back towards Sinn Féin. I mean, I'm genuinely interested to know. I won't be calling this one. The thing about James Conway is he has sort of roots in Ballinacaro. There's roots in the Tubbercurry direction, and also in the West Sligo side. So it'll be interesting to see. And welcome in Barry Gallagher there to you. Just when I am on. The person you're referring to earlier on, and you had the picture, there's lots of famous pictures of the very great Jackie McGowan of Callery, who I would scarcely say there was a count for generations that he wasn't a fixture at. He's not here this evening, and we all wish him well, I'm sure, on the panel. And hope that he's doing well and tuned in, not just here, but he'd probably have a couple of radios on the go, listening to all sorts of channels to keep up to date with as many results as there were coming. So best wishes to Jackie.
Yeah, it's a famous picture that it was in the Clarion, as far as I
think you'll find he wasn't. That wasn't the Clarion. I think you'll find he wasn't asleep at all.
No, he wasn't.
He was probably meditating on results and processing them.
He had a little FM radio and he was listening to it at the time, and I remember it was causing all sorts of feedback to our broadcast, but it's great, and he's a great character, and he enjoys the count process and always did. Jackie McGowan from Corey. Thanks for that, Mark. Barry Galler, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I heard
afternoon.
morning been mentioned a good few times yesterday.
Yeah, I got caught out a few times, Barry. Well, it's again, more than Donald Gilroy. It's a tense few hours ahead for you. Maybe not hours, but tense afternoon.
Look,
and
we're keeping an
evening
eye. Yesterday we were delighted with the vote that we got. At the goal, we'll say at the outset of it, we were looking for 1,200 number ones was the aim.
Yeah.
And we got to the 1,200. We got 1,243, I think was the
46,
first.
yeah,
46 was the first count on it. Yeah.
Okay. And you are ahead, and you stretch your lead a little bit over Martin Connolly.
Yeah, I'm keeping ahead fellow Curry man Martin Connolly. Look at the ways the votes went. I was at 928 the last time when I ran 5 years ago. Improved that by up over 300 votes. So it was good to see people coming out, and I'd done a lot of work. Like, people were asking me the last time, I suppose I was talking to my brother after Declan was back from Australia, and on the Monday, like, he said, what do you do next? And I said, I start today of getting in the next time. So you have to have a plan in place, and we've done a lot of work. I joined the leader board, and I'm on different committees and community groups helping out, and you have to be seen to be doing it. I do it anyways, but you have to be seen face to face with the people.
Well, you joined more than the leaderboard. You joined Fianna Fáil.
I joined Fianna Fáil. Yes, I joined Fianna Fáil. On the doorsteps, a few wondering if I'd gone independent, but this time I had to go the best ways that I was going to get a seat, and that was going on the Fianna Fáil ticket. I'd just like to mention a good mate of mine, Brendan Gormley in Spain. He's probably tuned into us here now, so where's the camera? Hello to yourself and Lionel. Brendan done a lot of work to get me back on the ticket, along with everyone that nominated me. Another good man, Sean Owens, who's sick at the minute, but he's in good form. He is in good form, and I know he was out to vote, so big hello to Sean as well, and I'll see you over the next few days.
Now, there's a lot of interest here, as you know, a lot of interest everywhere on this battle for these final few seats here in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. And the discussion amongst our panel is the James Conway votes. Where are they going to go, Barry, do you think?
James Conway, we're just looking at it, and I've my tally lads are up there since yesterday. James's vote you would find in the area, with him being from Balnacarrow and living out Beltrad direction, I say Clark is going to be strong out the Beltras side of it. He's going to take a good vote out that side of it.
Yeah.
It's going to be dispersed, but they're no longer there. We'd say Sinn Féin would be gathering a good bit of it as well on it. I'd be hoping to pull back some of him as well. Probably not many, but he did get votes in the booth in Curry and in Tullastrand and Banada, so he did poll well, to be fair to him. He took a lot of votes in different booths.
Yeah. Will you get more than Martin Connolly, do you think, can you say?
A flip of the coin.
Yeah. It's that close.
It is close, yeah. Look at the big one from Merton, and I can see just looking at the tallies and everything. Patrick Cleary coming in. Patrick is going to be a very big one now. We have to keep an eye on that. I'm roughly 140, 142 in front at the minute, I think it is. 141. So it's going to be a big call on Merton's side to see what comes across. Looking at it, the last time Feeney's vote did come across and get Melanie across the line.
Yeah.
So we're proceeding with caution, but we're still confident that we can stay ahead.
All right. Anybody want to say anything to Barry at this stage, apart from wish him well and everybody else?
I heard your interview after you lost out the last time, Barry, and it was a great interview, and no doubt it stood to you during the campaign recently. And you've upped your vote very well, and it's difficult to call the last two seats, really. So all we can do is wish you well, and
thank you.
I hope it goes well for you now.
No, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Barry, I'm afraid, even though we're at the same table here, I've no headphones, so I've missed your interview. Well done, fantastic performance, and you deserve to be elected. I think you will be. That's my personal view of the last two seats. I think that you're likely to be more transfer friendly than Connolly. Not to wish ill on anybody. I mean, as we've said throughout the last 2 days here, it's not nice to be talking about people in the third person and their surnames or whatever. But look, I think as the day progresses, she'll be there, and congratulations on a great performance.
Thank you, hopefully.
Thanks, Barry, for joining us.
No problem. Just before we go, can I just say I want to thank the campaign team.
Yeah,
Adrian Donoghue and John Nyland here all day yesterday. I only found out there now they didn't eat. I don't know, was I supposed to send money for them to eat or not? But I had a 50 strong campaign team around me this time, and it did stand. We got around 9,000 flyers out, which I can see coming back. It is coming back in 2s and 3s and 4s to us at the minute. As I said, behind every good man is a great woman. My wife Alicia, Jay and Bailey, the kids. Only for them, Alicia's family, Maureen, Eugene, Sean was out with me. Her mother's at home praying and saying the rosary and decades of it, I'd say. And look, and hopefully this time, I know what it's like to lose. And I will say, I take my hat off to anyone that put their name and face to the ballot paper, because it is not an easy thing to do. But the response, I'd say, from everyone had said the same. It was good on the doorsteps. There was no one, yes, we have a rake of issues, but it's different in each area. South Sligo, we have our issues. West Sligo, that's the way it is. But look, without my campaign team, Gary May as well, who's over here, whereas my brother came back from Vancouver.
Yeah.
Also, I have 3 brothers in Perth in Australia, so I want to say hello to them as well. And the sister Joan, Max, my godchild's birthday is today, so happy 8th birthday, and I hope to see you later being a councillor. And thank you.
It's no wonder you got 1,246 votes with all those people.
Thanks a million.
That you're associated with. Thanks again.
And fair play to yourselves.
Yeah, no
and
problem.
Sligo County Council and the tellers that's up here.
Yeah.
The amount of work, security outside, like you've let nothing unfold all weekend, and it's testament to Ocean FM. It's been listened to, you heard yesterday, all over the world.
And up Curry, it's not right.
Well, up Curry, Tunastrand, Tubba Curry, Clonacloon, Banry.
Wind off.
Thanks for that. That's Barry
Thank
Gallagher.
you.
It's 5 o'clock. We better take our break, our 5 o'clock break. Brief news and obituary notice. We'll be back again here in the Sligo Park Hotel in a couple of moments. The ongoing counting of the Sligo votes were waiting on the 10th count in Sligo Strandhill, and Nessa Cosgrove is about to be elected in Sligo Strandhill. And we just heard a while ago there the 4th count, round to the 5th count in Ballymote. Curry. John, you were away for a while. Did you pick up anything?
I was listening to you.
Okay.
I went up to my sister at a birthday celebration today, so I went up to a very nice restaurant. I have to recommend it up there. It's just up at Sean Doherty's country up there.
Yeah.
You know, on the lake shore there. Very fine restaurant.
It's good Fianna Fáil country, isn't that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard Barry Gallagher's. Did you hear Barry Gallagher's interview? Did you hear what Barry had to say? No.
I wasn't talking to him since.
So
what's the word there now?
I think he's quietly confident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that because I looked at the James Conway's transfers, all right?
Yeah.
You know that they're a disappointing level going to Merton Connolly.
Okay. That's more or less in line with what Barry was saying as well. So that's very significant, is it not?
And I know that we would see on Patrick Cleary, Merton Connolly is expected to get 100.
Everybody can get elected there.
100, yeah.
100 out of 1,000?
Yeah.
Even with less candidates there?
Yeah, 100.
Perhaps, Niall, it's interesting to note that Mary Lou MacDonald has said she will continue to lead the party. So she's obviously trying to, declare her position before there's any rumblings and rumours that she might be.
There'd hardly be any rumblings. Right, Mark
she's obviously heading them off at the pass.
Mark has unofficial tally figures.
Yeah, unofficial, and if this unofficial count
is this Sligo Strandhill?
Sligo Strandhill.
Okay.
If this unofficial count, 10th count, is accurate, it'll be the final one. Nessa Cosgrove plus 154 to 1310 elected. Arthur Gibbons plus 51 to 1145. And Gino O'Boyle plus 78 to 1103. Finbar Filan will be plus 134, but the difference between him and the lowest continuing it will not make a sufficient difference, so the remaining candidates will be deemed to be elected.
Yeah,
okay, so there is 4 to be elected on this count, is that right?
3.
No, 3.
Sorry.
We had 3 last night.
If this is accurate, but the unofficial ones we've been getting for the last while have been very accurate.
Yeah, and that'd be right. It's filling up here too. I think that's expected.
It just shows you the pace really picked up on this count during the day.
That happened in 2019 as well. There was 3 elected on the last and final, so it's very similar.
Right, okay, so this is a big count. This is the 10th count in Sligo Strandhill, which will be coming shortly, okay. And we'll have instant reaction with our reporters on the floor with the successful candidates. So again, it is coming to a very quick conclusion here in Sligo Strandhill, isn't it? When will we have the first count? Was it midnight last night, was it?
No, it was a bit before midnight. Bit before that. And then we obviously had the first 2 elected on the first count, and then we had a couple of distributions from surpluses, and at half 1 we had Fergal Nealon after Declan Bree and Tom McSharry, and now we're going to have all 3 at one go. So yeah, and then that's that for 5 years.
Right, okay, and just to remind people as well, we have 3 councillors already elected in this constituency from the first and second counts. Declan Bree, Tom McSharry, Fergal Nealon. So on this count, 3 more: Nessa Cosgrove, Arthur Gibbons, and Gino O'Boyle on the 10th and final count. So we await that. Okay, and again, that should obviously speed things ahead for Sligo Drumcliff, because that's starting. And like we were saying earlier, because of the sheer size of Thomas Walsh's vote, that will slow down the second count, isn't that right?
Yep.
There'll be a slower second count.
But it will proceed reasonably quickly from there.
And again, like before, we should move reasonably quickly there.
Yeah. Well, there are fewer.
It'll get quicker.
There are fewer candidates. So.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we'll stick with this one. This is probably the biggest count we've had in the last 2 days. They're coming up. 3 councillors to be elected, one of which is a new councillor, Nessa Cosgrove. And we've spoken to Nessa, and we've spoken to Susan here and some of Nessa's supporters. And it is, I think, was it Marcella McGarry was the last?
Yes, Marcella was the last
Labour councillor in Sligo,
Yeah, and she was the last mayor of Sligo as well, remember.
big pub quiz question, that.
That is a big pub quiz question.
Some would disagree because I suppose officially Declan Bree is the Mayor of Sligo this year.
Yes, but
as chair of the Municipal District Council.
Under the old rules of mayor. In fact, what has happened to the election for the Mayor of Limerick? Do we know?
Yeah, it's the Moore.
John Moore.
John Moore.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
Indications are, yeah.
Right, okay, so we're awaiting that crucial 10 count Sligo Strandhill. We'll have 3 elected, and then we'll concentrate on Ballymote, Tubbergurry 5th count, and then we're on to the first count in Sligo at Drumcliff. And this is where it gets really exciting. There's a significant crowd now, isn't there, in the
This is the best part of elections at this point, when friends and family and supporters and voters.
And very quickly, then there'll be a very significant exit.
Yes, exactly. They'll have their moments and then they'll leave.
They go to enjoy themselves.
A couple of late nights tonight.
As we heard from some of the candidates, it's a tense time for them and their families.
Emotional time.
An emotional time as well, and it can be for a lot of people. You've been through this, John, many times.
You've been through this, John.
You've been through this many times.
Yes, indeed. I've lost the headphones here, but obviously the elections are, great success for 4 terms coming in here. But obviously, I know that recognise fully that you win, you lose as well. So it's a big impact for your family and the whole supporter level base as well. And I think that it's all about. The luck of the day, it can be just unlucky with eliminations, and that can often determine the result as well, at what stage they're going to go to it.
And I think too, thinking of people who have stood down, like Rosaline, who was served as a member of the county council for such a long time. It was absolutely part of her life. She lived and breathed it. And so I think maybe to just say, we're thinking of her today as she faces her life without being a member of the council, and hope that she enjoys the break that will bring, and to acknowledge the service that she gave in her local
there
area.
We go. All right. It's the 10th count, Sligo Strandhill.
The following is the result of the 10th count for the Sligo Strandhill electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Seamus Kilgallen's 626 votes. The result is Cosgrove, Nessa, the Labour Party, plus 164, giving a total of 1,310. 1310. Phelan, Finbar, non-party, plus 134, giving a total of 776, 776. Gibbons, Arthur, Sinn Féin, plus 51, giving a total of 1,145. O'Boyle, Gino, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 78, giving a total of 1,103, 1103. Non-transferable papers not effective, 199. As the votes of Nessa Cosgrove exceeds the quota, I deem her to be elected. As there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats to be filled, I deem the following candidates to be elected without reaching the quota: Arthur Gibbons and Gino O'Boyle. All the seats have been filled. I propose to formally declare the result of the election in a few minutes' time. Thank you.
Okay. Fantastic scenes. If you're watching at home, great scenes. Nessa Cosgrove, very emotional on her election. Let's go down to Austin with Nessa Cosgrove.
I'm just over the moon, and I'm just so grateful to everyone for voting for me. I shouldn't be crying. I'm just so grateful. I'm absolutely delighted, and I'm really looking for. I'm just thank everyone again for putting their trust in me and for all the support I'm getting, and that I'm really looking forward to a new positive slant to Sligo County Council, working for all the people that elected for me, voted for me.
This was your third attempt, third time lucky.
Third time lucky. I'm over the moon, and I actually feel like saying the Anna House Herman Kurchok. But yeah, I'm looking forward. I can't wait to start getting stuck in and start working for the county, for the people that elected me, and that's the most important thing. This is the day for people,
What do you think today's result says about the red vote, the Labour vote in Sligo?
I think it says that people want good, I suppose, positive politics, and a good, very, looking base. Like, my big message was that to working for communities and bringing that vote from communities and having services based in communities, and I think that's what came about, and it's definitely a women vote as well.
And how will Nessa Cosgrove celebrate tonight?
Well, I'll be straight down to the village inn in Cartron, and I'm looking forward to getting down there now.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say thank you to all my team, and thank you for your coverage as well. Thank you, Austin. Thanks a million.
That's Nessa Cosgrove. I think we're going to get the official declaration of the result.
2024 to fill the 60 seats in the local electoral area of Sligo Strandhill. I declare the candidates to be elected in the following order: Bree Declan, non-party; McSharry Tom, Fianna Fáil; Neelan Fergal, Fine Gael; Cosgrove Nessa, the Labour Party; Gibbons Arthur, Sinn Féin; and O'Boyle Gino, People Before Profit Solidarity. Thank you.
Right, there you go. 3 more candidates elected to Sligo County Council. New candidate Nessa Cosgrove represented the Labour Party. Very, very emotional, as you could see there if you're watching it live, and we certainly were. She's off to the village inn with her supporters. Arthur Gibbons, who was draped in the Palestinian flag, and Gino Boyle as well. So, I mean, okay, that's what it's all about. Oh, sorry, we'll go to Gino Boyle first with us. Okay, we're not hearing the audio from Gino. We'll come back to that. We see pictures. We don't see any audio. Okay, we'll come back to that. But I was saying,
Gino O'Boyle returned at last, claiming that final seat in Sligo Strandhill.
Yeah, absolutely delighted. I'd like to thank my Camston team, my campaign manager, who was for the last 37 days. I'm sure he was tortured with my phone calls, but I'd just like to thank everybody that supported us on the doors, everybody that voted for us. We transferred well, so I'm extremely happy.
How would you describe this campaign?
Very hectic, like I said, a lot done in 37 days, but the team that we had was very good.
Let me bring in your other co-councillor who's been elected in the last few moments. That's Arthur Gibbons of Sinn Féin. Arthur, you're a proud man this evening.
A very proud man. I'd like to thank, most of all, I think I'd have to thank my wife, my family, my supporters, my canvassers, the people on the doors, Ocean FM, without a doubt. All the media coverage that we have got during the election was so important. It's been a hard campaign. My campaign was a strategy that we used, that we divided my constituency into 2. I tried to bring in my running partner, who I have to say put up an excellent fight and pulled a very decent vote. And what I would like to say is, well, to people out there, is thanks very much for everything that they have done. I've pulled out there this evening was the Palestine flag. That is something that's very close to me, what's happening in Palestine at the moment. The onslaught that's gone on, the 210 just yesterday evening that was murdered in their homes by the Israelis. It's genocide at its highest, and I think we should be using every opportunity to highlight it. Those in the IDF, the Zionists, are nothing short of animals, and that is the only way I could describe them, and everybody that has backed them, including the USA. Their blood on their hands. England's no better. Europe is no better under Angela Merkel. And I tell you this much: people needs to protest. People needs to take down these dictators that puts one life above another. As far as I can see, what's happening in the Ukraine is murder to the rest of the world. But what's happening in Palestine, the genocide that's happening there, is Israel trying to defend themselves. I mean, the onslaught that's going on, the children that's been butchered and murdered. But I really think at the end of the day, the people in in Palestine, they should the world should be rallying to their cause and get rid of the dictators. And as for today, I know today is a happy day. It's a happy day for me. It's a happy day for my family. It's a happy day for my canvassers. It's a happy day for my party. And again, I am looking forward to representing the people for the next 5 years in Sligo. Thank you.
Well, it sounds like you're going to continue as you mean to go on from the last term as a councillor. Councillor Arthur Gibbons and Councillor Gino O'Boyle, congratulations.
Okay, there you go. Broad sweep for the left in that count. Nessa Cosgrove of the Labour Party, Arthur Gibbons of Sinn Féin, and Gino Boyle, People Before Profit, elected to Sligo County Council. Gino, of course, as we remember, was co-opted to the council back in 2015 to replace his dad, Shamey, who we all knew well, and he was re-elected in 2019. Arthur was also co-opted in 2020 when Chris McManus went to Europe to replace Matt Carty, and Arthur, a former member of Sligo Borough Council before his abolition, and Nessa, as we well know, unsuccessful candidate in the 2009 local election and the 2020 general election. And as we heard yesterday, her brother is a Fine Gael councillor in Cork, a very well-known councillor according to John.
Councillor, known very well actually.
Yeah, and her dad. Her dad ran. Her dad ran in a number of general elections in a constituency in Cork as an independent candidate. So there you go. Well, first of all, as they say, a picture tells 1,000 words. That was quite emotional there on a number of levels, wasn't it, John?
Well, absolutely. That it's an emotional day, and obviously to come from Cork and to come into Sligo, and her dedication and commitment is paid off, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Mark, I'll bring you in again. You've been through it all. It's when you see that you see what it means to people and their supporters and their families.
Yeah, no, definitely, it is very emotional. And what you have in a moment like that, getting elected, is the total outpouring of tension and stress that's years in the making. And all the effort, all of the canvassing, and not just in the last 10 or 12 weeks. But in the context of Nessa, or the last 3 elections, 2 local elections and a general election, and it's just that sort of release, I suppose, in my own context, having come through the sort of misery of 2011 for, I was a Fianna Fáil candidate in that election, we got hammered, the difficulty around that, and then getting back into the Senate and trying to build it back up. So no TD here, and then, being elected in 2016, similar sort of outpouring of emotion, and it wasn't that one was upset or overjoyed. It was just a release of oh my God, put it in for the last whatever many years and it's worked out. So I can see that there from them all, and even from the more seasoned Arthur Gibbons or whatever, you can see it means a huge amount to them all. Good luck to them, and well done to them. They deserve it. And spirit thought for all those people. Who were eliminated over the course of the last 2 days. They all went around the same track. Their heart is all in the right place, and they all have the commitment to their communities in their areas.
Okay, Jerry, order on that.
I'd just like to Drumcliff area, starting with the mixing of the ballot papers. Thank you.
Okay.
It's a rate with the ones who lost out. And it's just unfortunate. Some of them ran a great campaign, and not everybody can win. The amount of candidates was running with only so many seats. And of course, congratulate all the ones who came through and won. I wish the best luck for the next 5 years.
Could I just, as somebody who contested against some of the candidates there, it's great to see some of them get across the line. I'm delighted for Gino and for his father's late memory. I'm delighted, obviously, for Nessa, and I'm happy on a personal level for Arthur. It's great to see it. I'd like to think that the council chambers in Sligo town anyway is in good hands for the next couple of years, and they'll all give it their best chance, or their best shot.
All right. Okay. So sorry, Susan.
I mean, I just particularly in relation to Nessa and the battle, as she said, she's fought herself. She is innately political, and obviously because her father was involved, her brother is involved. She's drawn to politics in a way other people are not, as well as then being interested in serving the community. So I think that combination will serve her well, and I hope that also the mix in the council. There'll be not many changes across this council, but You know, there'll be some changes in the way that the business is done. And I think it's also maybe worth mentioning Sinead Maguire, who of course stood back also at this election, and to thank her for her service, because she worked extremely hard while she was a councillor. She's, you know, young children, and she was juggling it all together. So just I think it's worth remembering her, and to thank them all again for standing and to wish them well.
Right, okay, and just to repeat the final result again, it's now complete. Sligo Strandhill count now complete. 6 seats here, and the seats go to Declan Bree, Tom McSharry, Fergal Neelan, Nessa Cosgrove, Arthur Gibbons and Gino O'Boyle. So we have 2 new councillors on Sligo County Council from the Sligo Strandhill area, Fergal Neelan and Nessa Cosgrove. We'll draw breath here, we'll take a break, and we're back with more reaction in a moment. Back, we're live here at the Sligo Park Hotel, and lots of excitement after the 10th and final count in the Sligo Strandhill area. Gino Boyle and Nessa Cosgrove are with us. Gino, well done again. Congratulations, and you must be extremely proud, as you told us yesterday, but it's official now.
Yeah, I'm not one to jump the gun. I'm delighted to be re-elected. I'd like to thank everybody in Sligo who voted for us. As you can see, we transferred really well. But it's just one of the things that I'd like to say. It's very good to see John Comiskey around. I know he's going through illness, but in one of the last council meetings, Councillor Rosie O'Grady, a former councillor, made a statement that it was unfortunate her parents had passed away. She didn't get to see her being the mayor or getting re-elected. For me, it is a proud moment, and I hope my mother, who's at home, is really proud. I know she's listening, she's minding children. So just to say a big thank you to my mother. Over the last couple of years, she's been immense. Unfortunately, my dad isn't around, but I can just say I hope he's looking down proudly, because this is a really good achievement for us. We're around 15 years. We've been elected 3 times. I'm absolutely over the moon, but it's just for anybody, because sometimes you doubt yourself. You think it's not going well. It's just for anybody that's out there that might be thinking things aren't going well. Keep your head down, keep going, because there's something there for you. And again, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody, the canvassing team, the campaign manager, even your own team here, Niall. Everybody has been excellent, and especially everybody who voted, because it's been a couple of tight times there when you're looking at the transfers. So I'm ecstatic.
But you never doubted yourself, or did you?
In life, we all doubt ourselves. You know, it's just one of those things. There's times there where you think somebody might be able to come back and catch you, and then near the end, you know, if there was another count to go, I think we could be a wee bit higher. But I'm over the moon, and I'm ecstatic with the way it went. And it's great to see Nessa here, because we're after losing 2 very good female councillors. And I suppose I just mentioned Margaret Gormley as well, who was a great woman. She was on the council. She was very helpful towards myself, and I hope to be as helpful as I can towards Nessa.
All right, okay. And I mean, it's as I say, you got the seat back. You're unfortunately, Jamie passed away at a young age, and you got his seat. You got the seat back retained the seat in 2019, and here you are back again. So I mean, that doesn't happen without the work being put in, does it?
No, Camden team the last 37 days and previous. I always say we're not just around at an election time. We've been campaigning on different things over the last 5-10 years. So I know people are able to contact us at any day or night. So it's just, again, a big thank you to everybody in the campaign team. As I said yesterday, if anybody has my billboards, the WB8's one, I'd like back. The rest of them keep in shop for fire. But
I thought after last night's appeal you might have got it back, but no sign yet.
No, but I just don't want to see it somewhere down the road 6 months.
Okay, we can see on the video just how much it means to you and your family and your supporters.
Massive. All the family came up there. It was brilliant. Again, my mother is at home. She's minding my brother's children, so I'm sure she'd love to be here. But it's just, again, to thank everybody, family, friends, supporters. Without all them, none of this is possible.
She could be minding them for the night, Gino, now I'd say.
Well, I can tell you, I'm going as far as O'Neill's for a couple of pints and down as far as the Garavold bar after that. So it'll be a late night.
Gino Boyle, well done again. Anybody like to say a word?
Just to enjoy it, Gino. Congratulations. I mean, the work rate shows. I mean, the vote doesn't happen on its own. Congrats to you and your team, to your wife and family, to your mum Mairead, and there's no doubt in the world with the Jamie's looking down a very proud man from above today. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you, Mark. And to yourself in your retirement, well deserved. Unfortunately, politically, sometimes we disagree.
I'd be looking for a job.
We
I'd be getting on to be local councillors to make sure I get one too.
But look, it goes without saying the job of a councillor is tough. The job of a TD is tougher. So again, just to give him well due congratulations on it. And the same with Councillor Declan Bree, 50 years. The man is amazing. He's outstanding, and he's a great help to me over the last couple of years. He's been literally there anytime I've needed him. And sorry, now to keep going on, but Councillor Rosalie O'Grady, who retired, I had a great time for Rosalie. We had some good chats, we had some good times away, and also Sinead Maguire, who was a very good female councillor, and she was one of the ones that was pushing for a domestic refuge for women's rights. So hopefully,
All right, okay. Gino, thanks for joining us. Enjoy O'Neill's and the Garrow, wherever else you trot off to today.
You never know where you could end up.
That's Gino Boyle, re-elected to Sligo County Council and elected as a first-time candidate, Nessa Cosgrove. Well done to you, Nessa.
Thanks, mate.
And thanks for joining us. You were very, very emotional there.
I was. I didn't expect to start crying, so I stopped crying now. I'm just so delighted. I'm so thrilled. Thanks, Gino. Gino's been really kind to me already, saying, this is the person to talk to here. It's really, like, I'm looking forward to working as a team within the council. That this kind of division, we're there to do a job and to represent the people. And that, I suppose, you're being elected to represent people, and that's what I'm looking forward to doing.
Yeah. And it never knocked you back, did it? Not getting elected in 2019, not succeeding in the general in 2020.
Well, the general, I kind of knew I wasn't going to get elected anyway. But in the 2019, no. And I actually think, in a way, I'm glad I didn't get elected, because I know I'm a bit more savvy now and I'm a bit more cop on. And and I think it has, and we've built up our base. I think I'm a bit wiser, so I think I'd be a better councillor as a result of that.
Yeah, okay. You have a big campaign team with you, we can see in there.
Great campaign team. Yeah. And I mean, we're very lucky. Like, John and Lucy Davey have run an amazing campaign, and I know them from SIP2. That's how I met them. And I suppose, like Marcella, there's all the, like, Hugh, Michael, and Clinton. There's loads. Like, I just want to actually give a shout out to John Feely, who is a massive labourer. A huge stalwart, and he's not able to be with us today. But we're so lucky with the team. We've got a really big team, and the Magmar, like I was saying yesterday, the Magmar women, I've got this, and friends. I've got really good friends, because I'm not from here. I suppose your friends nearly become your family.
Yeah, and Mark was making that point last night. It's a tribute to you that you're not from the area. It's more difficult to come into an area, establish a base, and get elected onto the local council. Even though it's in the blood, we'll come to in a moment. But that's difficult, isn't it?
It's hard.
Even though you're well established here and have been for a long time.
And I think it is coming down to, I suppose, maybe because I work in the community and you get to know a lot of people from that, and I have very good friends, that have, and some of them would hate canvassing, they'd absolutely hate it, but they'd still come out and they'd support in other ways, so it's just, I'm just really lucky. I feel really grateful. Like, this is I suppose I'm a big history buff, so this is the highest honour that could be bestowed upon you, is to represent people.
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to start crying now again.
Can I just say, you make your own luck. You know, in this instance, the luck wasn't with you in 2019. You're a new candidate, you're establishing yourself, but you make your own luck. And you have been a massive new addition to Sligo politics. Your warmth, your openness, your friendliness, and as I said earlier on yesterday, it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet for me today, looking at the next council going on. But I'm so happy that you're a part of it, because you are going to be a different person in this council, and you're going to bring new energy. And the very best of luck to you, because
thanks, and you're a
massive addition. And I just wish you the best of luck. I really do.
And can I just say, actually, Niall, as well, that people, like, there's councillors like Sinead Maguire has been so kind to me, and like, you know, and cross party that doesn't really happen. And we'd say Marie Castle, like, we'd worked, like, I know Marie a long time from work as well, and like, it's great to go in having that female connection straight away. You know that you've a different way of working, and I think the more women that are involved in politics, the more people that will be encouraged to be getting involved. You know, like I'm getting a lot of texts actually over the weekend from women saying, you know, thank you for, you're a role model to our girls, you know, and a few people have said that, which I would never have thought of that before, you know.
Okay, Mark or John, you want to say anything?
Just again, we probably said it all last night, but again, heartiest congratulations to yourself and the family, and I know all your team, and they deserve their success very much too.
Absolutely.
And I think it's a credit to you, and again, to repeat the fact that, you know, it's one thing to come in here from South Donegal or North Leitrim or West Cavan or North Roscommon, where people have had success in the past, but to come like yourself, it's harder the further away you are, and to build it up. So this is a vote that's been constructed by you, and it'll never be easily lost, and I can see it being very substantially built upon, so good luck to you.
Thank you, Mark.
John?
Great, and that's an outstanding result. I think that when you look at I'm quite certain now here today in this council centre that this lady will be a long-term political force, and I know that you went through the door, and clearly it's good to see the re-establishment of the Labour base here in this region, because Labour has a very long history going back for 50 years in Sligo, and I think quite certain that it's now reignited, and I think under you will be the leading light of it going forward.
Your sister's here from New Zealand, I think you told us.
My sister's here, Granny's here, yeah. She came over the last time as well, and you know, she's great. Like, Granny's really enthusiastic about it, you know, and so it's lovely having her here. And my husband Conor, I just want to say that Conor has to, like, I suppose behind every, like, I think the candidate gets all the glory, but behind that there's always your team. And like Conor and my 3 children here, like, Conor has to pick up everything. He's to do all the dropping, all the cooking, all the cleaning. Like,
busier. He's going to be busier.
You know. And then Granny being here is sure it's fantastic, and she's just full of energy, Granny. So it's brilliant.
And tell us about Action Man and your mum then.
Action Man is there. My dad, Action Man, like, he's puffed out. You know, he's so proud. So there are like, he does stick out. You know, he kind of puffs up. So they're over the moon, and they're non-stop texting. They're all tuning into Ocean FM. They're all watching.
Okay.
And your brother has been elected below us.
He got elected. Yeah, he topped the poll changes. He topped the poll, and like, his chain is great. You know, we'd be great old pals. You know.
That's a very effective coalition now, really, isn't it?
Yeah, we're great buddies, you know. But it's lovely to have someone that likes talking about politics, because not everyone
and your
does.
dad was an independent, that's why I mentioned it.
Dad was an independent, but then he joined Fine Gael, though. He did join Fine Gael, and like, they love politics. Like, my parents treat politicians like celebrities, you know, like, they actually do, you know, that. You know, they have that much interest, you know, that they watch Tiggy and Oireachtas. Like, they sit down and watch Tiggy and Oireachtas. Not many people do that.
That'd be the exception nowadays.
Yeah.
Okay, see, one of your campaign team over there, Marcella McGarry, you referred to her last night as your mentor.
Yeah.
And Marion Harkin was making comment on that, and reckoned she taught
she did.
Marcella at school.
But I have to, like,
model pupil, she said.
But Marcella, honestly, like, I know I was saying this yesterday, but she, like, for someone to come in, and I joined the party, like, Marcella really did put her arms right around me and supported me every step of the way, and I think women do that, you know, and like, it makes Marcella's exceptional, and I'm so proud that we've won back the Labour seat. You know,
my father used
so
to do
proud.
that to everybody. And he was the king of Labour, if she doesn't mind me saying this town, Teddy McGarry.
Yeah.
And you keep mentioning the 2 girls who will be my contemporaries, Michelle McMorrow and Janet, and the great job that they have done for you as well. But you deserve it, and more power to you.
Yeah, no, and it's so, I'm just so proud that the seat is back. Let's keep it back. Keep it back.
And it's onwards and upwards for Labour, as far as you're concerned.
I think so.
I think.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, well done again, Councillor Nessa Cosgrove.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much for joining
Thank you
us.
for all the coverage that you've given us. Fantastic.
No problem.
Thank you.
That's Nessa Cosgrove, newest councillor on Sligo County Council, Labour councillor. And that's what it's all about, as we were saying. Now, I'll get to Blaine in a moment. I think we have some unofficial tallies we'll get to in a moment. Yeah. Right, Blaine, you have these are tallies from the 5th count in Ballymote Tubbercurry, is that right?
Yeah, so unofficial 5th count.
Well, these are pretty accurate, as we know so far.
The elimination of James Conway, 632 votes. Non-transferable were 112. So, I'll go from the top.
Yep.
Liam Brennan plus 26 to bring him to 1382. Michael Clark plus 161 to bring him to 1975. So he's very close to being elected there, if not already. Patrick Cleary plus 18, 1027. Martin Connolly plus 16, 1173. Barry Gallagher plus 21, 1319. Keith Henry plus 21, 1107. Jared Mullaney plus 15, 1787. Dara Mulvey plus 47, 1759. Joe Queenan plus 102, 1639. Paul Taylor plus 30, 1989. And Jennifer Van Aswegen plus 63, 830. And I think that the next one out then will be Jennifer Aswegen with 830. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah, Van Aswegen,
Van Aswegen, excuse me, apologies.
I think.
So that'll be next.
Okay. So Gallagher has pulled further ahead there after that. Isn't that
Another
further ahead of Connolly. Yeah,
another
another 7 votes.
7, is it?
Yeah.
The other thing that interests if it's accurate. Can I just have a quick look at there? So you're looking at Cleary being marginally. Henry is ahead of Cleary. So I was talking earlier with the order of elimination. So. Cleary goes out, he should be electing, kind of Clark and Queen, and then there'll be surpluses there. Where are they going to go? Are they going to go to Henry? Are they going to go to Brent? So are they going to go to Gallagher? So they'll be interesting to watch. I think they'll be interesting to watch.
So a lot of those votes went to Clark. Is that a surprise? I mean, I thought he lived in Eastkey, but then somebody else said he lived in.
He lives in Lismcbride. McBride. Who?
James
Clark.
Conway.
Sorry, I just said Clark.
It wasn't Eastkey he lived in.
There's a West Sligo element.
West Sligo. He lives in West Sligo.
It's clear, look at the vote to Queen and to Clark. It's that's where the heaviest transfer has been to. So
Just on the Jennifer's elimination now, I think that a lot of that vote will bring Queen, Joe Queenan up on the court, and also Michael Clark, because she's based in
She's
Trevor.
Temple Boy, she's Temple Boy.
That vote will stay in that region, the book covers.
Yeah.
But I think that just those telling she's familiar. When we looked at I suppose it was disappointing, obviously, when you look at Merchant Connolly. I think that he got from 16 votes. It was from James Conway. It was
you would have hoped for more.
But that honestly, you would imagine, because he's coming from the same sort of gene pool there in Ballynacarra up to Tubbercurry, and it's all. I suppose that when you look at well, of course he's living in. I can see why Joe Queen got 102, because he's living in Eastkey down there, Eastkey. So the Paul Taylor, and like you can see the vote transferring to West Sligo there. Jennifer got 63 votes there.
Yeah.
So the entire Mulvey got 4.
And then she shoots up then to 830. That's the point Jerry was making. She started off in 383 votes. She's now in 830. Jerry, after this.
That was a very strong vote.
Yeah.
Well, in the end, for a first-time runner. And the Sinn Féin votes transferred very strongly from the other parts of the county.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. 146 Gallagher is ahead of Connolly.
146. What was it before this? 1-4.
It was 1-5-4 something.
1-4-1. Slowly increasing.
But the vote you have to watch at the moment now, in my opinion, is that if you look at Ted Cleary, he's going to get
Patrick Cleary.
Patrick Cleary. He's going to get a considerable vote from Jennifer, because
in Castleconner, Temple Boy. So I expect him to get he's going to possibly surpass Merton Connolly.
Say that again.
If you look at his vote at the moment, it's fair to see behind now Merton Connolly there.
Cleary's on 1027 after this transfer, and Connolly's on 1173.
What's the difference there?
So he's 146.
Well, I think that he's going to be very near. He's going to be very near the vote of Merton Connolly. Very near.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. See, Jennifer Van Swagen's votes came from everywhere because there were transfers from Clovercurry and transfers from Kiva. So, and her own poll vote is 400,000.
Yeah.
Now, Patrick Cleary will pick up a lot of her home votes, maybe. But so will Michael Clark and so will Joe Queenan. But it will push him up. The gap might be just a bit too big to catch.
Merton Connolly.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit big.
Yeah. There's an interesting, just again, we're talking about the upper, away from Sligo, an interesting turn of events in South Dublin County Council. A man called Baby Pepperdam has been elected to Tallaght, through the Tallaght Central Local Electoral Area, and his son, Brito Pepperdam, has been elected. So father and son, Brito and Baby Pepperdam, have been elected.
In the one area?
In the same council?
In the same council. Father and son elected
in the same ward, like the same electoral area?
I think it's in a separate local electoral area. But let me just see. Tallaght Central and where's Baby? Tallaght South, yeah. So, but onto the one council.
It's like the Healy Rays.
How many did they have? I've seen maybe 5. Was there 4 or 5 of them celebrating at once?
Yeah, I heard that. I heard they increased their vote, or some of them increased their vote.
Towards Eamon Ryan around, look at us now or something of those effects.
Okay, I should remind people at this stage that all the results, the completed results, are up on our website, the Sligo Strandhill electoral area. You can browse through all the votes and the transfer process and the distribution of votes and the share of the vote, all that extensive information up on our website. You can also see how the Ballymote-Tubbercurry count is progressing, and we of course have the final tallies there from many hours ago yesterday. The Sligo Drumcliff final tallies are there as well if you want to access them, and I know there are a lot of people interested in them. And the Sligo Drum, as you heard John Moran saying, the returning officer, the Sligo Drumcliff count is now underway, and that first count, whenever it comes about, will show we'll see the re-election of Councillor Thomas Walsh as poll topper. John, you were looking at some national trends there.
Yeah, but just on the national trends as of now, at the moment, this is local elections. Sinn Féin have 31 seats on 11.5%. You have Fianna Fáil on 115 on 23%. And you have Fine Gael.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you there, John. Sorry for 1 second. This is the Ballymote-Tubbercurry 5th count.
The following is the result of the 5th count for the Ballymote-Tubbercurry electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of James Conway's 632 votes, with the result Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil plus 26, giving a total of 1,382, Clark Michael non-party plus 161, giving a total of 1,975, 1975. Cleary Patrick Fine Gael plus 18, giving a total of 1,027, 1027. Connolly Martin Fine Gael plus 16, giving a total of 1,173, 1173. Gallagher Barry Fianna Fáil plus 21, giving a total of 1,319, 1319. Henry Keith Fianna Fáil plus 21, giving a total of 1,107, 1107. Mullaney Gerard Fine Gael plus 15, giving a total of 1,787, 1787. Mulvey Dara Fine Gael plus 47, giving a total of 1,759, 1759. Queenan Joseph non-party plus 102, giving a total of 1,639, 1639. Taylor Paul Fianna Fáil plus 30, giving a total of 1,989, 1989. Van Esvegen Jennifer Sinn Féin plus 63, giving a total of 830 votes, 830. Non-transferable papers not effective, 112. No candidate has reached the count of this quota. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. That is Jennifer Van Aswegen, 830 votes. Thank you.
Right, okay, there you go again. You're bang on there with the...
Yeah, the numbers are bang on again, but I suppose again just to mention a first time candidate. That's a wonderful vote for Jennifer. I think she and her family, and she mentioned her daughters, the importance of doing this for your daughters, and seeing that she will be absolutely delighted with that as a first time candidate, and an absolutely strong base to go forward from if that's what she wants to do. A proud day for her and her family, I think.
Yeah.
Likewise, I know that her family, her maiden, pre-marriage name and the family in Dromore, I must say they will be absolutely delighted. It's a wonderful, and she's a wonderful candidate, having met her here yesterday. I think that clearly I'd say that she's a very solid base there at the moment. I think on reflection, if Sinn Féin had picked a single candidate with the spread that she got and the vote she got, she would have been, I think she would be a formidable force, not with three candidates but as a single candidate.
It's an interesting observation, John, I have to say. Mark?
Yeah, it's all. Well, obviously, well done to Jennifer as well. Yeah, she's originally Jennifer Murphy from Temple Boy, Dromore West area, and there'll be other days, I'm sure. And as Glenn said, it was a strong showing. And again, as John says, Sinn Féin would probably have been better going behind one candidate. It's going to be interesting to see where these votes go. They should stay, a lot of them on the sort of West Sligo side.
Yeah.
We may see Paul Taylor get over the line here, and there may also be progress on obviously Michael Clark. And probably a bit further to go for Joe Queenan. So definitely we might see some action there. Just one thing I wanted to say, if it was okay, and we're calling out a few people who would be stalwarts here for counts through the years, and I know one who has recovered from some ill health during the year who wouldn't have missed a count for generations, and that's Sean Tansey in Gurchin, who will be supporting, of course, Paul Taylor, and he'll be very happy and will have contributed to the substantial vote there. So we send our very best wishes to Sean. We miss him here, and I know that he is listening in, and wish him continued improving health.
Right, okay, well let's hear from Jennifer Van Aswegen. Jennifer, welcome again. We were talking to you last evening at some stage. You must be very, very, very encouraged.
I'm very pleased,
by your showing.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been
particularly
so exciting
with all the votes
today,
you've picked up in the last few counts.
I'm overwhelmed and I'm delighted and I'm thrilled, and it's a great result for a first time out. And I'm really, really pleased with the outcome. It's been an exciting day watching how the transfers fell, and I'm really pleased with that. I came, right up there, and even just in the last batch of transfers, it was really nice to just even move position on the poll. So I'm really pleased with it. It's given me great encouragement to look forward. It's certainly given me a good feeling about the whole journey so far and where I might take it to next. So I'm really heartened. I'm delighted, and I am very grateful to all of the people out there who give me a chance. And
well, we'll come to the journey in a moment, but first of all, the vote management from Sinn Féin worked successfully.
Absolutely. It was very, very tight. It was very disciplined. It moved seamlessly between the three candidates. And while we talked about this yesterday, it really shows just how tightly we worked together, how disciplined we were, how strategic we were, and we managed that vote extremely well. So, and we've increased it, in terms of the party share. So I'm, very proud to be part of that. And that's really a testimony to how we as a team worked, and that was the first time to use that strategy. It was ambitious, it was brave, it was far-reaching, but certainly it paid dividends when you look at the final figures.
John made the suggestion there a moment ago that had you been a single candidate, you could have been even more successful. in the field. I'm sure you haven't even thought about that.
I mean, it's such a huge, and I've been listening to the discussions for the last few days and the size and scope of the Ballymote Tubbercurry LEA. It's absolutely, I mean, you nearly need a year to get around on it all, to do it properly. It is, and it's mountainous, it's terrain, it's, it's rural. So that to me is the biggest challenge, is trying to carve out a space within that and to have coverage.
Yeah.
Certainly I think the landscape and the boundaries need to be looked at again. It's not that long ago since we had the Drummer West constituency. I myself find the fact that the constituency is even called the Ballymote Tubbercurry. West Sligo doesn't get a mention there at all. So, these are subtle things that actually does make a difference when you're going to the door and you're talking about the Ballymote Tubbercurry LEA and people are asking, are we in that area? It has changed. So I do think there's some work to be done there in terms of the boundaries.
Okay.
Certainly.
Where are your votes going to go? Because that's what everybody is keen to know.
Well, that's going to be very interesting. I was heartened not just by the internal transfer vote of the internal team, but the transfer-friendly nature of my own vote, and I was very encouraged by that. And that's very much where I set out on this journey, was, to try and bring new people with me. And I believe I succeeded in doing that. I had people coming out to vote for the very first time in their 80s that have never voted before. I have brought people across, many boundaries in this journey, and that has been, to me, crossing divides that they've never crossed before. And that, to me, is as valuable as the end point. It is the journey as well. Getting out there, getting my voice heard, getting name recognition, and actually relating to people on the doors, women on the doors. I mean, to point out that we have the largest LEA in Sligo and we have no female representation, that came as a huge surprise to women across the county, the LEA.
Jerry, do you want to say a word to Jennifer?
First of all, Jennifer, I'd like to commiserate, which you put up a great fight altogether in it. And first time out, it's a great vote and a very respectable vote. So you did very well.
Thank you.
And no doubt, we'll see you running again at the next election.
It's a bit of a big ask at this stage, but
you have to take your time on that.
Yeah,
but anyway, commiserations on today, and you put up a great fight, and congratulations on the result that you got.
Thanks very much, Jerry. Appreciate that.
Does anybody else want to?
We said it last night, but just to formally say it again today, that it was a good turnout. It's very difficult. I've been there in terms of not being elected on a day, and it's very difficult emotionally. Today isn't the day for decisions about the future, but it won't surprise me if you return again. And best wishes to you and your family.
Thanks very much.
Yes, John.
I'd like to say absolutely congratulate Jennifer on the final vote there of 830. I think the point she made there with the LEAs and the scope of the area, you must remember there was 11 councillors in that area before, and it dropped 4 down to 7.
Yeah.
And I think that the Electoral Commission, I'm quite certain by the next election in 5 years' time will be 2029, that I'm quite certain that the Commission will be back, and with the increase in the population, that you will certainly see you could even see 2 4s there, and I think that it should be, and the point also was made about South and West Sligo or Ballymote Tubbercurry. That's a very good point, I may add, because I think that also what's excluded there is East Sligo, which it is South, West and East Sligo. So I think that in the renaming of the, if you're given definition to electoral area, it's important to include a highly populated area such as West Sligo, and likewise when East Sligo, with 2 councillors elected from East Sligo, and it's not referred to at all on any ballot paper. And when they meet in Sligo, the Tubbercurry, Ballymote municipal areas meet, I think it should be, for people reading the press, it should be a reflection of West Sligo and East Sligo on that caption. That's my opinion.
Just on that, just to join, I suppose, my colleagues here on the team, just to say that you've surprised many with that result, and that is a fabulous result. To be the leading Sinn Féin person in that area, in a vast constituency, from a part that, as you say, isn't even recognised in the name, I think you should be incredibly proud. You mentioned your daughters here yesterday in an emotional speech, and I think that they must be very, very proud of their mum today. The base is now there. The name is better known. It's easier now to build from here. We've seen Nessa Cosgrove. She's the pathway forward, and I'm fully convinced that if you work at this over the next 5 years and you really want this, that the next time we could be looking at a successful day for you, potentially with different local electoral areas. But my advice would be to stick at it. If you want to do that, you've got a great performance here before you, and be very, very proud of those votes as the day goes on.
Thanks very much, Brian.
No pressure, as you can hear, Jennifer. I'm sure today is not the day for making decisions. But
not at all.
You're talking about your journey, but it's a political journey, is it still, do you think? Perhaps, maybe?
Well, for me, it's always been, the two have always been connected. My work has always been very much connected to social justice. It's about policy. It's about providing that evidence base for policy. It's really, what I do. So, political or not, that work is political by its nature, regardless of what political affiliation. So it's always been a political journey for me, even before I put my name to any paper. There was 10 years, 15 years there of actually sitting on the policy committees in Sligo County Council, putting disability at the centre of the table, making sure that we had a disability inclusion and access strategy that was fit for purpose and reflected a human rights and not a charitable model of disability. So that is the work that I've been building on, I guess, for 15 years, and that's where my political appetite has come from. So it's come from the grassroots up, wherever it takes me.
Well done again, Jennifer, and thanks for joining us. And good luck to you and all your campaign supporters and family, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks very much, Niall. Thanks
evening.
so much for your support over the last few months. It's just been an amazing journey, and I want to thank you for that.
Thanks a lot. It's just after 6 o'clock. We better take a break. Back again live in the Sligo Park Hotel in a few moments.
Thank you.
Right, okay, we have 5 counts gone in the Ballymote-Tubbercurry area. The Sligo Strandhill count is complete, 6 councillors elected, and the counting of the votes in the Sligo Drumcliff area is underway. And I guess it is still the case that people are just looking for times and an indication of when things might proceed a bit. Now, John, you think the Ballymote-Tubbercurry count is going to be very quick from now on?
Well, yes, indeed, I do actually, because when you look at the elimination of Jennifer's Sweegen's her vote there at the moment, definitely that's going to what will be determined by that at the moment will be whether it be Patrick Cleary or Keith Henry going out. They're very close there. There's only Keith Henry is 56 votes ahead. Keith Henry, right? Patrick. But I feel myself that when you eliminate Jennifer's vote, it's going to put Patrick Cleary ahead of Keith Henry.
Yeah.
There's exactly 100 in it.
Yeah. But
120, sorry, 120.
But I think that it's...
he'll get some of them, though.
He will.
He will, yeah. No, he will.
Yeah, but when you look at and then a lot of the remaining candidates, when I know the only hold up will be the distribution of the surpluses of Joe Quinn and Paul Taylor's, and that will take a while. But after that, at the moment, I think that when you go through the eliminations, I tell you of certainly Patrick Cleary, and if you're down to Keith Henry, I think your game set a match over that.
And it is the case, is it not, in the next count that we'll have Paul Taylor and Michael Clark elected?
Yes, well, look at the figures here, absolutely, and who else next would be? Well, that'd be the two elected, and after that, then in the next count you'll have Darren Mulvey and Jeremy Lanny elected.
Yeah. Okay, so it will move quickly.
Very quickly.
You see it that way as well, Mark? Yeah.
I do, yeah. I still see it panning out as we call it yesterday.
Yeah, a long, long time ago. Yeah.
It's going to move very quick now, I think, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think you'll be well on here at 8 o'clock now.
For Ballymote Tubbercurry.
Yeah.
It's quarter past 6 now.
Just an update on the national. We're still waiting on the first proper count from Sligo Drumcliff here. To give that some context where we're at nationally, 149 out of 166 first counts have been completed. So there's 17, and Sligo Drumcliff is in with those 17. In terms of the seats filled, 450 of the 949 have been filled, and Fianna Fáil have 117. Fine Gael have 130. Sinn Féin have 34. Labour Party 30. Green Party 9. Social Dems 12, and Independents and others 114.
Right, that's the national picture.
Yep. With about half seats filled.
Right. Okay. Again, we're in a bit of a bubble here. We don't know how things are going European-wise, and probably won't know until the count starts because of the lack of adequate and reliable tallies across the region.
Is Sinn Féin under pressure in this one, did you say?
Well, their vote is up.
In Europe.
Sorry, in Europe?
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, I thought you were about Sligo Strandhill or Sligo.
Yeah, but I think that Mary Lou should have to congratulate the two candidates here because she's bucking their rows straight for a good while. She's on nationally 12%, and I think they were Thomas Healy was on 16%.
16 he was, yeah.
So he certainly should be getting a call from Mary Lou anyway.
Right, okay. Some more comments. Someone else saying Jimmy Gary was the last Labour councillor on Sligo. I don't think so. It was Marcella McGarry.
Veronica Cawley as well.
Veronica Cawley, yeah. But I think Marcella was the last one. We'll check that one out. Okay. Could the Sligo counts run into a third day? I think it's unlikely now at this stage, isn't it?
There was concern this morning.
There was.
It'll be finished tonight, I'd say.
Oh, definitely. I think it's imperative. I think the cutting is going to a third day now, and honestly, regardless what time they finish, they'll have to finish it out, in my opinion now.
Yeah, okay.
Unless something dramatic goes wrong now, that they hold up or recounts.
Yeah, just want to firstly say to this person, the coverage of Ocean's election is second to none. The past 2 days of the local elections as always have been fascinating. I'd like to wish Barry Gallagher the best of luck today, and that's from Kieran Walsh, who's glued to the online coverage in Toronto, Canada. And again, we read out some of the statistics earlier from the places in the world where people are listening to, and it's always just fascinating to see where people are tuning in from.
What was you asking me about the Midlands Northwest?
Yes, Sinn Féin.
Yeah, well, the most recent tweet that I can see here from Gabby from the Irish Independent is that it's now looking like Sinn Féin could be in big trouble in Midlands Northwest, and there's a real possibility that neither incumbent Chris McManus or former Stormont Minister Michelle Gillineau will be elected as an MEP.
And that would be when you take one of the largest constituency in the country, that
based on what though?
Based on tallies, apparently.
What
tallies. Sunday Times reporting of tallies which puts Sinn Féin as low as 2%. That's what.
The tallies were a mess all over this area.
They will,
except our area.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm going to tell you what the sentiment is out there.
They don't get the truth around now.
Yeah.
No, I think Sinn Féin will get a seat.
Yeah, you said it earlier. You're pretty definite they would hang on. I'd just like to welcome our next guest here in our desk here in the Sligo Park Hotel, Seamus Kilgannon. Thanks for joining us, Seamus. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Niall.
Good evening to you. Disappointing for you?
Well, first of all, what I want to say is I was able to stay at home all through yesterday and most of today and keep up to date, maybe better than if I was present, with the wonderful coverage that you and your team have given to the candidates that contested it. It's just brilliant. And I met my colleague here, Corey Cart. We did work together for some time. And where am I at as regards? Look, I'm disappointed, but at the same time, under the circumstances, considering when the vacancy arose, when Rosaline decided to opt out.
Yeah, it was very late in the day for you.
Very late, but I must say, wish Rosaline and her family every good wish. I went into it with, I think, I started canvassing the Tuesday after the May Bank holiday weekend, so I had about 5 weeks, and I just didn't have the organisation, but certainly my family, my wife and the children. In fact, one of the lads are out today taking down posters in the rain. So they certainly stepped up to the plate, and I had a number of very good people that helped me. We did the canvass. We tried to cover it as best we could. We just didn't have the time to do it. No, when I go back to where I found myself, when the vacancy arose and Rosaline was out, I did contact Fianna Fáil to say if they couldn't find a younger candidate or someone else, I would be interested. And to be honest, if someone did come forward that was younger than I was, I would have certainly backed them, and I had proof of that because I'd already gone out canvassing in the Sligo Drumcliff area where I did stand and represent for a number of occasions. So it came upon me, at my age, do I need this type of thing? But for party sake, I stood up to the plate and I gave it my best shot. It wasn't enough. And I want to congratulate all the candidates that are elected and wish them well and hope that they will work together for the betterment of Sligo. There's a lot of things, as we found out, on the doorsteps that needs to be done and done quite rapidly, and a council working together, I have no doubt, can over the next number of years help promote Sligo and get some of the things that have come up in progress and delivered for Sligo.
But you've always stood up to the plate for the party, Seamus. Not always to your own personal advantage, as we well know, down the years.
That's correct, Niall, but I just believed in it, and I served the party at all levels as Director of Elections here and at national level on our Cordia Fianna Fáil, and I just believe that we have done a lot of very good things, the party have, and we have done a lot of things that weren't so good. But however, I'll be still there to do my part, but as regards contesting elections, I don't think I'll do what Jim Lawler on. I think I might be opting out at this stage as regards contesting to be elected.
But you thought you were in with a shot. I mean, you wouldn't have done it unless you thought you were.
To be honest, I said it on several occasions. If the people if they wanted to elect me in the area that I was in, the last time I just lost by I had 950 votes at the last time, and I just lost it on the final count. This time everyone said to me, if you had your own base. I had my own base. I thought it was well enough known. I think my problem was that I came to the table too late, and a lot of work was done by other candidates. Some people had been out for, and they're admitting they were doing 13 or 14 weeks canvassing. I tried to do it all in 4 or 5 weeks. Now, I had my family working with me. I had a number of people that had worked with me in the past, but it just wasn't enough.
Mark, I'd like to say a few words to Seamus.
Seamus, I'm sorry it hasn't worked out on this occasion. You have been the standout stalwart for Fianna Fáil through the years, always prepared to take the bullet. I'd say, Niall, you could testify to that.
Yep.
Most difficult times for that party, where you'd be looking for a spokesperson and nobody could be found because they wouldn't front up. And Seamus always did it. As I said over the course of the last 2 days, He was messed around going from different areas through the years. He increased his vote the last time not to be elected, which was not his fault at all. He kept many of us alive through his work for the credit union, including myself, and he still has a huge amount to offer to Sligo and the community, and I've no doubt the Fianna Fáil party. And thanks, Seamus, for all you've done for all of us, and I hope you're not too sad today because you've done an awful lot for our community. Thank you.
You could make me very happy, Mark, by saying I'll come back and stand for the party in the next general election. So,
Jerry, you've soldiered with Seamus over many years as well.
Yeah, Seamus, I'd like to commiserate with you, Seamus. And you put up a great campaign, but it was a very short campaign, and that was a difficulty. And you've always been working with the party. You've done a lot of community work, and no doubt will continue to do so. And I'd like to wish you the well now. And but again, commiseration, and it's a pity it didn't work out.
Yes, John.
Seamus a lifetime, and I know that he's a people's person, very committed and a very knowledgeable man on the doorsteps, and he has, likewise with his notable work is with the Irish credit movement, which has moved exceedingly well across the country. Transformation certainly replaced the role of banks, and I think Seamus was a critical player in getting a lot of credit unions live that they can do checks and cash, whatever else, and withdrawals. I think that would be a massive change to people where towns were left without any bank. And the credit union in Ballymote is one example where it's it really has been a sterling success. I know that Seamus played a very critical role in the purchase of the building in Ballymote, the former Ulster Bank, and I think that likewise with the new building here in Sligo. But I know as a committed Fianna Fáil activist, that he's respected university by all parties, that he's very fair, very balanced, and I think really what he did this occasion was coming to the rescue. It is commendable. But I suppose, and I think there's no reflection on himself by not being elected. But the point he made there of being a very short campaign, and when you're an incumbent, which what a lot of them were for 5 years, it's a massive advantage being an incumbent, and the fact that when you're in the job and you were trying to, and likewise to take over the mantle from Rosalind, that, and Seamus has a wonderful family, but just to get a carryover of supporters from one candidate to another, it can be difficult, and I want to just wish him continued success. I know he probably didn't need this job like a hole in the head, but I know for certain that he will continue his massive role in the voluntary sector, which makes a real difference in the lives of people.
Right, okay.
Well, John did mention it, and I thank him for that. The idea of the Sligo Credit Union or the Credit Union nationally, people say, what do you do when you lose an election? I was a sitting councillor up to 5 years ago. I went off that. I was a director of the Irish League of Credit Unions at the time. Then there was a gap, and I went away and I got myself elected as a supervisor on the Irish League of Credit Unions. And when he does mention Ballymote, I genuinely... He knew what he was talking about, because myself and a friend of mine from Roscommon, who happened to be a director at the time, both of us made sure we got funding from the Savings Protection Scheme so that the Ballymote Credit Union could buy the building next to them. And that was an unusual thing to happen, but we did it. We took a lot of flack for it, but it was done, and there's a fine premises there. And also to you, Niall, you were always very, very good to me when I tried to get the message out about the credit union movement, and also for other issues. And it came up often during my campaign where people mentioned to me about the number of times I did appear on your radio show, and they were complimented. The other thing that must be said, and it's about the campaign itself, towards the last week and 10 days, people were telling us they were delighted we knocked on the door and canvassed them, because I came across areas in the last week that hadn't been canvassed by any candidate. And we all think that people don't want us to call, but there you had the people complimenting us. But before I go, I just again want to thank the panel here for the fair coverage that you gave, for you and your team for all the coverage, and was able to leave us at home in peace and not listen up to date. It was brilliant.
We hope we didn't upset you too much yesterday.
Oh, not at all.
And you're the ultimate party man, I have to say that. It's not for me to say, but you haven't always been treated fairly, I think, by your party down the years.
I don't think I'll go there today.
At various conventions and so forth, but you always took the party line and stood by the party, in fairness to you.
Well, at this stage, I think I'll see it out to the end. Okay.
All right, Seamus, thanks for joining
Thanks, Niall.
us.
Thanks,
Seamus
pal.
Kilgannon,
Okay.
former councillor Seamus Kilgannon, who did get elected in Sligo Strandhill on this occasion. The seats are filled, as we know. Right, okay, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from the Sligo Park in a moment. We are waiting on the 6th count in the Ballymote-Tubbercurry area, which we reckon will see the election of 2 candidates, Paul Taylor and Michael Clark. That's next. Right, okay, Austin tells me that Michael Ring has compared the European election ballot to a roll of toilet paper.
Who did?
Michael Ring. Like a roll of toilet paper, he said. Yeah. Just by the length of it. Not the quality of the candidates or anything like that.
Some of the best tweets you see from Ring over the years. The others are from Danny Healy-Rae.
Yeah.
You know, I remember there was a reasonably small sort of company, factory, lost of 20 jobs.
Yeah.
Lost of 20 jobs down in, I don't know, some town at the bottom of Kerry, wasn't Killarney or Tralee. And it said, the closure of such and such to Kerry is akin to the Japanese bombing Pearl Harbor.
Great night.
Yeah. And
you can fairly capture the moment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're masters.
And of course it was for that parish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You must remember.
And you're good friends with him, aren't you? Isn't that the case?
I get on with it, to be honest. Michael has never forgiven me.
Has he not?
For the fight with the dog.
For the fight, yeah.
That over the Ban Ki-moon and and they were 2 statesmen, 2 UN statespeople.
Yeah.
I was actually the same day as Jackie now, the father.
Yeah, okay. Now, just before we have this is a very important count. This is the the unofficial 6th count from.
No.
Is it?
That's North Sligo.
Yeah.
Oh, it's North Sligo. First count.
Are we on the air now? We are?
We are, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this is a very, very unofficial tally, and it's only a sample of Thomas Walsh's number 2.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
This is only a sample. So serious health warning here.
Come on with it.
16% of them going to Casserly, 26% going to Tom Fox, 1% Amanda Gallagher, 4% Donald Gilroy, 29% Thomas Healy, to be expected, of course, 6% Colin McGurn, 16% Edel McSharry, 1% for Agnieszka. So, look, serious health warning with that. It's only a sample of number 2s. As we know, when Thomas Walsh gets elected with a surplus, they will count that entire vote.
Thomas Walsh,
Sorry, Thomas Walsh. They will count that entire vote again and get the precise percentage of number 2s, and that will be the value that will be allocated to each person. That'll be a slow count, the second count.
That's what we said before, And did you not say earlier that Fox would need up on 40%? Is that what you're saying?
40%.
Yeah, it'd need to be going well. Yeah, it need to be going better.
And what is it, 27?
26.
Just based on 26, Mark, based on the surplus that you expect Thomas Walsh to have, what would that give Tom Fox?
Okay, we better just have a look at that. Now, give me a second.
That'll be it.
What was the question?
So we don't know the quota, remember, precisely yet. We feel it'll be approximately about 1,538. So he is at 1,881. Let's say 120 votes.
It will be as high as that now, couldn't it?
So if he's getting 26%.
What's the difference now? What's the quota, did you say?
1,538. We feel he has 1,880.
So the difference is what? It would be 300. What is it? 15?
Sorry, 300. Sorry, my apologies.
I thought that was
sorry, 300 odd. Let's say. So 25% of those.
It'd be 75 votes.
75, 80 votes. So it won't be enough. If these figures, serious health warning with these, it's only a sample.
Would that be 75 or 80 votes? You'd want to be getting Niall, that would be if them figures are if those percentages are and what's Donald Gilroy getting?
Donald Gilroy is getting 4%.
4%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and the gap there, what's the gap at the moment between Tom Fox and Gilroy?
Tom Fox is at 1,004. We say tally-wise, and Gilroy is at 1,159.
So there's 155 votes. Isn't it?
155 votes.
So if you take 75, he'd want to catch him out. He'd want to be. Yeah, but there's other eliminations in there as well, isn't there?
Yes, there is likely to be Amanda Gallagher, and there's likely to be Colin McGurn, and there's likely to be Agnieszka.
So really, that's the unknown quantity, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it'll be Colin McGurn, Agnieszka, and Gallagher. What we were saying yesterday, Jerry and I, was that Amanda Gallagher is Balladreha Bridge, McGurn is Ballasidir Calooney area, so you'd sort of be guessing that their transfers might stay local before they go elsewhere, and that should benefit Edel McSharry over both Fox and Gilroy.
And then will they come back as number 3s or 4s with them?
Well, yeah, it could be. It'll depend. By then, we'll have somebody elected. You know.
So after all that, we're no further on. We're no further on.
After all, I'm still calling it the same way. Which is
you're probably more
for Fox.
You're probably more secure in that call now than you were.
I think that's Merck is that's very useful information because they take the percentages of the surplus. I mean that that based on 300. That he would want to be on 45%.
Yeah.
And I would say if he's on 29.
26.
Yeah. Anyway, a big health warning with that. It's only a sample.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I see Michael Clark is here and Paul Taylor is here as well. They're going to be elected very, very shortly. It looks like, and we'll be in their camp in due course. John Comiskey makes the point about Sinn Féin candidates in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. Just look at the high rate of transfer of Sinn Féin candidates in Ballymote, Tubbercurry to each other. Total discipline within the party, which is what Sinn Féin are renowned for, vote management. Is that the case? Yeah. In Ballymote, Tubbercurry.
Well, obviously, discipline and getting elected is one thing, isn't it?
you still think if you were the election strategist there, you would have just run one candidate?
Discipline in principle sounds fantastic, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we'd say it's about maximising the vote, and with 3 candidates, it was absolutely a fatal mistake.
Right, okay, 083 3500 530 is our number to call, or to WhatsApp or text if you want to know anything or put any points to our panel, or make any observations or ask any questions. Whatever it is, just let us know. We have some counts to come, so I think we'll take a quick break and we'll return in a couple of moments to the Sligo Park Hotel. Right, we're back again, the Sligo Park Hotel. We're awaiting the 6th count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and the 1st count in Sligo, Drumcliff. And as we've previously told you, there'll be 2 more councillors elected on the 6th count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, Paul Taylor and Michael Clark, independent councillors. And would you agree with John, Mark? It'll proceed reasonably quickly after that, you think?
Yeah, I think we'll be moving fairly fast then. Yeah. The slower period for us now are going to be the surplus for Thomas Walsh.
Yeah, the 2nd count in Drumcliff. Okay. Sorry, Jerry.
They're working at that now. They're working at that since the Sligo one was over, so that should be moving ahead.
Okay. I think we're just referring to. Look at the crowds here now.
You're going to have 2 huge campaigning councillors about to be re-elected with very, very big teams.
They have big teams. They always bring a lot of vocal support as well. So. And again, if you're home, just log on to the live video stream, because it is extremely interesting to see proceedings and what happens at a count and so forth. Yeah.
And behind the scenes, Austin is doing Trojan work trying to get into the middle of the whole.
Into the scrum. I see Paul Taylor there with his team, ready to be elected. He's in good form, as you can see. And as you say, they always bring big teams with them. Isn't that right? Okay, we'll just wait for our next. We'll just wait for our next guest to get settled. The legend that is Ray McSharry is joining us now. Former Taoiseach, Minister for Finance, European Commissioner, and of course Sligo Leitrim Fianna Fáil TD. And councillor as well, Ray. It's not right in your
That
day.
is right.
Yeah.
But before you ask any other question, I want to sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, because I wasn't here until today, that you have done an outstanding job, and your panels, different panels at different times. I don't know how did you get any sleep last night? Because the people outside are saying there is no other part of the country doing it as in-depth as Ocean FM are doing. And we sincerely thank you. And I'm sure it has been done, several people in the panel here, and bringing in, I'm sure, people thanking you for what you are doing and continue to do.
Yeah. Well, what we do is very little. I can tell you, it's these guys are the experts, and these guys and the guys do the tallies, do all the work, all the hard work. But it's nice of you to say so, and we do appreciate it, Ray. You still like this, you do, this whole process.
Oh yeah, and the second thing I'd like to say is because I have the greatest respect for anybody who puts their name on a ballot paper. Independent, no matter what party they might be, they're putting their name out there for the respect of the people in voting for them. And many don't get elected, but they still keep trying. And today we have a Labour candidate again, winning. It's a long time since Tommy Higgins was there, in my time on the corporation. And she worked very hard, and she deserves to result that she gets today. And I wish her well, and all who will be elected. But I'm sad about all of those who put in the same campaign, knocking at every door. I have to say I didn't knock at any door this election. And I give you a story I think that Mark might have referred to earlier. The house in Lismacbrine, where my mother was born, where Michael Clark was born, has produced, or will produce, if Michael is about to be elected, I think, and hopefully Edel, maybe, and they're all traced back to Lismacbrine, my mother's home in West Sligo. And also, they will be elected a councillor with that background in the 3 electoral areas. I think it's historical. And out of that same house came myself as a TD, Mark as a senator and a TD of the next generation, who I have to say did a great job, and I'm delighted to hear on your programme people giving him the credit that he deserves, because he worked hard and nobody listened, and now they're in a mess in many areas because they wouldn't listen to what he was saying to them. It doesn't matter if it's housing, the health services, the education services, or the migration problems. All of those Mark was referring to nearly 2 years ago. And what happens? His party seeks and sets up a committee to throw him out. They seem to be anxious to throw people out rather than expand their numbers. We have Michael Clark and Joe Queenan, 2 former elected Fianna Fáil councillors, both being elected as independent by their same voters. Fianna Fáil don't even put up a candidate in the area. Now that is not the Fianna Fáil that we knew and is in our hearts today. But it's unfortunate that they don't respect the views of their own representatives right up to the Dáil and the Senate, apart at all from the way they treat the county councillors, who should be given more power because they're on the spot, they know the councillors, they know the areas, they know the roads, they know what houses are needed. And more of that is what we need. And I would hope that there will be a government someday that will begin to give the resources that are necessary to provide the necessary services for the people. And that's what you elect your councillors, senators and TDs for.
Who do you blame for that, Ray? Is it leadership, or is it just the change in style of the party, in form of the party? Is the organisational structure?
No, the organisational structure from my point of view in Fianna Fáil was the day they abolished the Common by allowing people with their £20 to come in and be a member a year before a convention, or even 6 months, and then they were gone. Whereas in my time, there were a solid, loyal people. And we have been accused of McSharry's running the show. Well, how many McSharrys were out for Edel McSharry, who's doing extremely well, and I hope she does get elected. There was no McSharry looking out for Mr. Clark. There was no McSharry except Tom's own family for him. My brother Louis, his daughter, my late brother Gabriel, his son is elected already, and I hope that Edel will make it later on.
Yeah, looks like she will. He's not changing his mind anyway, you know that, this man beside you.
Oh, well, I have to say that we have been greatly honoured, Mark and I, and I'll tell you why. My house on Pierce Road, since the 60s, has been a home of representatives of Fianna Fáil, from my to Mark's time. We've done 55 years of service as a family, and we get criticised by Fianna Fáil people like that, or for that. Well, we don't mind criticism. We wouldn't be there a year if we did, because everything that could be said about us has been said, but we fought on and we won on many instances. We didn't win them all, but we were there, and we weren't just there as McSharrys. We were elected by people of all names, of all dispositions, young and old, rich and poor, and people who had nothing, but we were there to help them for 55 years from one house. And I'll take no criticism, nor will Mark, from anybody who suggests that McSharrys were trying to dominate the scene. We were there because we were elected. We put our names forward. We weren't elected every time. Well, I was, Mark wasn't, but we're still here. And when the time comes, because the heart is there, I mightn't be around. It might take another few years to change the top, because the top in all parties, and this is coming back to your original question, who is running the country? And I heard some of your panel, including Mark, referring to it today. The civil servants, the HSE, billions being spent, and you ask a question in the door, and they say, "Thank you very much for your very important question." This is the Minister replying. I will take the matter up with the HSE and ask them to reply to you directly. In my time, you could ask a question of the Minister for Posts and Telegraph, when am I going to get my phone? And he'd come back with an answer, whether it was 1 month, 2 or a year. But he gave you the answer because he was responsible. They must take more responsibility as the elected representatives, as the government of the day. I am concerned that we're looking for democracy in this situation at the moment. People have voted for policies and will vote at the next general election for policies brought forward by several parties. But none of them will have an overall majority. None of them will be near an overall majority. There will at least be 2, if not 3 or 4 parties in government, and they'll take a bit from here and a bit from there and a bit from somewhere else. When everybody knows the serious problems that exist are local authority houses, local authority houses, local authority houses. How do poor people get on the first rung of the ladder? And then let the private sector come in and build the mayor up to the millions that we hear about being paid for houses. But if we don't have the local authority on the first step, I'm proud to say I was born in a local authority house, and there was 10 of us in 2.5 bedrooms, and we all survived. And our father and mother worked day and night to make sure that we were going to survive and stand on our own 2 feet and do the best we can when we became representatives. And I'm proud to say we did that. All of our families, Mark, myself, Tom, the Clarks, all of the people that go back to the one house in Lismacbrine, Dromard, Beltra, County Sligo. And I'm proud to say that on behalf of my mother and my uncle, all gone now, but they too went out working on behalf of the people to help us who were there, whether it was Clarks or McSharry or whatever.
That's a very, very powerful contribution from you, Ray. Did you still enjoy all this, the whole process and the democracy in action? And
well, when you're a public representative and your household has representatives, not just Lismacbrine, but Alcantara and Pierce Road.
Yeah.
Between Mark and I, we have served 55 years in the houses of the Oireachtas, in the Senate and the Dáil. There's another family that did that.
And you were talking at the outset about you congratulating Nessa Cosgrove and the Labour Party.
Yes.
And I think it was Mark who said last night you were looking for number 3s in
right.
Fort Hill in your day.
Much for Sligo Corporation, for the local authority houses, for which I said I was born in one myself. So when I went round the first time in 1967, there was 50 people on the ballot paper for the corporation and the county council. I went for the 2. And my father went round with me where he was collecting the rent. Hello, Mrs. So-and-so. I knew them all by first name. And they would say, I see your posters in the window for X, Y, or Z. We're here looking for your number 3 or number 4. I go, what are you talking about, Mr. McSherry? You're getting the number 2 and that'll do you. And we did. And each time when a left candidate or a Labour candidate went out, they were transferring in numbers, not all, to us. And that's how we started, by the votes of people. The McSherrys never put themselves on a ballot paper and elected themselves, no matter what Micheál Martin or anybody else wants to say on his behalf. And you know well what I'm talking about. The fact of the matter is there, the people elected us. And we were proud and thankful to those people, and still are to this day, with the possibility of that family having had, and there are Clarks and McSherrys involved, that family having come from one house in Lismacbride, in Beltra, Dromara. And my mother was the teacher there. She went to school there. She brought all of us out for 2 years to teach us, and she'd wallop us with a stick the same as anybody else. But we had good times, and as the old saying goes, there were good days and bad days, but they were all great days, like today's too.
Does anybody want to say a word to Ray?
Will I give you just this little result quick?
Or give us the result,
Right, okay. We'll go in and we'll go back to that in a second, if that's all right. So this is the unofficial. Liam Brennan plus 32 to 1414. Michael Clark plus 146 to 2121. That's 100 over the quota. Patrick Cleary plus 40 to 1067. Martin Connolly plus 17 to 1190. Barry Gallagher plus 27 to 1346. Keith Henry plus 28 to 1135. Gerard Malani plus 21 to 1808. Dara Mulvey plus 58 to 1817. Joe Queenan plus 94 to 1733. Paul Taylor plus 35 to 2024. That's 3 over the quota. So that those 2 are going to get elected. That's Clark. There'll be a small surplus then of 103. Also significant here is Martin Connolly on 1190. We have Gallagher still somewhat ahead of him on 1346. The other thing is Cleary on 1067 in West Sligo, who would be behind Henry. So we'll be watching that then in terms of the Connolly-Gallagher battle.
All right. Okay. Thanks for that, Mark. And we await that count very, very shortly. Stay with us. Anybody like to?
No, I'd just like to say that compliment Ray. He certainly has to lost it, and what he said there is a proud history of an extraordinary family having done exceptionally well over 55 years. I think my former mother-in-law was a real supporter in the party campaign tirelessly for you. So with the Mulveys and the Sherrys was a long connection there. And I must say that Merton, the sterling job, he's a very straight-talking politician that speaks the facts, and I agree entirely that when you put down a parliamentary question years ago that it was all delegated to other nominated bodies which wasn't given a direct question, so that clearly you hit the nail on the head. And I think regrettably all parties have to realise that the importance of the ballot box, the voter, and you must never lose sight of the voter and recognise that ultimately they're the ultimate judge. And I think that people at times in political office forget that. And I think the political representation, if I go back years ago with Charlie Hawkins, was a big base, but it has political parties have diversed immensely now. But I want to compliment you, Ray, and delighted to see you looking so well.
Delighted to see you too, John. And I'd just like to say
the story. The 6th count of the Ballymore-Tubbercurry local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Jennifer Van Aswegen's 830 votes. The result, Brennan Liam Fianna Fáil plus 32, giving a total of 1,414, 1414. Clark Michael non-party plus 153, giving a total of 2,128, 2128. Cleary Patrick Fine Gael plus 40, giving a total of 1,067, 1067. Connolly Martin Fine Gael plus 17, giving a total of 1,190, 1190. Gallagher Barry Fianna Fáil plus 27, giving a total of 1,346, 1346. Henry Keith Fianna Fáil plus 27, giving a total of 1,134, 1134. Mullaney Gerard Fine Gael plus 21, giving a total of 1,808, 1808. Mulvey Dara Fine Gael plus 59, giving a total of 1,818, 1818. Queenan Joseph non-party plus 88, giving a total of 1,727, 1727. Taylor Paul Fianna Fáil plus 36, giving a total of 2,024, 2024. Non-transferable papers not effective 331. As the votes of Michael Clark and Paul Taylor exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Michael Clark's surplus of 107 votes, as is the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses not distributed, fulfils the following conditions. Equals or exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates. Thank you.
Okay, well,
I just want to say to John Perry.
Just hold on 1 second. Right, stay with us, because we're going down to hear from Paul Taylor in a moment, and we can see if you're watching your screens, there is Paul Taylor re-elected to Sligo County Council, and a very, very happy scene with the Taylor camp, as there is with Michael Clark again. And we'll resume our discussion with Ray in a moment.
Taylor, heartiest
there he is, Paul Taylor with Austin.
I'm delighted, Austin. Sure, look, it's great. It's a great day. I've always said, like, you know, this is not my seat. This is our seat. You know, and it's great to be holding on to it again. And again, you know, look at the team of supporters here behind me. Everyone that helped me, the team that helped with the canvas, everything. My family, my wife, Naomi, kids, Robbie, Amelie, Freya, and Charlie. You know, like, they put up with a lot over the last 8 or 9 weeks. Big shout out to my mother and father at home. They're sitting at home probably watching this, so look, they have a big part to play in this as well.
It's like the Entry Grand National in here. Where do you get all the support from?
Look, I've always said I'm so proud of where I come from. I love where I come from. I've never left it. I never will. And look, I suppose people have made it easy at the doors, and I want to thank my supporters as well for all their support. But they made it easy. They made it easy at the doors. People are nice. I've always said that. People are nice, and when people are nice like that, you like to repay them, and I respect that, and I respect them for that as well.
You've got a winning habit now of being elected to Sligo County Council. One of these days, Paul Taylor, are you going to have to swap the word local for general?
Well, this is this weekend. This local is this weekend. We'll take every day as it comes now. We'll celebrate this tonight because we deserve to celebrate this tonight. My supporters, the people that voted for me, and my family deserve to celebrate this tonight as well, but we'll take one step at a time and we'll see what the future holds.
Paul Taylor, congrats on your re-election.
Thank you, Austin. Should have said about
Let's see if we can get a word with...
Yeah, Paul Taylor re-elected. Austin's gone to find Michael Clark, who's down towards the back of the hall here in front of us. And I'm sure he'll suss them out, and those count figures are up on our website.
Michael Clark, congratulations. You're back in again.
I'm delighted to be the first elected in my municipal district. It's very emotional.
means a lot to you, this. This is not your first time, but this feels like a special one, does it?
This is immense to have almost 3,500 votes still active in West Sligo after my election. So I'm delighted that my West Sligo colleague Joe Queenan will follow very soon, and it's a great honour to be elected in the same vote as a superstar like Paul Taylor. You know, he's a film star. Everybody knows him all over the world and in Sligo, and it's a great mandate that I have now got going forward. And today, the work starts on those bad back roads and CIS schemes and LIS schemes and playgrounds and everything else that has to be done, and I'm going to deliver that. And I'm also going to work very hard on the N17 to ensure that's upgraded. It's a disgrace. We can't be left behind here in the northwest. We have to get our fair share, and I'm going to drive on that. And I think we have a good team of councillors that will be elected today that will support that view.
Well, I know that's one you feel passionate about. One last question. With a vote like that this evening, how have you been able, what do you think it is what have you got that you connect so well with West Sligo and beyond in terms of pulling in these votes? What's the secret sauce in your mind?
Well, it's a clear recognition that I work in absolute confidentiality. Anybody that has ever contacted me with an issue over the last 15 years, it has died, the conversation dies with me. They're very confident that their private issues won't be discussed with anybody. And then they know well that I have a word. If I say I'll do something, I'll get it done. I'll be honest, I'll tell people it can't be done when it can't be done. And they might be annoyed with me. But what people are entitled to in the northwest is proper infrastructure for the families, for, no doctor cover. We need more doctors. We need an awful lot of issues that I could go on and talk about all night. But I intend to work with every being in my body to ensure that the northwest is recognised and Sligo gets what they deserve.
That's a long list of priorities. We'll let you get back to work. Councillor Michael Clark, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go, Michael Clark, and before that Paul Taylor, both re-elected to Sligo County Council, and we'll get more reaction to that in a moment. Ray, sorry we were talking to you there, you wanted to respond to some of the words.
Well, let me first, if you don't mind, congratulate Michael Clark and Paul Taylor on their election, on their return, being elected for a number of years. So I was going to say to John, and thank him for his kind words, that before he met his wife, she was in the university in Dublin and came down each weekend to do public relations work for me, a Fianna Fáil TD at the time. And we had friends from that day to this. And I met his son Paul, with his cousin. Yeah. But the one thing I wanted to come back to, and I won't delay you one more minute, and that is, what is wrong with government and democracy? One of the things that I believe is the fact that we have leaks every day, and nobody knows exactly what's happening. And those leaks are usually currying favour with media, and they're given out by the advisors to ministers. And that in itself leaves ministers in a very awkward position, because sometimes what's being talked about is not going to happen, and puts the minister under the cosh, if you like. So ministers should take responsibility for their office that they've been elected to by the people. They're corporate soul in the department. They're responsible for the pencils and they're responsible for the billions. But please, let new governments look back to the old days when local authorities had money to do what the local people wanted in their local area, and they knew about what was needed there. There's a little bubble around Leinster House. It's still there. I hope someday soon someone will burst it and we'll go out into the country and not just have the old pale and those who live in it telling us how we should live. That is the way I look at the future, and I hope what I'm saying and the public representatives elected today and at the next general election will take that into account and fight their corner. The trouble is that if they want to make a stand, they can do it if they come together. Similar situation happened in my time, way back in the 70s, and I called all the TDs of all parties, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Labour and Independents, and I said, what about Connacht? Together, what are we doing? And Fianna Fáil was in government, And I'd get up at county council meetings, like others would do, and criticise my own government because they weren't listening to their own people. They had to get in advisors for everything. The best advice they'll get is from the people that are being elected here tonight, by those who get elected to the Senate, and most particularly those who are elected to the Dáil and become ministers. They're the people responsible to the people of Ireland. And we must get back to that situation and do more about spending money where the people want it spent, and not handing out billions here, there and everywhere, and nobody is in control of that expenditure. We had 8 health boards in this area, just to give you a final example. We now have one monolith called the HSE. When we had the 8 health boards, and I was honoured to serve on the Northwestern one, there were people answerable to us every day. Now, as I said earlier, the minister, when you ask a question or a deputy asks a question in the Dáil, say, I'll pass it on to the HSE and I'll get them to reply directly. Nobody is in control. And there are billions being spent. I'm not saying it's been wasted, but there are priorities there that are not being met. You on your programme report disabilities, lack of housing, lack of educational facilities for certain disabled people. All of those things that everybody knows about on the spot. And every representative knows, every public, every journalist knows. But there's no money to do it because the bubble won't let it out through the nozzle. That's what needs to be done, in my view, for the future.
There's lots and lots of reaction, I can tell you, coming in relation to your comments. Jerry, do you want to say something to Ray, who you know for many years?
I'd like to compliment Ray and thank him on behalf of the people of Sligo, Ireland and Europe for the amount of work that you've done throughout your lifetime. And it's easy known to hear you here today why you're able to do so much work, and with the fighting you still have in you. And you fought for Ireland, fought for the people in Sligo, in the constituency in Ireland, and while you were a minister and in MEP and commissioner. And I'd like to thank you for all that work. I think the first time I've come across your name was when my aunt Rosie Kelly, when we were of voting age, and she called out to the house and said you had to vote. And who did we vote for? Ray McSherry, of course. And that was our first introduction to it. And I can see why you did so successful, because you are in fighting form and religion, and you call it right exactly what the points needs to be made. And I'd like to thank you, everybody, and no wonder where Mark gets from, and the fighting spirit as well. And you've done seriously a lot of work for this country, and so I'd like to thank you on behalf of that.
Thank you very much, Jerry, and I wouldn't have been there unless I had the support of you and your families down through the years. It wasn't McSherry's that walked in and said, I'm an elected councillor, I'm an elected senator, I'm an elected TD. The people put us there, and I make no apology to anybody for that. It doesn't matter whether it's Micheál Martin or people in this room. We'll stand by our record. Any McSherry, any Clark, any Liz McBriner. But thank you for all you did, and Rosie Kelly, Lord Western.
Okay, I don't want to give you a big head or anything, right? Just some of the comments coming in. Great listening there to Ray McSherry. Someone else says, Ray McSherry, what a great man and still so passionate. He's a pure legend. Micheál Martin could do with listening to him and learn. Ray McSherry, a man never to be replaced, a man on the ground, a man who I remember as a small child holding meetings in Ballyconnell School in Maharow, meeting the people of the community at regular intervals, not just zooming up to an election. He was one of my heroes always. Ray McSherry, I'd listen to you all day. We need more of you in Irish politics. Someone else says Ray McSherry should run again. He's so passionate. Powerful contribution for Ray McSherry in your show. What a legend. We could do with another Ray in Sligo in the future. You've probably gone beyond that, Ray, but there you go.
No, I would say that I had another Ray in Mark. He wasn't let do, but he was there fighting. And he make no apology for the fight he put up on many issues. As I said, he was 2 years ahead of the government. So I'm proud of him and what he has done. It's sad that he found himself in the position of what Fianna Fáil did. And we hope in our hearts that the day will return that Fianna Fáil will be representative of the people as it was, and that the people will elect the Fianna Fáil deputies and councillors and put them in there to do what these people in these areas want. Connacht, Ulster was always neglected, even in my time, and we were doing our best, but we still need more. And I'm so sad to see the country and the big expenditure that's pushing back into the English Pale that was around Dublin. Even Cork has to fight for money, even Limerick, even Galway, and we're left on the hind tit. I had the German Chancellor here one time in 1980, and I was a minister, and in 82. And he came over and he stayed in the house. And I was making the case for roads, motorways, because the only one that was approved that time was from Rosslare to Belfast, nothing else. And he said he was prepared to double the structural funds twice in that year, which he did in that 5-year programme. And he said, I'm sorry to say that figures here, and he had the figures of every half parish and the populations and the traffic flow down from Dublin to the rest of the country, and particularly the west and northwest. He said until Cork, Limerick, Galway is done, you're not the priority. But after that, you are the priority. That day has come. And as Jerry said, and Michael Clark, and I think John Taylor, they've said that they want to fight for the N17. It was next on the list. The money was there. And who took it off? Not the minister, but he stood over what the advisors told him, and the National Roads Authority now decide, elected by nobody, when roads will be done and what roads will be done. That cannot be tolerated in a democracy. It is no wonder the people are reacting, not just here, but in many countries in Europe.
Ray McSharry, as ever, it's good to see you, and thanks for
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
It's been enlightening
Appreciate
and
it.
informative, I can tell you, and there's lots and lots of reaction to what Ray McSharry has had to say in our programme this evening. Mark, do you want to say anything to your...
Enjoyed that. Whole thing, no?
No,
It is
that's
easy
okay.
to say it, but it's true.
We better take a break. There's lots more to come. We have a number of candidates to talk to as well after a short break.
Well done.
He's a mighty man, really, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, Blaine is asking.
Niall,
sorry.
that's a chip.
It's live radio now. So.
That's a chip to keep.
Yeah.
Blaine, John,
Blaine is asking, how do we follow that? It's difficult to follow that.
We just found out that you worked with Ray. Was that?
My wife.
Your wife?
Yeah.
What was he saying about you?
I told you that last night.
Public affairs. What was that? You were helping him for a while. What year?
As I said, that's my wife was the chief.
You've a few skeletons in them closets, John Perry.
And I've no skeletons at all from Ray McSherry. They're an honourable politician.
Absolutely. That was.
Yeah, but I will say one
nice
thing.
to watch.
I will say one thing in Ray McSherry's favour. He's always has been very, very supportive of local media and the work of local media, and that's always, I can tell you, deeply appreciated by us all.
There's a lovely. I got a great sense of, I suppose, local pride going in. Every time you go into the Department of Finance, be it with my own employment and be it a lobbying role or be it whatever, I love walking in there and seeing the photo of the Sligo man up on the wall, and that gives you great pride, you know.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Where are we?
So we were lost there with all the excitement of the sixth county. We've two more councillors elected, Paul Taylor and Michael Clark. And Michael Clark, again, same 5 year, very, very emotional on his re-election.
Near that.
Yeah, couldn't be surprised. It wasn't a surprise, but I remember 5 years ago, it's an emotional time for people.
It is, but it's the release.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Michael, any candidate would have been wound up about the election, maybe for the 12 months running in, you know, and to get, such a resounding victory like that, it's just the ultimate release.
Got a message in here from a Fianna Fáil. Bring back Mac.
Bring back Mac, absolutely.
Mac.
I wonder which Mac they're referring to. But anyway.
The legend.
Right.
The legend.
Okay. And the first count in Sligo Drumcliff is underway, and we'll give you news of that as soon as we get it. And as you've been hearing for the last couple of hours, our panel here have first access to all the count procedures. We are finding them out before any official announcement is made, which is great, and they're all 100% accurate, and they have been to date.
Where did our cup of tea go to?
I didn't even see any.
They're very demanding.
Sorry, they're very thirsty. I need some sugar.
So we kind of missed out on all that. The Clark surplus, Michael Clark surplus, 109. I have written down. Is that right? Clark surplus of 107 plus 110. So that won't make any. Will that make any huge difference to the next count?
Well, it has to be done.
Yeah.
It's only small, isn't it?
Yeah, but it won't make a huge difference. It won't move on hugely. So who's next? As you were saying, John, Dara Mulvey and Gerard Mullaney are what?
Cleary and Mulvey will benefit from this
200
transfer.
away.
They will. And I said that Darren Mulvey will come up higher.
Yeah, Mulvey will they've got to get this 110 odd and stay in the west.
12, yeah.
Let me see your figures, mate, for 1 second. I won't drop them.
Right, okay, so just to recap again, the Sligo, for those who may be coming late to the scene, the Sligo Strandhill count is complete. There are 6 councillors elected in Sligo Strandhill. We're on to the 7th count now in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and we have Paul Taylor and Michael Clark elected, and the Sligo Drumcliff count, as we say, is underway, and we'll update you in due course. Right, okay, it's hard to know what, I'll come to some of the comments about Ray McSherry in a moment. It's hard to know what to say after that. There was a lot in that, Glenn Gaffney, was there not?
Yeah, and it was just, I was happy he was here sitting beside me. I didn't have headphones, but raw passion is hard bet, and you can say that it's real. It's sometimes you see politicians and they're going through the motions, and that's definitely not the case there. And even the fascinating insight there with the house and the amount of people that are going to come out of that, and look, that's a dynasty. That's a very strong. I feel strange here talking about beside Mark, but that's a dynasty that started from hard work, and if anybody wants to illuminate the passion that's there, that's what it takes to be successful. I thought it was lovely. It was great.
Yeah, and it just shows you the respect he's held in the amount of people coming up to him, shaking his hand, wanting to meet him, getting photographs in some cases. That's you don't see that too much anymore, do you?
No, and sometimes people learn politics for the wrong reasons. No, that's my. Did you?
Right. Okay, I'll get to some of the questions when my phone recharges. The battery's gone at the moment. We'll get to some of the questions. Okay. Right, okay. What else can we say here at this stage of Sydney? What time is it now? It is 7:20, but we're all pretty confident still, are we not, that we'll get this done tonight or in the early hours of the morning?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes, I think that's when you... If you take the North Sligo box count, that will be considerably shorter.
Yeah, you think so?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, once we get the second count out of the way. But as Jerry was saying, that process... The process of the second count might be underway already.
But you have 15 candidates in South and West Sligo, so you have, I think, what's the total number of candidates in North Sligo?
10. 10, yeah.
So that's 1/3 less.
Right, okay. Ballymote, again, a lot of questions about Ballymote. John, about Ballymote and Ballymote candidates. We're still getting a lot of questions about that, but you feel they're...
Staying out of that.
Yeah, I know you are. Ballymote is still well served.
It's their own people
will be well served by those who will be elected.
It's clearly obvious when you look at all of the amount of investment that's gone into Ballymote. I mean, anybody would say that, when you look at all the huge announcement, 2.3 million for a new sports facility. There's a new heritage centre going into the Waterford Museum up at the courthouse. And clearly there's a big discussion going on now with Feroga to put in a youth and family service centre if we get agreement with the OPW. So town parks, football parks, everything. So that in one sense, I think Ballymote in any ways, and you look at new Garda station, new health centre, Ballymote is not behind the track when it comes to the work at new Garda station, a new health centre, a new fire station. To be honest, at the moment, people that
place to be.
It's the place to be. Well, certainly, without a shadow of a doubt. I think when you look at the radius of Sligo, it is certainly, and I think when you look at, they have a 20-acre ground bought at the football park for an all-round purpose facility. So really, at the moment, that argument doesn't stack up in any degree now, to be honest.
No, John, come on. Come on, John.
Okay.
It's an argument for more councillors and representations and a fairer local electoral area as opposed to failure to deliver.
You would have every chance going for the council and you decline the offer, you know what I mean? So that honestly...
Yeah, no, but it's not. I think people out there, they're very touchy, particularly within Fine Gael. It's about the local electoral areas and the amount of councillors that we have. And I suppose there's nobody here to say that Ballymote Tubbercurry is a good local electoral area. So,
in honesty, Blaine, I think you have to wear the T-shirt before you can decisively give a full commentary on where council should be. That's my honest opinion.
Look, isn't that the choice of this whole thing?
You have more. You talk the talk, but you have more on the T-shirt, yes.
or got the key ring, as John.
No, so I think we have to call a spade a spade. You know what I mean? In honesty.
Councillor Sinead McGuire.
When you wear the T-shirt, then you can tell me about where the council should be.
Let's just continue this on, right? There isn't one person who sat down here who ran in Ballymote Tubbercurry who said they're happy with the local electoral districts. That's my point.
Well, but that point, we agree on that point.
Yeah, well, no, you're after saying you didn't.
No, I agree with that point.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what it's all about.
No, I agree with the number. It's number 11-7, and I did say that the Electoral Commission wants to revisit and put in 2 4s. But and you must remember, both are determined really. But
I didn't know you're also touchy about it.
I'm not touchy at all.
You're all very touchy, and it's all Fine Gael that are very touchy about it.
But I think whatever tunnel vision you have in this yourself, I think really. I'm afraid you're misguided. I think whoever's giving you knowledge, you're not getting facts right here at all. I'm very disappointed with you for an intelligent guy like you to be coming up with a statement like that.
Right, okay. I'll have to separate them in a moment
we'll
or
have
two.
To keep it going, haven't we?
Yeah.
He's enjoying it anyway.
Yeah. Councillor Sinead McGuire has been on to us to say that she's enjoying the coverage. Can't be here today. Brilliant coverage, and she wants to congratulate all her colleagues on their re-election and her commiserations to those who did not succeed this time around. Okay, and we spoke about Sinead McGuire and Rosalind Grady yesterday and the contribution they have made to the council over many years. Mark probably won't want to hear some of these comments, but just in relation to the massive response to Ray McSherry.
I don't mind at all. Listen, I'm usually proud of my father, like everybody's proud of their father.
Why wouldn't you be? Ray McSherry, 100% right. It's a pity he and the likes of Sean McManus, Ted Nealon are not around today. You're all doing an excellent job. Well done to your panel for your kind comments towards all the candidates. Well done again. Ray is a brilliant speaker. I could listen to him all evening. Why doesn't he run again? If the two candidates in America can go for election, then surely Ray McSharry can run again as well. Ray McSharry, 100% correct. Ask a minister or a TD to query something, the reply usually comes back, we can't comment on individual cases. Yet everyone is asking, but the individualise is all, as it's easier for them to do nothing to do something. Someone else says, such a pity Ray McSharry cannot still be in power. He speaks the truth in relation to housing and especially the HSE as opposed to the health boards. Hope the powers that be listen to Ray McSharry and what he said in your programme this evening. And someone else says, as a Dromard person not far from Liz McBride, Ray was the one we will never forget. Also, he brought the pension office to Sligo where we all work today. It's great to see and hear the fight in his speech still. There you go. That's just a random sample of the comments.
I suppose just to give an example of some of that distraction that's there around that he mentioned around the HSC and the lack of accountability as such. Working there with Frank for 2 years, we must be very frustrated around the fact that we could be working on a matter and we ask the department officials to give us the information, and you could be waiting 4, 5, 6, sometimes 4 or 5 months for a reply. But if a PQ went in from the opposition, often from the same department, from the same unit, the opposition was given the information faster. So there is clear frustrations around the HSE, around the accountability of the HSE. It's much bigger now than it was back in those days, obviously, but the accountability is something that's frustrating for an awful lot of ministers as well as TDs.
Frank was the junior minister for health.
Well, I can tell you now, I remember one day they rang about his car being parked in the car park downstairs, and could he come back and move it during the middle of COVID times. And I went down to the car park downstairs. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. There wasn't another car in a 100 place car park. They wanted him to move it. There's an old story about a minister who went in to the Department of Health and he was going to make all these changes. He was banging the desk. He's going to make all these changes. I'm going to big change around here. And after about four or 5 days of there's going to be change around here, and the minister trying to lay down the law, one of the civil service stood up to him and said, Minister, would you please stop banging the desk? We need that desk for the next minister. In other words, indicating that you were going to be moving on and that the civil service are effectively in control. And I suppose that's an awful lot of the frustration that's there, and you can sense it from politicians that they can't get the answers that they want fast enough from the executives of the day, be it in road, be it in health, be it in whatever.
So here was the HSC executive telling the second in command in the Department of Health that he couldn't park in the car park during COVID.
It was Department of Health, couldn't park there. You had to leave, come back for your car. And there's plenty of stories like that. Like it's an interesting place, an interesting time.
The only thing I'd say is, what would Michael Noonan in his early career, or Barry Desmond, or Rory O'Hanlon, or Ray McSharry said to whatever official told them move their car?
And Frank can come on and.
Well, I don't doubt that happened, Blaine. The problem is this: it's much bigger. Yes, budgets are much bigger, and all the rest of it. The buck stops in the same place. The people I just mentioned would not have tolerated the tail wagging the dog. Yes, they got plenty wrong, but this is what I've said all day yesterday, all day today, and I've highlighted as most of the reason I'm getting out of the game is that the people at the top, the practice is you don't upset the apple cart. You're a commentator, not a policy maker, and that's not correct. That is the practice that needs to change. It's not Blaine Gaffney's fault. It's not Frankie Feehan's fault. But it is the political establishment's fault. There is no leadership. It's be there, praise everybody all the time, look good, tell people what they want to hear. And there was a joke going around here a few minutes ago. I don't know whether we can get it up on your website later on. It was a caricature of an assembled crowd of sheep. And at the podium was a wolf assuring the sheep that as soon as he gets elected, he's going to be a vegan. So now it's like this. You get elected to do a job. Don't tell me how difficult it is. Get in and bloody well do it. And if you're not prepared to overrule the Secretary General, as difficult as that job is, you're in the wrong business.
Yeah, but we won't go down this road of asking you your justification for wanting it. But could you not change that within the system yourself? Could you not?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you could get a few people with balls into the cabinet, you certainly could. But you haven't had those kind of people for a while, and I'm talking metaphorically speaking, of course, before we get any gender criticism.
Well, just I know that listen to Merck what he said there, but you know that a lot of work could be true, but a lot of work can be still done. I think when it regardless, because you know when a government goes for election, they go with a policy and what you know. When you look at the level of services, I know it has been delivered through a delegated functionary system. You know, currently there's great services out there that prevail for you know in across the health, across the education. You know, and even Sligo ATU. Look at the investment that's in that area, and look at the I suppose the configuration of St Angela's College.
Yeah.
All of those issues, you know, and for that there's extraordinarily competent civil servants as well. You know, who are very much motivated by they're motivated not just by salary, they're motivated by delivering a good job. Really, and that's what I firmly convinced. That was my experience dealing in the department. You know, that will give way beyond the call of duty. They're there when the minister wants them, and to a fair degree. There are ministers who can make a difference, and your father was maybe one of them, but a lot of decisive ministers, if they're not going to be pushed around, they'll get the work done and say, tell the Secretary General, we want this delivered, and it can happen.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I know it can happen. It just doesn't to the extent that it used to.
Yeah, but it can happen.
And it's not about criticising civil servants either, and I want to make that clear. Civil servants are quite happy for the cabinet of the day, in my view, to assume the responsibility they're elected to hold. Unfortunately, people think, for example, that I have a serious issue, for example, with Robert Watt, because we had so many spats in the Public Accounts Committee. The truth of my relationship with Robert Watt is this. We'd be better off with him as the Taoiseach or as a senior minister. Why? Because he will take decisions. And where the issues arise with him is the corporate soul is the minister, not the Secretary General, whereas I want the minister to do that.
Yeah, but you have to remark that, you know, while you agree in the sentiment what you're saying, a lot of ministers, decisive ministers who have a determination can make a difference and can deliver, while it's not...
They just choose not to.
Well, some of them do as well, though.
Yeah, who?
Well, honestly, if you look at the...
Well, let's name three.
Pardon?
Let's name three.
Well, if you look at the delegated functions within the, even take the ATU in Sligo, that was delivered very decisively.
Yeah.
The massive changes in the university status.
Who delivered it?
Well, I think Simon Harris delivered that.
You did. And that's why I voted for him for Taoiseach.
Yeah.
Right, that's one example. Give me two more.
And when you look at that is a very prime. And when you look at local government by Heather Humphrey, look at the function that Heather Humphreys is doing. Yeah.
What?
If you look at the sports
What did she overrule? Are you joking me?
I'm not joking at all. When you look at if you look at the funding,
she paid the Ukrainians €232 a week while telling the poor people coming from Somalia they had to survive on 28. Who decided that? That wasn't leadership.
When you look at the clear delegated functions in sports capital funding,
sports capital funding, that's 50 million.
No, not
the budget for the country is 100 billion, John. I mean, you know, what are we doing on housing? Last night we were talking about Bord Planola. There's a house in this town that's over a year in there on zoned service land. There are tens of thousands of houses, and why? Ask the Minister for Housing. Do you know what he's going to tell you? Well, no, it's independent. That's independent.
Well, I suppose there's 600 houses being built, being occupied every week. New houses.
Yeah. 250,000 houses of a deficit you had, and then after that, you're going to need 40,000 new every year on top of that, just to stand still.
Yeah,
I'm not saying there isn't lovely people. Jerry's aunt used to say, and I said this in the Dáil, Rosie Kelly, the country's full of lovely people, right? It's leaders we need, decision makers. And I let them get plenty wrong en route to getting a good bit right. But the reality is it's hide behind the fence here, say nothing on that. They can make you look bad. Don't challenge the Secretary General too much. He can or she can make you look bad. You know, it's like the American president, or the joke told about Reagan. You know, he had a fallen out with one of the major civil servants on his team. And he went out and started the speech that was prepared by the official. And on the first page it said, I have 5 very important things that I want to say to you people today. And he went to page 2 and it said, you're on your own, kiddo. And That's why. We don't have any balls in politics anymore.
But likewise on the housing now, there's 33,000 houses being built per annum. The big problem is capacity. You haven't got the apprentices, you haven't got the carpenters, and in fairness, there's only so many builders out there that are prepared to take on large scale development, so really it is, and the recession burned them out.
All right, okay. We have some information which we'll bring to you in a moment. I think Jerry and Mark are just going through it. Okay, well, Mark, would you like to bring us what we have hot off the presses?
We spoke earlier with a serious health warning on about a small sample of the number 2s from Thomas Walsh and Brendan Regular. This is a significant sample. It's from around about 850, and it's showing 14% going to Mary Casserly. 25% going to Tom Fox. So numerically here you're looking at about 115 for Casserly on that sample of 850. 212 or 25% for Fox. 8 for Amanda Gallagher or 1%. Donald Gilroy 4%. Thomas Healy 244, 29%, the highest, which is to be expected when you consider the proximity. 5% for Colin McGurn, numerically 41. Edel McSherry, very significant, 181, 21% there. That's a strong transfer. And again, Edel's husband, the Carrow Row area came out well for her, so I'd say that's manifesting itself there. Agnieszka, 16 or 2%. So that's from a representative sample, a tally of number 2s, some 849 of them. So that's likely to be not too far off the mark.
No.
And the last sample we had at Fox at 26%, now he's on 25 from a larger sample. But the big difference is Edel McSherry, 5% more than the previous samples, not right, 16 to 21.
It also depends on where those boxes are being. It also depends on where that 850 are sampling from, because obviously Thomas pulled his vote from the strong areas in Ballantor, or is it further out where in the likes of Ross Point?
Absolutely, it could be. If it's it, because I agree with that, because Thomas, McSherry did very well in Ross's Point. And Thomas Walsh is a good connection there too.
Absolutely. I would expect his twos to transfer stronger in the Ballantor boxes because there's more party people. That's where his team is from out there. So if that say that's not from that 850, that's from a different 850. Well, then you would expect maybe that 25%
to increase. If that's the case, Thomas Healy wouldn't be getting 244 in Ross's Point. So I'd say it's pretty representative, to be honest.
And just based on that 25%, how many votes would based on the surplus? What would Tom Fox be getting in votes?
212.
Yeah, that's a good vote now.
Yeah. Right. Okay. And again, it's more accurate than the previous sample, isn't that right, Mark?
Definitely. The previous sample was only about 100 votes, I'm told. This is 850, and it would seem to be representative of the area geographically. And the telling figure there is that Thomas Healy is getting the lion's share at just under 30%.
That'd bring Tom Fox well in the reach, wouldn't it?
I'd have to look at it.
No. Thomas Fox would be kind of maybe pulling 40 to 50%.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about 40% earlier on, were we not?
40 to 50%.
Yeah.
To bring him up a level with Gilroy.
Yeah. Right, okay. Some more comments. Congratulations to Michael Clark on being first elected in the Ballymote Tubbercurry area. Indeed, he was the first elected. We've no banks in back to the Ballymote issue. No banks in Ballymote when we had to. A post office stuck in 2 super values. John, you must recognise Ballymote has more or less closed down since the 1990s. Blaine Gaffney, take a bow. You're not prepared to be bullied and sticking by you. You weren't being bullied. Not at all. It was only friendly conversation.
Friendly banter now.
Yeah, friendly banter. Yeah.
I'm 35 as of the other day. I can give it the best of them.
They had smiles on their face. Questions about the Western Rail Corridor, we won't get into that yet, maybe later on when we've more time. Any chance of Blaine running in the Ballymote Tubbercurry area next time out? Forthright and absolutely correct in his comments on it being detrimental to Ballymote and not having a resident councillor. and then
where he lives in Strandhill used to be with South Sligo.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then there are comments.
They'll be very welcome into Ballymote.
Yeah, then there are comments.
I'd personally canvass for you.
Comments on the next Fianna Fáil candidates in Sligo Legion for the general election. So people planning ahead, thinking ahead, and all sorts. We'll take a quick break. We've more discussion, counts to bring you, and comments and opinions after a short break.